Okay, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. Hello, Ashwin. Welcome back. Hmm.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. You guys are tuned in at Northeast Online Qualifiers. This will be another good day for
भाई ये
us.
डबल आवाज
We
क्यों आ
are
रही है?
back again
वो
at
क्या?
round two, round one and day two. We are bringing you the best of the best
Wait,
teams,
wait, wait,
and you
wait,
guys
wait.
are tuned in
Echo,
at the best of the biggest Mobile Legends 5v5 tournaments. And with that, this is Peachy, your host, and I will be introducing the
चलो
casters for
finally.
the today, the match one, Linville and Crux. How are you guys?
What's going on, everybody in the audience there? Indeed, me, myself, and Crux here. We're going to be casting the match for the first game. It's going to be Best or Bust versus Future We Trust. And, the first round, going to start us off strong. Maybe here going into the game probably has a lot of expectations, especially since these two teams are from
पहले आए
Megalia.
हम. Hello,
We've seen
enemy.
yesterday
XC, welcome back.
Megalia,
Hello,
how they
Pauline.
played, and your gang was like
कोई ना
absolutely
bro.
crazy. I believe so. Might have gotten wrong with that, but yeah.
कोई बात
Crux,
शुरू Sion,
how are you?
Roy.
How are you having a great day? I mean, are you having a great day, mate? I think this is going to be your first time casting in the Northeast Cup. So, how are you feeling?
I'm kind of nervous actually, but to be fair, this is all how it starts. And again, yesterday's matches, like you said, Megalia was intensely strong.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I expect way better this time.
Because
I'm in for like the long run at this point.
Indeed. But yeah, I think we'll probably be going into the draft a little bit. So for now, Peachy, you want to say anything to these two teams, at least
let's
before
go.
we start off the queues?
मेरी वॉइस वगैरह क्लियर है ना?
Yes, Linville. I do
कोई issue, कोई
believe
दिक्कत?
both of the teams are strong
मेरे
enough.
को बता
And
देना कोई
for
भी issue हो तो.
fortunately, this is Moba 5v5. As we all know
Yeah.
that there's only going to be one winner. So
ना
let's
dude
just see
device
who is
charging पे
going to be
लगाया ना.
part. Before that, don't forget to download Moba 5v5
Sound कम ज़्यादा
because
करना हो बता
you
देना.
guys can get a lot of free skins, and there are multiple events going on right now.
इसको भी ना
The
ideas का था
Ducati
मतलब
events is up
को
as well. So do
interact.
make sure you are participating. With that, let's dive into the draft. Crux and Linville.
Max graphics.
Indeed. Oh, yeah. And just one last point
Perfect.
before that. Ladies and gentlemen, registrations are still open. So any teams that wants to join the
Registration
tourney,
open है.
you can sign up
register
for it
वगैरह
and maybe
करना है.
stand a chance. I think around 512
अपनी team
teams
को
are the max
आ
limit.
सकता है.
But yeah, also one more side note, if you didn't know, there's going to be an online phase and a LAN phase for this tournament. The top four will be going to the LAN phase. But for now, we're in the online phase and we're going to go into the draft. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Indeed.
Okay, so now that the match has started, what do you think is gonna be the best pick, best band? What's your opinions on the current meta?
Okay, so there are a lot of good heroes right now in the meta, especially at least in this current tournament draft standard. A lot of teams tend to offer a good XP laner as a start, especially if you're in the blue side. If you're in the red side, you take a snowball pick with either a meta hero in the sense of like if you go for
Ruby fan हो गई है first
assassin
fan.
route, you
Nice
tend to
banning.
take, I think,
आजकल
Vixana
आजकल रूबी से मैं भी
or
बहुत
some other XP
annoyed हो
laner
गया
that's
हूँ, लेकिन
very
मैं उसको बैन कर
like
देता
for
हूँ.
example the Ruby
या
that
तो
just got
रूबी या
banned off.
जास्ट.
But yeah,
आजकल
in
मेरे
this
को इतना
case, I
हाइपर वगैरह भी
think
इतने वो नहीं
either
लगता.
teams
मैं लिंक भी
will
छोड़ दूंगा
be
बट ये सब
going
नहीं
off
छोड़ता.
of the standard normal bans here, like the Alice
Alice ban.
alongside. Although Edith was pretty popular yesterday in the first phase of the tournament, a lot of teams looking out for that, and especially the Mincetar here being a huge counter to a lot of assassins might be, banned off here.
Nice.
To be fair, nowadays I don't even see any of those gold lane heroes, the old OG marksmen playing the gold lane anymore. So again, it's all the gold lane heroes that's going to get banned this time. We see a Ruby,
Yeah.
pretty dominant presence in the gold lane. Well, it's because he always freezes the lane. It's so
I
hard
ban
to deal
Zazk
with
in
it,
every
unless,
match,
of course,
single
you have
match.
a plate.
Zaz बहुत
And,
strong है.
well, that's pretty much all
Zaz
it.
Zaz सही है.
Alice,
I mean, 5-man team भी तुम छोड़ो, एक pointless solo
like everyone's afraid of them.
game वगैरह
If you have
निकालने के लिए भी ना,
Alice
he is
and an
the
Angela on
strongest
your team, it's
hero I feel.
decimation.
Solo
I've seen a
rankers के लिए
pro
भी.
match, like I think it was the
या इंडिया का टूर्नामेंट है
where
वर्ल्ड
there
मॉड.
was like
Indeed.
Gatot, an Alice, an Angela as the roam.
काइंड
I
ऑफ इंडिया
think it
का
was Yves
बिगेस्ट
and
टूर्नामेंट
I
है ये
forgot
अभी
which
तक.
hyper, but I think it was
Like
Nolan.
इंडिया में
That damage,
Moba
the
lanes का इतना
sustain,
बड़ा
it was
टूर्नामेंट कभी नहीं हुआ.
impossible to deal with. Like, no, it
North
was
East
not a
का
Nolan.
करके.
It was an alpha. It was such a decimating match. It was just a snowball throughout the game. Like, damn.
Yep.
And then again, all that aside, the sustain, the gold lane meta aside, we have Su Yu getting banned. Pretty strong hero. That first skill gives that intense, no, not intense. That one instant of immunity.
Indeed.
I've literally avoided Harley's ultimate just by using the first skill. Zushin, a pretty common ban. Well, not in the pro scene, but in every ranked game, nobody wants to be told
चलो
like
मैं वो
around
चलने
like
लग
he was
गया.
a
मेरा डिस्कॉर्ड का
basketball.
बॉट नहीं
Talking
चल रहा
about
था.
basketball, the NBA star, Phobius
स्ट्रीम
gets
को लाइक कर
banned.
दें, अभी तक लाइक नहीं गया. तुम लोगों ने कर
What's
लिया
your
most
thoughts
of.
on it?
Very strong bans coming in from both teams, but this
Try
does
now.
leave certain heroes open, like namely the Hylos, the Evid, and even the Arlot here in some scenarios are taken
तुमको
up
पता है,
by
like,
these
मैं
teams
सोच
here.
रहा हूँ कि
And you know what the difference is? Like earlier you mentioned, these huge tanky frontliners who also deal a lot of damage, like the Angela and Alice combo. You
मैंने अभी
can
तक
get
पूरा
the
fully
anti-heal
setup नहीं किया,
item
time
at
नहीं मिल रहा
some
मेरे को.
point, but by that time it's
बट
already 5
जो
minutes
लोग
into the
सबसे
game.
ज्यादा
And
सपोर्टर्स
the
रहेंगे ना,
early-
मतलब जो लाइव
early
स्ट्रीम वगैरह में
team fight,
ज्यादा सपोर्ट करेंगे,
usually
जो
a
शायद
lot
ज्यादा
of teams
कमेंट
tend
वगैरह
to
करेंगे.
risk a lot of resources in that, and if you
मैं
lose
मंथ
that
के
one,
स्टार्ट में शायद
the,
स्टारलाइट
the
दूं
flow
किसी किसी एक
of
को मैं
teams
सिलेक्ट करके
usually
हर हर
tend
मंथ
to down throughout. But I'd
अपने
say
यूनिक सपोर्टर को.
all in all, it's just in the
Next one
game,
Martin,
the
है ना?
mindset. But this is a qualifier round, so it's going to be a best of one, and they do need to pull their best for this situation. If you get
मैंने
knocked
बॉट
out
वगैरह पूरा
early on,
सिलेक्ट
it's
नहीं किया, लेकिन
going
मेरे
to
को
be
ना वो डालना था
Joseph. But
कम्युनिटी
for
पोस्ट
now,
वगैरह.
Lord
अभी
Kaido
टाइम मिलो
picking up
डालूंगा.
that chip.
Thanks for the 40 rupees super chat, Voldemort.
Lord Kaido picking
Thanks,
up
bro.
that chip is only going to mean one thing. It's going to be the Avengers Endgame moment where Doctor Strange comes up,
Highly appreciate
brings
it.
a bunch of portals, brings out all of his allies, and damn, it's just going to be a massacre right there. Unless, of course,
Indeed.
साउंड आई रही क्या? मेरे को आई
they
भी नहीं
actually
पीसी में.
take Carmilla to counter that. Now that's going to be a really good option. Especially with the chip.
वॉइस वगैरह
immobilized,
क्लियर है
chip
ना?
just got
कोई इशू कोई
immobilized
दिक्कत
on the
में मेरे को
ultimate,
बता
by the
देना,
way.
ठीक है?
It's intense. Like imagine you're not just slowed anymore, you're immobilized the moment that that ultimate reaches the pinnacle of its range. You're just stuck there. It's like a free Belleric ult? I don't know how to put that. But
खलीद काफी स्ट्रांग हो
it's
गया.
intensely strong. Well, then again, we see a Khalid. Khalid really strong as always.
पता है, लाइक
Yeah.
आज मैं लिटरली ये सीजन जब भी खलीद खेल रहा हूँ ना, रैंक में जीत रहा हूँ मैं काइंड ऑफ.
Doesn't need a
तुम लोग
shortcut for
बिलीव
chip,
नहीं
he's just
करोगे,
gonna be
मेरे को
everywhere anyway.
एज अ सोलो
And
प्लेयर जब भी
again,
रोम
I know
भेजा
Moba.
जाता है ना, मैं खली
Imagine
आता हूँ रोम
coming
में.
out of that portal
एंड
using that
इतना
frigid
गंदा कैरी
glacier,
करता हूँ ना मैं,
bam!
किल्स
Yeah.
भी,
Yeah, devil save. It's gonna be
हीलिंग है
decimation
उसके
all
पास,
over.
वो टैंक कर लेता है,
Indeed,
डैमेज
there's gonna be
देता
a lot
है.
of damage, a lot of crowd
Stun है,
control
सब कुछ है
abilities,
उसके बाद
very meta
basically.
heroes coming in from the blue
खलीद
side.
काफी
Meanwhile,
strong hero है.
red team here with strong Ling and the Harriet,
वोल्डेमॉर्ट
as
मैंने
well as
कम्युनिटी
the
पोस्ट डाली
Valentine
थी,
here.
तुम
Possibly
वेबसाइट
could
से
copy the
रजिस्टर कर
Chips
देना.
portal in those
तुम पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हो,
scenarios.
अपने टीम को
I
रजिस्टर कर
guess
दो
you'd
बेसिकली.
have an entire, as
रजिस्ट्रेशन
you
ओपन है,
mentioned, Avengers Assemble,
बैटल नाइट की
which
वेबसाइट
is
है, वहां पे आके तुम्हें रजिस्टर
kind
करना
of
होगा अपनी
seen
टीम को.
here. That's maybe I
एंड
don't
फिर ये
know
लोग तुम्हें व्हाट्सएप में
which
कांटेक्ट करेंगे
hero in
तुम्हारे
this
व्हाट्सएप
case,
नंबर का
but
कि
we
तुम्हारा
are
मैच
on
वगैरह
to the
कहाँ था.
second draft ban here for this red team. Going to ban off the Hayabusa in this scenario. And it is quite understandable since, Hayabusa against Ling, usually they go toe to toe, like in this meta for that. And looking at both drafts, you take a look at blue team. They don't have their jungler. They don't have their goal laner.
Okay,
Man's already
let's
on the
go.
jungler
मैंने
here.
मैंने
The
आज
Haya could
अपना
go for a
गेम भी
Nolan
ओपन नहीं
ban.
किया.
In this case, though, red team side, Roamer required and an XP laner, Carmilla, precise ban coming in. Maybe
एक बार चेक करो मैं क्या
maybe
कर
even
रहा
a
हूँ.
Claude ban in this might work out. I'm not sure. What do you think, Crux?
Well, to be fair, I expected that
Yeah.
Carmilla to get banned to actually counter that chip completely. I'm not gonna lie, the only other tank or roamer that could actually completely counter that chip gameplay is Matilda.
Mhm.
Because Matilda can actually
Yeah.
give that immense amount of, mobility to the team. But I don't think with a Harriet, Ling, and Valentina, I don't think they need a like Matilda. You get the idea. The only
Yeah.
thing that they actually need right now
Notifications
is
करना
a
आपको जो
very,
आसपास नहीं है.
very strong initiator.
ट्राई करता हूँ.
But so does the blue team. So they ban
Oof.
Mincetar because all of that mobility onto the red team, Ling, the Harriet, the Valentina, they can honestly be countered by that easy gold lane pick from the Mincetar. They're not going to take any chances. They're just going to be like, yeah, go to the ban section. Bye-bye. We're not having you ruining our game this time.
Yep, indeed. But even if you take the King's Calling with
Ziven
Valentina, in that case it's just 50-50 because the King's Calling is a dash also to activate. It's difficult. All
अरे हाँ सुनने में आया पता है like ना आज के शायद स्ट्रीम में गेस्ट i7 आने वाला है.
Against the Khalid, sort of like a 50-50 until it gets abilities, and Alat sort of
ये लोग
wins
कुछ
the
स्पेशल
trade
गेस्ट वगैरह भी रखेंगे बीच में ब्रेक में ना.
prevents Khalid from roaming that frequently, which
i7 भी आ
is
रहा है
the
काफी.
plus point in having a Khalid.
शायद आ जा
You do
रहा है.
have the passive
मेरे
for
को वापस चेक करना होगा.
being almost everywhere around the map, as you did mention, with the chip is quite feasible. But we have certified Big D here with the Tigreal. It's going to be quite powerful in this team fight, especially if everyone comes through the portal. I think he just
आज मैं ट्राई करूंगा शायद
could
मेरे को
count
वाई की
that
स्किन में मिल जाए.
spot.
To be fair, I'd expect that Valentina to copy that Frigid Glacier every single time. It's always going to be 777's ultimate being stolen instantly the moment that he's been seen on the map. Valentina's just going to come there. Frigid Glacier, ta-ta, bye-bye. It's honestly going to be Chip engaging, Tigreal following up, Valentina following up, and maybe a
आज के स्ट्रीम पे आएगा
I
शायद.
think they actually
as a
would
guest.
be able to because Bling will always be on that
i7
balance.
आएगा like i7 देख रहा है टूर्नामेंट ना.
Then again, a Bane
Yeah.
jungle. Do we see that?
जहाँ तक मैंने सुना
Yeah,
है like मेरे
a lot
को
of
पता नहीं
practical
एक बार
abilities
देखूंगा एक
here
बार.
coming from blue side.
मैं वो मैसेज शायद
Especially
छोड़ दिया
with
कहीं.
Nom on the Argus. That's
Special
quite
guest है शायद वो
unconventional
बीच
here.
में ब्रेक में आएगा
XP
शायद.
laner from red team could be
पता लग जाएगा जब
huge.
भी आए.
In this case, wait, no, Nom's on the goal lane. Hang on. Argus
अरे हाँ
versus
ओके
This is gonna
ओके
be
मैं
quite
समझ गया
something, I'd say.
शायद
The red
आज
team there,
i7 की
hovering
टीम
over the
खेल रही है.
block,
i7 नहीं और टीम में
possibility, a lot
IGN
of
स्क्वाड है ना.
Choices still. What's open in the meta?
Yeah,
pool right now
I
for
feel
XP
like
laner?
वो IGN
Maybe
स्क्वाड
the
शायद
Dragon
i7 का है.
Yuzhong here could be a viable option.
मे
Still
भी उसके स्टूडेंट्स
hard
वगैरह
to
मेरे को
position
इतना
there.
कंफर्म वगैरह नहीं है बट लाइक
Lido
मैं
here is
सुनने में
gonna
आया कि
lock in
i7 आ
that
सकता है.
show. Interested to see
हाँ
some
ये आप
picks
फेस
here to
रिवील
be done with
करोगे
it.
क्या?
Towards the side of the red team, towards the side of the blue team. But Crux, before that,
100 के से पहले तो नहीं करूँगा
lineup
भाई.
do you think has the best opportunity to win this game?
I'm going to go against all of my moral code and gonna say the red team
मेरे
has
को
the
एक बार चेक करना
advantage,
था ठीक है.
even though,
एक बार
to be
कंफर्म कर
fair,
लो कि आया
not
रहा है
everyone
नहीं.
knows this, but Argus is my main hero.
पोज द
I have
टूर्नामेंट
like
होने
within 78% win rate. I play that guy religiously. Religiously doesn't cut it. But yeah, I play him so religiously. I want to support the blue team, but no, I'm just gonna put my faith in the blue team.
Oh,
right,
no.
the red team right now.
Oh, you're betraying all the Argus mates out there.
If we can bring old players like i7 for special appearance during the break and play record an interview with them.
What the scenario unfolds here for both teams. Still loading in the draft though.
Yeah, ये है like वो शायद i7 का interview वगैरह लेंगे break
it's
वगैरह में
looking
मेरे
pretty
को
balanced,
पता नहीं
but we are on to the land of down,
price
ladies and
कहाँ
gentlemen.
है?
Both teams marching down the lanes.
real money है bro. लाखों में price pool है.
Here, coming from blue
Diamonds
side
ही मिलेंगे
onto the
इसका.
blue buff.
I mean diamonds
Meanwhile,
मिलेंगे
red
शायद
side
क्या
here,
पता.
red buff
पर देखो
starting off,
पैसे
I
मिलेंगे
guess, gonna
तुम्हारी
meet up in
देखो
the
मैं
goal
सीन
lane.
बताता हूँ ठीक है.
So August versus Harry, it's going to be quite interesting.
ये है
as well as
नॉर्थ
this
ईस्ट का.
Khalid versus Cho
हर एक
jumping for the
नॉर्थ
early
ईस्ट
cut.
स्टेट
No, never mind.
मणिपुर
Getting a vision
मिजोरम
here.
असम जो भी है वहां से
Take
एक
care
टीम
of
सेलेक्ट
this
होगी.
rotations
एंड
here.
बाकी
Not
ऑल
gonna
ओवर
go
इंडिया
back
के लिए दो
forward,
टीम्स
though.
हैं.
Khalid here
Top
couldn't get
10
spotted
teams,
out. Chip
कुछ ना
also
कुछ तो मिलेगा
engaging,
डायमंड्स
not
वगैरह
gonna
जो
find
भी है.
anyone.
पर टॉप के वो भी
both
टीम्स होंगे
teams,
उनको
I guess,
रियल
just
कैश
gonna
में नहीं
wait
मिलेगा.
for the
लाखों में
to
प्राइस पूल है.
set up.
To be fair, they actually need to.
टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है ये नॉर्थ
Tigreal
ईस्ट का
rotating
मिस
to the top lane
मैं उसको
to take
रीस्ट्रीम
that
कर रहा हूँ काइंड ऑफ
lead
उसका
might
प्रमोशन
actually result in
तो
nothing.
ये अभी
But
टूर्नामेंट
let's
चल रहा है
see,
इंडिया का सबसे
because
बड़ा
Chip
लाइक
and
मोबा लेंस
Aurora are
टूर्नामेंट
giving vision
एंड
onto the blue buff
इतना
on
ही
the enemy
नहीं
side.
जो भी
Like
टॉप
I
टीम
said,
होंगी ना लाइक
Khalid is
सेमी
going
और
to take
सेमीफाइनल्स या
them like a
फाइनल्स वगैरह
champ, gonna
ये
escape.
गुवाहाटी में
There's
होंगे
not much to
लैन
see here
इवेंट
when that dude is picking
टीम्स
the
ट्रैवल
most
करेगी ट्रैवल का
strongest
खर्चा रहने का खाने
fighter
का
on the
होटल वगैरह
EXP
सबका
lane
वो
right
पे
now, at
करेंगे
least on the professional scene.
एंड इसका लाइव
And
लोकेशन
again,
गुवाहाटी पे
credits
होगा
to Frito
लाइक
because of his
टॉप के कुछ
amazing
मैचेस वगैरह ना
gameplay
वहाँ पे
on the
होंगे
Khalid that
टॉप की
one
टीम्स वहाँ
match.
ट्रैवल
I think
करेगी
it has to be for you.
अरेंजमेंट ये लोग करवाएंगे
Indeed. I think it's still
बहुत
in the
चौबस
live there.
टॉप
You guys
टीम्स में
can
ना
check that out if you want to.
एंड फिर
But
ना
for
लाइक
now,
तुम
red
लाइक
team here,
MLBB
rotates
का
coming out in
आई
bot
मीन
lane,
मोबा
gonna
लेंस
get
का
spotted
पहली
out.
बार
Tigreal
देख
Bane
पाओगे
has the
समझ रहे हो
level 4, Lord Kaido wants to go in.
इस तरह का टूर्नामेंट इंडिया
This is
में
the problem with the
कि जहाँ
initiation.
पे
Neon
इंडियन
here, a little
टॉप
bit on
टीम्स
range, not
बैठी
gonna
है
be
लाइक आमने
able to
सामने
sustain there.
एक
Goes back
लोकेशन पे
forward,
लैन इवेंट
777,
पे
low on HP. Has to
compete
wait for
करते
the
हुआ
rest of his
तो
team.
लाइक
Khalid
है
is here with the
मतलब
rotations there.
प्लानिंग है
So
बहुत
look like
कुछ
red
इन
team
लोग
wants
के
to go on the engage. Tigreal on the bot lines still. And the turtle
तो
can be
उसी
spawning
क्लियर
up, but
512
Tigreal here
टीम्स
going
हैं
on aggression with the Argus, and
टॉप 10
Harriet does
टीम्स
have the Crow
इंडिया
Dash,
की
tries to go
चूज
in,
किया
Nom
है
Nom so low on HP, still surviving, how is he still
हर एक
alive?
क्षेत्र
Very unfortunate, Chip here
आर्गस
coming
काफी
to
लो एचपी हैं
re-engage though, turtle going to be started off by Leng here, and BM with the ready on the go, or the retribution, gonna get spotting out Lord Kaido here as Joe Edo is still in the top lane being zoned out. The rest of the blue team here, blue team walking on forward. Let's go with the flicker combo, but not gonna be landing in. Lord Kaido getting the turtle with retribution, Deli catch, Frigid
क्या
Razor
लगता है
coming
कौन
out,
सी टीम
catching Tigreal,
जीतेगी
CBD
दोनों
trying to
दोनों
go
टीम
in,
कुछ
but
ज्यादा
not gonna
सेफ
find
खेल रही है अभी तक
enough
किसी ने
for to do
डेथ्स वगैरह
so.
दिया नहीं
Khalid
है
also once again, but Edo here with
2.5 मिनट हो
Tigreal
गए
down, kicking the Khalid back into the turret, still
हाँ
alive with the
खलीद नहीं
Sunveil,
बच पाएगा
and the portal being popped as well. But
ओके
Lord Kaido getting killed on towards Devil here,
हील
the
करके बच
first
गया
of the
देख
kills
लो ये लोग वापस अटैक
towards the
करेंगे
side of the blue team.
Yes, sir. If you noticed, Cho and Khalid both are actually
पता नहीं 510
gauging
या
onto the
512 है
turtle
शायद जो
fights,
भी है लाइक
taking
मैथ्स लगा
initiative
लो
for the team. But Tigreal, when he went to
500 प्लस
actually
टीम्स है मेरे
gank
को
the
इतना पता
Argus, he made a fatal mistake because the turtle was up, and that was not a good chance for them to actually trade in one kill for one turtle. And again, we saw insane gameplay from Khalid. Well, Frito would be proud. And Chip is trying to zone out.
Indeed.
Chip is trying not zone out, give vision onto the Ling. The Ling escaped with a
प्रोसेशन कब
sliver
तक
of
कर
HP,
सकते
but
हैं जल्दी
that
कर
was
लो भाई
intensely
ये फर्स्ट कम
accurate
फर्स्ट के बेसिस
timing.
पे है
It was
बेसिकली
so
जो
perfect.
जितने जैसी
I would
पूरी हो
say,
जाएगी टीम्स
if at
वगैरह
all you add
उसके बाद
a
रजिस्टर
bit
नहीं कर
more
पाओगे
bad
वर्ल्ड मोड
timing than this Ling, you're not going to cut it in the
मैं खुद
professional scene,
असम से हूँ
guys.
करो ना भाई
Natalia
असम से
for the win.
तुमको तो एडवांटेज है भाई तुम नॉर्थ
Indeed.
ईस्ट में हो
Besser
तुम
Bus
असम से हो
starting
ना
off very strong with the
तुमको तो
turtle for the
एडवांटेज
skill
तुम
feature
असम
we trust
साइड से
there.
खेलोगे
Trying
भाई
to go in for the bot lane side, but August here playing it passively, knows his limits, does have
बाकी
the
ऑल
level
ओवर
5
इंडिया
there on the go
के दो
ready
स्लॉट है
to
असम का
throw
खुद का एक
woods,
स्लॉट है
and Lord Kaido is also here, but diving a ticker
करो
is
रजिस्टर कम से कम
almost
ट्राई करो
difficult
असम
in
से
this
सिलेक्ट हो जाओ
scenario. As
तुम्हारी अच्छी सी
NBM
टीम
instead
बना लो
rotates over the top lane here, Chip
करो
Follow
ट्राई
being popped up, and
तुम
here
स्टेट लेवल
comes
पे
the
जीत
10
जाओगे ना
Bishop
आई फील लाइक ये
Blades,
लोग कुछ तो
but
देंगे
not gonna
कुछ
find
तो
any. Nom
डिजर्विंग
Nom
है
here
लाइक
diving in,
देंगे तो
very
भाई
aggressive. Edo
जो भी टीम
also once
स्टेट
again,
लेवल वगैरह
and the Daddy
जीतेगी
Catch
तो
is also being released here, and the kill gonna go
उतना ज्यादा
towards
डिटेल
once
वगैरह
the
दिया नहीं
cancelled.
प्राइस पूल का बट
Fredo
है
is in the
कैश
stallions
प्राइस
here
पूल है
praising as Khalid, as
टीम
NBM
बनाओ
falls
एंड रजिस्टर
another
करो खेलो
down once again. 2 kills for Besser Bus as the turtle
मैं
spawns.
अरुणाचल भाई तुम नॉर्थ ईस्ट हो तुम लोग रजिस्टर
Yep.
करो तो
And Harriet
भाई
got
तुम
a bit
नॉर्थ
of the
ईस्ट में
gold
होके
shield
रजिस्टर
from
नहीं
the
कर रहे हो
tower. And again, both the
तुम्हारे
fighters,
लिए तो एडवांटेज है
Lead
ना
and Cho, go for the Thunderbelt. That's intensely questionable, Cho. I
ट्राई
don't
करो
know. For
एटलीस्ट
Cho,
फाइट वगैरह
I
दो
play Cho
थोड़े
and I
स्क्वाड
only
वगैरह का
go
नाम भी हो
damage.
जाएगा
I think I might actually be
कुछ सीख लोगे
controlling,
एटलीस्ट
you know, troll that goes around
तुम्हारे
killing
टीम
people
वगैरह है
with a
तो
one-hit
Yep.
build. But yeah, the team fight in the turtle area is going to start right now.
भाई
Hopefully, I
500
see
500
the
से ज्यादा
lane
टीम्स हैं
stealing the
हर एक
turtle.
टीम ई स्पोर्ट्स वगैरह नहीं
Indeed.
खेलती है
Tigreal
उन
doing
लोग के
good
इतने
job.
मैचेस वगैरह नहीं होते हैं
Oof, and
कईयों ने
they're
ऐसे ही
going to
रजिस्टर
spot it
किया
out.
होगा
Plimps of Blades coming up very early on, and that's the flicker combo by Valentina. Lord Kaido though gets the retribution and the kill
Crazy.
onto us NBM as Khalid gets a double
Jane
kill
को तब
onto
भी मिल गया
Misery
freeze होके
and Devil as the rest of Team Future We Trust falls back. 2 members left, CBD and Edo on the mid lane here. Blue buff also being invaded. Lord Kaido diving into the blue buff and gonna push forwards to the bot lane side here as Nom Nom takes down the turret. Future We Trust not looking that great right now as Besser Bus is about to bust, I guess.
Stream को like कर देना सब लोग
To be fair, their future seems a little bleak right now because that Khalid, the Frito fan, is right there to actually assert the dominance,
ये क्या
even
है?
though the Tigreal
tournament
got
चल रहा है,
that
bro.
Bane. Chip
पृथ्वी.
almost escaping with a sliver, like half
Like
of his
Moba
HP.
Lanes इंडिया
Gets
का
pulled
सबसे
in
बड़ा
with the
टूर्नामेंट
Silver
चल रहा है,
Banner,
नॉर्थ
but
ईस्ट कप करके.
it's all alright because Chip can
इसके
run
डिटेल्स
away
वगैरह मैंने
in
अपने
an instant.
कम्युनिटी पोस्ट में
And
डाले थे.
again, back to that whole team fight. Going to be honest with you, even
तो
though
ये इंडिया
Tigreal
का सबसे
got
बड़ा
in the
टूर्नामेंट है.
implosion onto the Bane, that Khalid
Biggest
engaged
MOBA
with his
tournament
ultimate,
in
just
India.
put that nail in the coffin
512 टीम्स है
for the
शायद,
Ling
500
and
से
the
ऊपर
Harriet,
टीम्स
because
हैं. उनका
honestly,
वो होगा लाइक
that was
कंपटीशन
such a
वगैरह.
well-timed flicker
जो भी
ultimate.
टॉप टीम्स
I
होंगी उनका
cannot
लैन इवेंट होगा.
begin
बेसिकली
to
लोकेशन पे
express
आके
how
गुवाहाटी में
impressed I
मैचेस
am.
होंगे.
Indeed.
Cash
We
prize
might
pool
just
होंगे
see one
लाखों
here
में.
in the top lane side, although Khalid tried to go in. So now the rest of the side,
Khalid का ultimate copy किया Valentina ने.
Besser Bus, yeah, taking control over the top side here. Joe Edo all alone, not surprised here.
सब कुछ clear है
Might
ना
get
voice वगैरह. एक बार मैं
ganked
खुद
on
से
by
भी
the rest
check
of
कर
team
लूँ.
BRB, but trying to go in. Khalid here spotting out in the bush.
Let's
Edo
go.
zoning off. Rest of the team FWT walking forward. Conceal is on play, trying to go in, but the cat's cancelled by the deadly catch, and Khalid also goes for an unorthodox combo there, and instead there's going to be a reverse Reno carded by the rest of the team. FWT has shut down by the Tigre onto that. Jikundo coming in with the Dragon as well. Fishery here getting killed onto Kaido as Polo. Everyone's here. Avengers are ready as the rest of the team BOB backs off forwards. But FWT here getting 2 kills, not going to commit fully after that team fight.
Bro,
Of course not,
देखो
because that
सोलो प्लेयर्स के लिए ना
implosion,
कभी
even
कुछ
though it was
होता नहीं
cancelled
है.
by the deadly catch, it
पृथ्वी
was
लाइक
a
जितने
nail
भी
in the
बड़े टूर्नामेंट
coffin
होते हैं ना,
for
तुम
the
पबजी
Bane.
ले लो,
Chip
इसको ले लो,
goes
ये सब
he's
मल्टीप्लेयर
always
गेम्स हैं.
down. He goes
तुम्हारी
down
टीम होना
for the
इंपॉर्टेंट
count.
होता है.
Insane gameplay from Ling
सोलो
and
के लिए
Harriet,
ये छोटे मोटे
chasing
लोकल
him
टूर्नामेंट करा
with
सकते हैं
all
1-on-1,
those
बट लाइक तुम्हें
dashes.
इन दी एंड
Chip had
टीम
no
बनानी
chance
पड़ेगी
even if
अपनी.
he had to run. Would they
इस
be
गेम
able
में
to
तुम्हें
beat
आगे
the
बढ़ने और टीम
turtle
बनानी
this
पड़ेगी
time?
उनको.
Because they have lost 2
तुम्हें टूर्नामेंट
turtles
अगर पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं
in
ना,
this match.
एक अच्छी सी 5-man टीम बनाओ
coming in perfectly
and try
landed
करो
with a combo
competitive
as well
खेलो
as
खेलो
the
वगैरह.
blades dropped in with the clean, but the rest of the team FWT here not be able to fully commit. NBM does get the kill on the 777 though. However, 2 kills forwards, 2 wires get cancelled. This Khalid is quite a menace to FWT as he's able to. He's just so tanky and he just does so much damage.
तुम्हारी
It was
कोई
a
टीम है?
2 for 3.
अरे मैं कैजुअल
was
प्लेयर
such
हूँ
a-
भाई, तुम
okay.
मेरा क्या.
It was such a good team fight.
मैं
was
छोड़
trying
चुका हूँ
to
कब से
keep
ना,
up.
लाइक मैं
I did
सीरियस
keep up,
वैसे
but it was so
छोड़ चुका हूँ. लाइक मैं
interesting
ऐसे ही
not to
खेलता हूँ
actually
अकेले.
see
लाइक मैं
it.
कंटेंट
The
वगैरह
fact
बनाता
that
हूँ.
Ling almost escaped from
I'm
the
not
Argus. I wanted
interested
the
in
Argus to
playing
get that kill,
tournament
but he
anymore.
got the assist because Khalid wanted
मैं
that
टूर्नामेंट
triple
खेलना
kill,
कब का छोड़ चुका
and he
हूँ.
got the triple kill. So kicking him into the
Oh
tower
my.
with the way of the dragon,
Yeah.
Khalid has no chance to escape
Clean.
that. Gets caught with
मैंने खेले हैं भाई ऑलरेडी. मैंने काफी टूर्नामेंट वगैरह खेले हैं.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
वैसे
How do you
कैश
expect-
प्राइस पूल वगैरह उतना
How
तो
do
नहीं
you
जीता
expect
है
to be
मैंने,
caught without
बट
a
या
flicker on the
मैंने
show?
वैसे लिए स्किन्स वगैरह
Well,
ही किए हैं.
slightly underestimated.
वही
maybe.
मिलता है गेम
I
वगैरह
don't
में.
know, caught in the middle of nowhere here. 4 members of BOB
But मैं अब
ready
छोड़
here
चुका
for
हूँ
the
सब
event.
चीज़ें.
Deadly catch though, not going to be landing. Instead, turret's going to be prioritized. No, does finish it off
अब
with the
थोड़ा
deadly catch
content
as well.
creation पे ही मैं आ
There,
गया.
FWT here going for a split instead. 3
करो तुम लोग
more
participate करो.
composition. Harriet here in the mid lane and was Ling does get the ball into it though. Lord Kaido is zoning off, trying to go
ऐसे
for a
ऐसे
trigger,
काफी tournaments
perhaps
होते
now
रहते हैं,
getting
पता है?
Belito in this case. And the rest of the members
एटलीस्ट
here
तुम
looking for an engage
डिसेंट या लाइक थोड़ा बहुत
possibly. Might
एक्सपीरियंस
just
भी
go
इकट्ठा
on to
करोगे
the
ना,
ship,
ये सब
no,
मैचेस
gonna
खेल
dashing
करके
out
तुम्हें
quite
आइडिया
in an
रहेगा कि मतलब
instance
किस किस
there.
तरह की टीम
CB
आती है,
not
किस
really
किस
fully
तरह पे
committing. Does
कोई
look
एक
for the
ओपी
big
लाइनअप बना लो
implosion.
अपना.
Perhaps
सीखो कैसे क्या.
might just be catching Cho here. Doesn't go for it. And the rest
Hello,
of team
Claudine, welcome
FWT
back.
trying
Yeah.
to go in. No, Lord is going to be spawning in a matter of few seconds.
मैं तो रैंक
Well,
पुश
from
करने
a
पूछ रहा था.
19,000 to 15,000 gold difference, they actually caught up, and it's just a 1,000
तुम्हारी
gold
कोई
difference.
टीम है.
The team on the red side, I'm
सही
actually
है
rooting for
भाई.
you.
मेरे
Try
को लगा
a
तुम
little
भी
bit
टूर्नामेंट रजिस्टर
more
वगैरह कर रहे
into
हो.
that team fights. The
अच्छा है.
Valentina has so much value. I would say he's bringing in the value.
अरे वैसे
without
ये
any
कौन सी
shadow of
स्किन है?
a
मैं
doubt.
इतनी देर से सोच
But
रहा हूँ.
there is
लाइक ये
also that tower
बेन की
difference.
ब्लैक स्किन कैसे
Yeah,
है?
Argus
but
barely
ये स्टारलाइट है क्या?
with that demonic arm, he
मैंने
barely
मैंने मैंने
escapes
कैसे नहीं
that
देख रही बेन की
implosion
ब्लैक
combo
स्किन.
from
शायद
that three
स्टारलाइट स्किन है.
people.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Black coat
Even
में
if
हो.
the pushing is going on, Bane can't really do much.
कौन
He
से
gets
skin है?
NBM here trying to go in and gets the kill. A lot of damage coming in. 3 members committed fully to
Star Wars
FWT here. Khalid trying to get a trade off, but it's a bit too
Bane-
late.
Bane
Just
की
might
black
get
coat
caught
में
in the
skin.
stray bullet. The rest of members
Painted है शायद.
FWT
Painted
trying
कौन
to
सी है
go
भाई Bane
in
की?
perhaps 5v4 right now. Turtle spawning in. Rest of the members
Argus
of
be like,
BOB
तू मेरा cape चुरा के आ गया भाई.
be the first one to
Star
scout
Wars
it
Star
out,
Wars
trying
skin
to
तो
go
उसकी है.
and get the roll
Argus
but
की है.
flickers out.
अरे आज
It's gonna
Star
be
Wars तो
alone
Argus की scene है.
here,
Bane
trying
Bane
to
देखो ना Bane.
deal a bit of damage with the
उनका
chrono
jungler.
dash is Harriet there.
वो भी black coat में.
Smartful still active.
Hello, Merciful.
Let's destroy the
Welcome back.
portal. Rest of the members of BOB here trying to re-engage perhaps. Never mind. 3 of them are present. August though gonna go for a split
Valentina
push in this
Khalid का ultimate
scenario.
copy रख रही है.
Khalid is struggling a little bit. A lot of cultural abilities coming in, and NBM gonna shred him down. There comes the Tempest of Blades. Aurora passive gonna be proccing in, but gets taken down once again. As Lord Kaido being the only frontliner here. Chip trying to provide a bit of support. Definitely does go down to that case, but NBM finish off Lord Kaido. It's only the Chip left, and NBM trying to go for damage. No, never mind. Goes back for healing up forwards. Nom is here with the re-engage for BOB, and it's only a Tigreal tries to go in. Nomnos does still have the ultimate intact and gonna get a retribution. No, not being committed. It's still in the cooldown. Does get the wait. He doesn't get the red buff. Oh,
अरे
damage from that retribution. Like when you pick retribution, every
उसको तब भी मिल गया buff, red buff.
you get
जाने के बावजूद.
that you hit. That is what got the Ling
Overtime
the red
damage.
buff, even though Argus and Chip
Ling
were
को उसका मिल
actually
गया.
breaking
ये लोग
into
चुरा
his
लेंगे.
home, taking the red buff as hostage. But then again, we can all see
डिगी वहाँ गड्ढों को पोक कर रहा है.
I'm
वहाँ
gonna
से
be
टीम
honest
मर
with you,
गई.
had such a bad time in that fight, the fight before, where he got caught in the frigid glacier in the Zaman Force. But then, too, the deadly catch from the other side, he couldn't do anything. I felt so bad for him.
Nice.
Now they've caught up in terms of farm, and they have a 200 gold lead. If you're
and the
hoping
CBD trying to go in here. Let's go with the flicker implosion effect. That's what the frigid glacier. Misery getting the revenge kill onto triple seven there with Dragon Bottom dropped out on towards the Khalid, but he flickers out of danger here. As August no
red coat में
he has to push back. 2 members of BOB here present. Kaido trying to finish off the Harriet, and it's going to be successful in doing so.
Game में आगे check करूँ मैं.
2 for 2. Both members ready.
Bane को मैंने red coat में नहीं
but it's just going to be NBM 4 side FWT. Once again, dashes up forward, tries to finish him off, but the mobility from the Ling allows him to escape. So Lord going to be started off the by your side of UAB here. Enhanced Lord might add retribution. Not going to be ready yet to be rushed for this Lord. Edo here being chunked down a little bit. Does use the flicker to try to connect, but not going to find anything. NBM also. Kaido here with the deadly catch. Lord with the 1 bar HP. Implosion coming in with the Tempest of Blaze. NBM is going to finish off the Lord as shut down though. As BOB gets 3 kills in the process.
अच्छा सीजन 24 फर्स्ट रिचार्ज स्किन है तभी नहीं देखने को नहीं मिलती है तो ये फर्स्ट रिचार्ज स्किन है ये बेन की elite skin है फर्स्ट रिचार्ज स्किन है अच्छी स्किन है यार आर्गस को तो भाई लग रहा है भाई आर्गस रॉजर का
Do you think everyone's gonna come in?
Perhaps no. I mean, they are already present in that case. But I believe that was a bit of an aggression to sort of get misery in that case. But Devi here being chunked down a little bit. Turret going to be taken down by Lord Kaido there. POB. Rest members still present on the aggression. Has to clear out these enhanced minions for both sides. As Khalid here instead goes for a top lane push. Not be answered by FWT. Most of them are present in the bot lane. They're going to be rotating off early on. Conceal, I think, still in cooldown here. Tigreal trying to go in there. Flicker, ready. Conceal impact. But the Deadly Catch pushes him back forwards. Tigreal trying to go in, but so low in HP. Has to force the Flicker here to escape. As the Frigid Glacier does come out. Show also trying to find a pick somewhere else, but not going to be connecting. As both members here are just tussling, just trading off skills for skills, and there's not really any kills happening.
To be fair, I would expect the Balance United to copy the Deadly Catch. Now,
a real man never hiding
onto the magic side, by the way, just so people don't realize how dangerous that is as a magic damage build just decimates teams. Imagine
Real man
a
क्या
Valentina just popping
game ही
her
वही है.
ultimate that is a deadly catch copied. I am you copying the deadly
Lolita
catch
ult 4
and then
players turn
coming
for 3
in
seconds.
with de-engage on the no, not Valentina, the Aurora.
Yeah.
That will be an
वेट कर रहा है
instant
बुश में कैम करने का वेट कर रहा है किसी को गैंग वैंग कर रहा
Indeed,
है.
especially since most of the members
Guard
of
at bottom.
FWT here are going to be struggling a lot, though. Never mind, Implosion coming in. 2 members being caught here. Virus as normal gets clean off the board, though. The flicker with Dragon not going to commit it fully, though. No, she's got the Implosion through Glaciers coming in.
Bane को
Low
लेने का
solo
try
on
कर रहा है.
HP and BM does get a
दो
double
लोगों को
kill
pick off
over that
किया इन लोगों
trade.
ने.
Paul also still present, but it's just got 777 and Venzier left as Venzier is lost and going to be taken down by Misery to the healthcare center as FWT here getting a clean 4-0 trade-off.
That was hard to watch. I'm gonna be honest with you. Argus didn't even have time to actually, pop his ultimate. The Eternal Eagle was not even used in that team fight. But because of that 4-0, they actually are able to take down 2 of the mid lane towers with ease, absolute ease. Aurora popping that complete freeze onto the Tigreal, hoping maybe Tigreal actually would get caught by the Argus, but nope, that's not gonna happen.
Yep, BOB here trying to stall off some engages has to maybe focus on these crucial damage dealers. Instead, slightly difficult with Edo being there and BM there.
First time Argus का tournament में देखा रहा हूँ.
Kaido being called off there. Gonna have an
मैंने अपने
implosion
tournament में देखा था
on 2
Argus
members
को.
of BLB here. Link trying to go in with the canvas of blades. Not gonna find a dash though. ZZZ still alive. Never mind. Gets taken down. Killing spree for him. Double Kaido as well taken down. But that's a revenge trade of Virus still in the front lines trying to survive with Nom Nom dealing with damage.
At least
on the
Argus
Devi
speed नहीं
as
कर रहा.
he does get a trade off. And it's just CBD left. Chip
ठीक है, ये लोग
cancelling
जीत
out
सकते हैं,
the
लोग जीत
recall.
सकते
And
हैं.
this has been happening again and
Looting का
again.
chance
Future
है.
WT here not being able to close it up. And instead, CBD has to force to be back as the Lord is pushing down the mid lane turret, though if they're not on time, could be in a bit of trouble. No, Minion's going to be spawning in perhaps here. Nom Nom is here with the clearance, trying to chuck it down, and we'll be able to do so. That's another Luminous Lord. Can't waste what's our future we
Okay.
trust.
मैं भी कुछ
Luminous
videos
Lord,
वगैरह
I don't
record
think
कर रहा
has
हूँ
any
बस.
value. He's just going down
Shots वगैरह
without
अपना.
even pushing 1 tower. I don't think the red team should actually be taking Luminous Lord because the moment that they actually took Luminous Lord, Lane's buff might get stolen. But no, he has to pop in the Retribution to secure it. That was a good move. Khalid gets caught off guard by the Harriet Zaman Force. Could not do anything with the Sand Veil. Was totally wasted.
I got lot
That's
of
all
clips.
right because in the end of the
या
day,
मेरी clips ना कब से
people are
छूट
there
रही है
to
बता.
defend, and all of them have insane
भर
ultimates.
भर के.
Tigreal doesn't have flicker. His flicker is on cooldown, so there's not going to be an insane, game-changing game ultimate from his side. But that's okay because they're able to pick off 1 tower by a 1. That's all in the match's plan. It's all going according to plan.
चली गई भाई और वो वाली clip भी
is in
चली
trouble.
गई.
Benji here, yeah,
Very
stuck
clip
a little
charge
bit. NBM going to take him
अपने आप
down
delete
there.
होते रहती
4
है वहाँ पे.
members of FWT there present perfectly. It's just 2 of them left here. 3
अरे
members
मेरी मिस हो
of
रही है बता. अभी
Team
अभी
BOB
वापस करता हूँ
trying
ठीक
to
है.
defend this
थोड़ा mic
turrets
off
and
करके मैं अभी record
inhibitors.
करता हूँ
Only
जल्दी से.
1% left there. Lord is going to be spawning in for stat. There are 4 members. Trying to go for engage, possibly, denying some space here in the jungle. Lord is going to be spawning in. They do have some time. I think it's a little bit stale right now. Edo there, trying to reinforce onto us with Argus here. Nom Nom has to force back and dash out of the dangerous situation. Misery, they're going to clean up the turret. All inhibitors gone for the side of BOB.
It was such a one-sided match in the starting. The team that did the best is now on the losing side. Right now, the blue buff has been taken and the little creep has been left behind so that it doesn't reset. Bane is having a hard time because of how good they're all playing. I'm not gonna lie, all the towers. I expected the team to be able to completely decimate the red side's map. I thought the red side would not have any towers because the advantage of towers. Wait, they had 6 towers, while the enemy team, the red team, had
unfortunate for Vince. He is caught in the middle of nowhere. Mortality also being used. But it's just 5 members of FWT present there. Deadly Catch also committed. And then there's the Wave of the Dragon there. Kicks Bane off in the back line. And Misery finish off the kill here. And August still alive, but not be able to damage or survive in that series. Tries to dash us out, but not going to be finding that. Misery here cleaning up shop, where the cockroach abilities from Edo just being landed perfectly on point. NBM is here with the re-engage, trying to do a bit of damage on the turret here. 777 as well, but the Chiku no flaker causes disruptions just enough for the rest of the FWT to get double kills here onto Virus as the inhibitor gets destroyed, and Future We Trust will be moving on to the next phase of the tournament.
To be fair, that was such an exciting match. I was hoping that the Argus was winning. I
Hello,
can't lie.
Amitesh
I
Roy, welcome back,
wanted
bro.
BOB to actually
मैं भी
do
रिकॉर्ड वगैरह
something,
कर रहा हूँ
but
बेस्ट और
it's
बर्स्ट
alright.
इन फ्यूचर वी
Because
ट्रस्ट
at the end of the day, winners will be winners, and well, Arguses will be Arguses. Tears running down my face, but it's all right.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. But indeed, that was quite a turn of events there. BOB taking the early game snowball, as you did mention earlier, but they didn't do anything with that phase.
Hello, Abhijit,
especially,
welcome back, bro.
since you do struggle a lot. You have the crowd control
मैं जस्ट अपना थोड़ा बहुत
with
गेम
the
प्ले रिकॉर्ड वगैरह कर लेता हूँ,
Glacier
उसके बाद
against
ना
Deadly
बीच में मैच
Catch.
लगा लूंगा
Even
अपना भी.
Chip Sportal here sometimes works in those scenarios, but it's the damage
क्या बात है
dealers
जरा?
here for the early
मैं बढ़िया, तुम
game
कैसे हो?
aren't that quite precedent, as they have the chose crowd control abilities, and the Tigris Sacred Hammer or Implosion just was too much for the side of BOB to handle, especially in those grouped up team fights here, where the advantage is towards Future We Trust, at least in the surprise effect with the flickers. But yeah, unfortunately, BOB taking loss on that round there. Looking a bit on the stats and itemization here for both teams. For that, though, PG's waiting for us, guys. He's back here, and yeah, we'll have to take a look at that together. PG, how do you like them, and how do you enjoy the match?
कौन सा Q&A स्ट्रीम चल रहा?
PG, your audio.
Am I audible right now?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
मैं
So
देखूंगा,
that
इसके बाद
was
देखूंगा.
quite an exciting match, I have to say, because the chip that Argus and in future
Hello,
we
Clash
trust,
of
they
Clans, welcome
actually
back, bro.
managed to pick up the aggression to themselves. That was the biggest thing that they actually shown us into this match.
Indeed.
मैं अपना
there's
गेम प्ले
engages
रिकॉर्ड
here,
कर रहा हूँ.
perfect implosions with the flicker. Especially, Chip got caught
मैं
off
stream से
so
कर
many
दूंगा.
times in those important team fights. The frontliner being majority the Chip, just, it was too much for BOB to handle, it always being down one man. I think August in a lot of scenarios did go for a split push instead of those team fights, which did cause a lot of problems later on. So,
To be fair, I would say the only counter to a Tigreal would either
मिले ही ना अभी तक क्लिप.
would be either a Diggy or an Akai. Because I've seen dads and sons play Akai and completely make Tigreal like, I can't even imagine Akai being a hero that could actually completely make Tigreal useless, because Tigreal is the only hero with the CC, the crowd control ability, rated by Mobile Legends as a complete 10.
yep.
Now that's a complete 10, guys. Complete 10. He has all skill CC. He was completely negated, completely turned useless by an Akai. Come on, guys, you gotta try Akai.
Indeed, very much agreed. But yeah, I think that'll be all for the first game of today here in the Northeast Cup there. It was Best or Bust versus Future We Trust. And representing the state of Megalia, Future We Trust moving on to the next round. And I think we have more matches to come in the following timeline. But yep, we'll probably be back after a short break. But you have anything to say, guys, before we go?
ये टूर्नामेंट है ब्रो, टूर्नामेंट रीस्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ.
Exciting
मैं
match.
गेम खेलूंगा अभी.
But
थोड़ा
there's
वेट.
gonna be more exciting matches coming right up after this
Indeed.
short break. Ray, how
Oh,
about
wait,
you?
hang on. Download the Mobile Legends 5v5. That's it. Download the game, guys. as well as registration slots for the tournament are still open. We just had to put that there. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll be right back after a short break, as Crux mentioned.
चलो ठीक है, मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है। ब्रेक में थोड़ा ना खेलूंगा गेम वगैरह। मेरे को अभी टूर्नामेंट भी रीस्ट्रीम करना है करके। ये इंडिया का सबसे बड़ा टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है मोबा लेंस का, नॉर्थ ईस्ट कप करके। मैं बीच में माइक को ऑफ कर रहा हूँ दिया, लाइक मैं ना वो कर रहा हूँ, अपने रिकॉर्डिंग वगैरह सेव कर रहा हूँ मैं, वरना मेरी इसे डिलीट हो रही है बार बार। मैं जितनी पुरानी गेम प्ले थे मेरे खो गए, तो मैं वही सब कलेक्ट कर रहा हूँ अभी। भाई अविनाश में से चाहो। अच्छा ये वाला वो लेट है फिर। मेरी अभी आवाज़ आ रही है क्या? मेरी अभी तो आवाज़ आ रही है ना? अभी तो मैंने माइक ऑन किया। हेलो, ठीक है, मेरी आवाज़ परफेक्ट है ना? तो अभी मेरे को बस 10 मिनट लगेंगे शायद, सारे 10-15 मिनट सारे क्लिप्स कलेक्ट करने में। एंड ये मैच स्टार्ट रहेगा, उसके नेक्स्ट मैच से थोड़ा गेम खेलते हैं साथ में। लैंस वाला गेम उन लोगों के साथ मोई मोई हो गया। काफ़ी लेट मिला था इसमें मिनियक साज में तो। चलेगी भाई ऐसे ही, शायद 15 दिन 15 डेज स्ट्रीम है ऐसे। रिक्वायरमेंट टू ज्वाइन योर क्लान, मिथिकल ग्लोरी होनी चाहिए। लाइक मैं इमॉर्टल पुश करूँगा, शायद इमॉर्टल भी रख दूँ, ग्लोरी प्लेयर एंड रोल्स वगैरह भी मेरे को देखने पड़ेंगे क्या हीरो वगैरह खेलता हूँ। पता नहीं, तुम मेरे फ्रेंड लिस्ट में हो, लाइक मैं ले रहा हूँ जो मेरे फ्रेंड लिस्ट में है, जिनके साथ मैं खेलता हूँ करके उनको वगैरह। ठीक है, तो ये वाला भी रिकॉर्ड करता हूँ, इसका भी रिकॉर्डिंग ऑन करता हूँ। 4 ही हैं। शॉर्ट्स के लिए क्लिप्स कर रहा हूँ अभी ना, रिकॉर्ड। मिला नहीं वी नीड फाइटर इन आवर टीम। देखते हैं, चले यार कोई। ठीक है, एक और क्लिप हो गया। 2 गेम प्ले हो गए, बाकी मेरे पुराने डिलीट हो गए, मेरे को 2 और रिकॉर्ड करना है। फिर मैं अपना फ़ोन कनेक्ट कर लेता हूँ पीसी से। तो अब ये वाले मैच में मैं अल्फ़ा खेल रहा था। अल्फ़ा से वो ट्रिपल क्लच। नाइस। हेलो आसरा, वेलकम बैक। मेरे को बॉट सबको भी सेटअप करना है। इसको और सेटअप करना है, लाइक मेरे को अभी उतना टाइम वगैरह नहीं मिल रहा। आज तो मेरे को रूम वगैरह भी और थोड़ा और क्लीन करना है, लाइक ना सफाई करने की बहुत टैल गया मेरा रूम वगैरह। काफ़ी काफ़ी काम वगैरह भी है। ये स्ट्रीम के बाद खेलना है क्या? एक बार मैं बीच में ही करता हूँ। मेरे को एक क्लिप वो देखना है अल्फा से, इसके लिए मैंने रिकॉर्डिंग सेव की थी। हाँ हाँ
Hey
हाँ
guys,
हाँ, आने
welcome
वाला है।
back to another exciting match. We told you we would be back. We are back with the Northeast Cup, and it's round two, day two, round one, match number two. It's going to be versus RRE Zohunt onto the blue side and Kaizoku onto the right side. The red team is going to be Kaizoku. We're going to see some One Piece action here, guys. Get ready for some exciting Zoro gameplay. And we have on the caster desk the magnanimous, the most amazing Linville. With him, we have the most amazing caster I've actually met, Ichi. Welcome, guys.
Thank you very much, Crux, for the info. And yep, ladies and gentlemen, it is the round one of the second match of the day. We did see the first match there, and it was quite the change in pace with the comeback here, there done by Future We Trust. And hopefully, we do have it's quite interesting match up against here today with Oi Zohan versus Kizuku, and both representing the state of Mizoram, which, you know, if been quite famous
कल
and
बैटल
famous in
नाइट
this,
के स्ट्रीम
it's
में
either
कुछ
the
हुआ
best
था,
or the worst. But today,
कोई पसंद
hopefully,
नहीं कर
it's gonna
रहे
be
थे।
the best. But yeah, peachy.
ऐसा क्या?
And to remind you guys, each of the states will be representing one team and they will be qualified for a land tournament that will be held in Assam. With that, I am kind of excited to see the matches because it is Zohan. They are one of the top squads in India right now, but slowly they are climbing up and they are kind of actually securing that spot as well. So that is where
लास्ट
these
बैलमेंट
other
फैन वाली
big
क्लिप।
squads are actually
बाकी मेरी पुरानी डिलीट
participating.
हो गई है, मेरे को
With
ढूंढना
that, I
पड़ेगा।
am truly excited. Crux.
कभी
To be
शॉर्ट्स वगैरह
fair,
बनाने
I'm
हैं
going to
तो
be excited for this match.
कंटेंट
I
वगैरह
want
बनाऊंगा, लाइक मैं इस
all of
हफ्ते
this
काफ़ी
to
मैं
just
कंटेंट
be
बना अगर
like
सोच रहा हूँ मैं बना लूँ,
everything that I've
मेरे को
actually
बाद में टाइम
expected
नहीं
from
मिलेगा,
Mizoram players because I've played
एंड
with
में फिर
Mizoram
अपलोड करता
players
हूँ
and
धीरे
they're
धीरे।
amazing. Absolutely amazing. I don't know where that meme comes from where they're like, you're Mizo. No, hell no. Guys, do not do that because I have played against them. I can't tell you. I can't begin to tell you how depressed I feel after playing with them. And man, imagine playing against like
या
a
कल का
really
बैलमेंट
good
फैन गेम प्ले।
like Mizo
Indeed.
savior.
Yep.
Oh my god, I'm getting PTSD again. Oh.
But yeah, I think we'll probably be interested to see what they have in store for us here. As they mentioned, Crux here, quite high expectations here coming in. But we will be going on to the draft now and see what they have in store for us. But yeah, so far, it is going to be quite interesting to see.
वो गेम प्ले के लिए मतलब
Okay, so we're into the draft here. Bans already coming in. 2 bans done from both sides here. Zohan banning off the Kufra as well as the Alice in this case, but from the side of Kizoku. Banning off the Ling here, quite good expectations, especially in Kufra is a hero who does cancel out a lot of dashes, namely the Harriet and the Ling, who has been quite infamous so far in the tourney. So it's quite understandable. Kizoku is still with the bans here. A lot of XP laners still open in the meta right now, and even the gold laners here with the magic burst dealers, namely the Lunox here, which is quite relevant in a lot of teams. In this case, it's going to be a fan
ये वाले ले बोल रहे हो क्या लाइव स्ट्रीम में
quite a lot of target bans here done by Kizoku.
Definitely, Linwell. They made sure to actually read their enemies, which is highly commendable because not all the teams do this. So I'm really excited to see what they have. On the other hand, definitely the assassins are getting banned. They both are just like getting those respect bans in.
Yep, indeed. Very strong bans here coming in from both sides. And Zorohand also does know the relevant metas heroes in the game here, with the Phovius getting banned off. Very strong damage dealer and frontliner for both teams. But okay, Kizoku, surprising Sax ban coming up forwards. But this is going to allow Hanny Pam to go for that easy high-lows here in the early game. And this could be an XP high-lows, this could be a Rom high-lows. Pretty tanky, pretty relevant, pretty strong, and a huge force to be reckoned with, especially if Kizoku is not ready for it.
You know, Linville, look at that. The first bans are already in Team Zohunt. Oh, without wasting any time, they picked up a high loss. That means they will be trading out 2 of the possible good heroes. Look at that. They are just not wasting any time. The Aurora is coming in. And a Suyu, possibly. I'm really liking that Suyu pick. And I think that is a good trade against high lows. Don't you think so, Linville?
Yeah, but it looks like it's going to be a Gato catcher instead. Chiro here locking in the Gato. And with the Revitalize to be added, super toxic with our very strong setup here from Kizoku, especially a lot of crowd control abilities. You're going to be available for any place in the team fight with the Gathold. And Aurora is just Aurora in general. Just so much crowd control abilities in the hand, especially against close to mid-rangers here, which we currently have the high-lows as well as the Edith currently being hovered. Could be a little bit relevant onto the Iridial, but Iridial, oh, that's quite rare. No, never mind. Jonathan gonna lock in the Lunox.
Okay, these are some strong picks coming, and look at that. From the side of Team Zohunt right now, they picked up every kind of versatile heroes possible.
Thanks, bro.
Played into the gold or maybe to the mid lane, the Edith onto the EXP lane, or maybe the marksman lane as well. So these are the heroes that they are kind of prioritizing right now. That means they do have the high potential. They are in the meta and they are dominating. So these kind of picks are actually expected from these kind of top squads in India. Linwell, with that,
yeah, अभी हम बोल रहा हूँ मैं ना वीडियो रिकॉर्ड कर रहा था इससे
the high lows is going into the room. Am I right about that, Linwell?
Indeed.
Phone connect karunga basically.
That's going to be quite the powerful menace here. Got Totoro there with the Franco.
98% phone में storage बढ़ गई है.
Am I interested for a Franco game once again?
And
you add the Aurora also in this scenario. It's just going to be quite toxic here with alongside the name as well. But the bans there going to be missed out here by the side of the red team. Kizoku might be having a little bit of internet issues, or maybe is this a strategy? I don't know. Suryo, though, going to be banned off by Zohan here. He is a huge force to be reckoned with. You know, you don't want to deal with
काफी
Suryo
काफी ज्यादा
alongside
वीडियोस वगैरह हो
all
गई है मेरे
of
का
these huge crowd control heroes, which the current Kizoku has. The bans that are going to be coming in, and Moskov also as well. But here, Zohan possibly could go for a jungle ban in this case. Hayabusa is still open alongside the Bane, or even, you know, the X-Boar could be a quite menace towards this Hylers. So, well, either one of those heroes, maybe even the Nolan. No, never mind. Nolan might not be there, but no, Carry, okay, that is quite a force to be reckoned with.
A Nolan pick, the RRE Zohan might able to pick it up because I quite think that it could fit into the team comp as their jungler.
ठीक है
There's this Aurora who can actually freeze you,
फोन में
but
नहीं डाल सकता
if
ना
he's
दिया
able to dodge
मैं
that, I
लैपटॉप
think
के लिए
he
लिया
got
तो
that.
मैं 1
But
टेराबाइट
on
लिया
the
है
other
मैंने
hand, there is this
मैं लैपटॉप
Franco
में
as
डाला
well.
करूंगा चीजें
Franco with the hard bloody hunt and the Iron Hook as well. That there is this kind of possibilities that one man pickup is always there from the side of team Kizoku right now.
Indeed. And yeah, as you mentioned, it is quite relevant, especially since, you know, you can get that level advantage with the Nolan. But against Totoro here, a Franco, we
क्या
did
हो
see
गया ब्रो
yesterday one
कुछ
of
कुछ
the teams
बोल भी
pick
नहीं
up a
रहा है
Franco
ओके बाय
against the
गाइस
Nolan
कल
and
अगर
was just a huge menace in
कल तक
jungle.
ऑनलाइन नहीं
Which
आया
this
तो
case, you
समझ
know,
जाना
can be answered by the Hylos and
डैम
the Lunox. But, oh, is it a Yushin ship? No, never mind. It's a
ऑल द बेस्ट ब्रो
Hayabusa. Okay, that Loopy's guys here can lock in the Hayabusa with Prime on the 1-1 here. This is going to be quite an interesting matchup with Mila Toymoy here with the Alpha alongside Wind does hover over the Ixia. There are a lot of potential heroes to be picked. There has to be quite the target pick against this 1-1 because, you know, a snowballing 1-1
क्या वो
is just
एग्जाम
going
चल रहे
to
क्या
wreck
तुम्हारे
your
अभी
game, even if you have Franco.
Definitely, Leonel. For a few seconds, I think Loopsy guys actually had our hopes high that he would be going with the YSS spec, but looks like the Hayabusa will be coming into the play from the side of Team RRE Zohan. On the
चलो
other
ठीक है
hand, I have to commend that pick of the Bruno. Bruno against a Hayabusa, you had the last pick. You're looking
लुका
at your
ड्रैकुला
enemies
स्किन
as
कैसा
well.
है
You have a
मेरे
Walmart
लिए तो वन ऑफ द
against you.
ओल्ड
Is this the
स्टारलाइट में से
right pick,
बेस्ट है वो
Linville?
मेरे को पसंद है वो ड्रैकुला स्किन
Oh yeah, maybe I'd say
टू
in
बी
the early
ऑनेस्ट मैं
game
उसको
it
लाइट
do
बॉर्न के
lack a
इक्विवेलेंट
little
रखूंगा
bit of
लुक
diff
आर्ट की ना वो
damage
ड्रैकुला स्किन को मैं लाइट बॉर्न के इक्विवेलेंट
Kizoku
रखूंगा
here lacking in that section. So most
थोड़ी
of the
बहुत
team
अपोजिट
fights
वाइब देख
might be
लिया उसी के
oriented towards the goal lane side, and you
है
know you
काफी
have
अच्छी है
to
वो
have
रेड
that
रेड एंड
advantage
ब्लैक कलर में
against the 1-1. Bruno might be able to shut it down in the early game, mid to late,
शायद लाइट बॉर्न
possibly
से मैं
too
वो
short
ज्यादा
that he
खेलना
doesn't have the win of
ज्यादा
nature.
पसंद
But in
करूंगा
this
उस स्किन
case,
से
though, it is
मेरे पे
quite
दोनों
a
है ना
fair matchup. But
मेरे
before
को
we go
ड्रैकुला
in,
ज्यादा पसंद आती है
PG, which
मेरे पे लाइट बॉर्न थी मैं
lineup
उसको
do you
लिया तब भी
think are you going to be favoring at least for this game?
I am favoring towards Team
ठीक है ब्रो
RRE Zohan this time because they have the high laws,
अरे
they
मैं
have
अभी
the
पता है एक और गलती
one,
करने
but
आ रहा था मैं अपना
maybe
फोन
not
रीस्टार्ट
so
करने वाला
into
था
the early game. We might not see a lot
ये
of
स्ट्रीम वापस
action
बंद
coming
हो
in,
जाएगी
but those pickups right there, I
क्यों
think
भूल
this is
जाता हूँ
going to
भाई
be exciting, Linwell.
बार बार
Indeed, the potential for RE Zohan here is quite strong, especially, you know, both teams, they do have these bulky
Okay,
frontliners here with the high lows as well, the Gado
Counts thing.
Gacha, both revitalize. So a lot of team fights are going to be happening, at least in the third lane scenario.
Okay, phone
But we
crash
are
वाली
on
बात।
to the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams marching down their lanes. And before we go on forward, don't forget to download the game Mobile Legends for U5 if you want to participate in the tournament, which, by the way, registrations are still open and we have some slots here for the tourney. If you want to participate, 2 phases of the tournament here. But, yep. Buffs there, going to be started off by both teams. On the red side here, blue buff, purple buff, Hayabusa are going to start with the orange buff. Most of them going to meet up in the goal lane side. High-lows Jonathan trying to force out the retribution perhaps
हिंदी
very early
कास्टिंग
on.
है क्या
Super Toxic
हिंदी
still
कास्टिंग नहीं
hovering
है
over
ब्रो
that. Not, I think lagging a
मेरे
little
को
bit
यही
maybe in
दिया
that
अभी है
case.
ना अपना
Prime
फोन
is
कनेक्ट
going
कर
on with
लूँ एक
aggression.
बार
Totoro trying to answer back and force. Hook maybe perhaps not going to be landed though. Iron Hook going to be missing. Honeypa here with the engage. Not going to be finding anyone.
बैकग्राउंड में
Forced to go
चलाते
back
हैं
here. Invades though, coming in very strong here by Jonathan from the side of RE Johan. It's just denying Toymoy all of his early game space here. Hook also not going to be landed, unfortunately. Retribution, not going to be used here. No, never mind, doesn't have it, but able to take the red buff. Secure. Perfect.
ठीक है मेरा ये भी रेडी है देख लो
The high lord
क्या लगता है कौन सी
is
टीम जीतेगी
so
ब्लू बेटर लग रही है मैं रेड
content.
बेटर लग
Look
रही
at
है
him. He's just going in with the ring of punishment. He's so
Ooh.
aggressive, but looks like the first blood
Yeah.
almost there.
नाइस एलू कार्ड की
And
अच्छी है
they go
वहाँ
with
पे
Aurora,
एलू
picking
कार्ड
up
की
the
अच्छी है
first blood. It was an over aggression coming in from Team RRE.
बट अगर कभी तुम्हें लाइट बॉन मिल जाए
because,
तो
once you
दोनों मेरे लिए
actually
इक्विवेलेंट ही
trying
है
to bait out that retribution, he should have backed off, but I think that
और
was
हाँ
just not the
रॉजर का
play
बेटर है
that
आई फील
Team RRE zone
रॉजर
had
की भी
wanted to
अच्छी है
show,
रॉजर की शायद
but looks
बेटर है
like we got it. But on the other hand, the turtle will be spawning up. Right now, there is some kind of lead onto the side of Team
मॉस्को की उतनी अच्छी
Kaizikor
नहीं है
already.
मॉस्को की एपिक बेटर है
Yeah, Blue guys.
रॉजर की
trying
एपिक
to
उतनी
make
अच्छी
a
नहीं है
play.
उसकी स्टारलाइट
But
बेटर है
not really
रॉजर की
find
आई
it
फील
there. Jonathan also trying to walk up forward. Doesn't have to
रॉजर की
revitalize.
स्टारलाइट
Both
अच्छी है
teams using up the spells.
वो हीरो काम भी
And
आएगा
Turtle, as you mentioned, spawned in. They are ready here for the engage RE Zohan position very aggressively towards Skatakacha's side. Can catch him off guard. Super toxic also in blue scenario. But they catch on the Gatochero here. Force it back off with dash. Dusty Miso pops in. The ultimate dealing a burst of damage. Flickers out of the Alpha's range here. Honey Palm trying to go in. There's a Hayabusa Qual Shadow coming in. Doesn't commit the Shadow of Eager
Yeah.
and goes back
Egyptian.
instead. Toxicity. Gonna miss out the hook there. As Jonathan backs off forward. Perfect zoning here. Perfect positioning by RE Zohunt.
Definitely,
blue team को मिलता है
they made sure to get to the river
Second
area
attack, I
control so that he would be, wait a minute, into the bot
First
lane, mid lane.
Yeah, I think it's going to survive there. It doesn't have full commitment. Passive proc, so that is quite a turn for RE Zohan here. But Jonathan is just so aggressive, right? He does have the level 4 Toctoro also, but not going to be denied here. And I think
बढ़िया आना
just
समझा
hovering
सब।
over and just taking so much space here away from Kizuko.
Jonathan is definitely over aggressive, like in those situations that it is not needed. But his zoning ability, his vision giving ability is so on top notch that look at him. He's already giving up a lot of space for the mates to come up slowly, rotating towards the top lane already.
ये
And he's
टूर्नामेंट
already
रीस्ट्रीम
in
चल रहा
some
है तो
kind
एक
of
टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है
position.
मोबाइल
Like he's
लेजेंड्स का
trying
ना
to see if there's anyone
नॉर्थ
he
ईस्ट कप
could
करते
catch
हैं
off guard. But that's
तो
the role
वो
of
देख रहे हैं
Hayabusa. That's the thing,
Yeah. Oh, but Iron Hook can be landed on towards the Bruno. And Prime getting taken down. Hayabusa here with the Ogi Shadow kill, but dealing a lot of damage. Not going to be finishing off there. Honeypam doesn't have the Abyssal Ultimate here, Chaos Ultimate to finish them off. They're so low in HP. Wants to go in. So tempted. Honeypam playing off the lanes. Does have the Ultimate. Trying to go in. Lopez guys there in the mid lane here. Cutting off and engage here with against the Argus. Against the... But trying to go in. Brilliance ultimate being popped. A lot of damage being bursted down. Win for Jonathan. But Iron Hood back into the turret. Super toxic. Getting a double kill. Kizuku
Nice
here,
hook.
getting huge trade-offs.
The butcher is
I'm planning to
definitely
buy
losing. What an iron hook coming in into the
tomorrow.
top
Is she
lane.
good in
First
current
it
meta?
was the
वो अच्छी
1-1,
मेज है
then it
फिर
was the
खरीद सकता
Lunox. Oh my god, that was on
Yeah,
point,
she's
right
a
on,
good
I have to
mage.
say, Linville. On the other hand, another turtle will be spawning up. This will be the second turtle. While both the teams are fighting out for the river area control again, Gatotkacha is there for the helping his team again. Even Edith is available. This is, I really have to say this is going to be a very exciting battle that would be coming
But
in.
super toxic there, getting taken down very early on. There's a mage down for the side of Kizuku here. 3-4 Gallagher's going in onto Jonathan, dealing a burst of damage, but not going to finding anyone. Instead, going to be flipped by the Edith
Imagine Chip
backwards.
and Louis combo.
And Jonathan here struggling a lot, still so tanky. Edith there, going to be bursted down. Does pop the ultimate, but Loopy guys here finishing off the turtle on the side here. Miller Toymoy going to be taken down by
Valentina
Dusty
lead
Miso.
की
As
चलती है
clearance, 5 of members of Zohan
सीखना पड़ेगा
here,
तुम्हारा हाईएस्ट रैंक क्या है
clearing
इसमें
out
तो ऐसा
Kizuku, ready for
तुम्हारा
a
हाईएस्ट रैंक
mid-fight.
क्या है तुमने कब से
Prime
खेलना शुरू किया
still
है
on the front lines, not really backing off, taking the blue buff, purple buff here. In this case, Retribution not ready yet, and the rest of the team, Kizuku, trying to cancel it, and instead it is going to go to Honeypam for a much needed mana region.
Oh, I told you
Epic
this is
one
going
है
to be
तुम्हारा
exciting. Look at that, anotर engage
तुम
coming
भी
in.
विनर हो यानी
Yeah, very strong here. Plus, pop out the glorious
Just the
pathway. But
one
Jonathan,
and
not
legend.
going to be finding anyone in the side of the enemy
Okay.
turret here. And quite a difficult
तुम ल्यूई क्यों ले
scenario.
रहे हो भाई? तुम ऐसे
Concealed
हीरोज
play
लो ना.
though
तुम
being
जास्ट
unactive.
क्यों नहीं लेते
Jonathan
भाई?
marching out
तुम डेडली
forward.
गोल्ड से
Physical
परचेस
one.
कर रहे हो क्या
Find
स्मिथ?
dash, honey Pam dealing a burst
तुम
of
जास्ट
damage.
खरीद लो,
Chaos
बेटर
on the
होगा.
mid, but gonna get helped
वो
down.
थोड़ी
It
टीम
is
इंडिपेंडेंट है ना
Johnson.
ल्यूई.
Solo on HP still survives. Does have the right right.
She is good, but
He was
team
popped
के साथ
ready.
better है
Prime
वो.
here trying to go in with Prime Gaming dealing a burst of damage, but not going to be finding anyone. There's all members of the side of Kizoku gets in the turret, and the orange buff gets reset at the concealed play by Kizoku trying to go and force Prime backwards. As Honeypam still in that bush, ready for a disengage, ready for catching off someone. Possibly could be the Bruno. No, never mind. He goes back. And in the bot lane here, Loopy guys getting a turret. Free, scot-free, gets away with the quad shadows. The mid lane fight here, getting Frigid Glacier being popped out here. Jonathan still tanky and healthy, gets hooked in the turret though. Dusty Mizo gets taken down, and a precise ultimate we're gonna catch it. Docks two members of the side of Zohan here, but double kills for Honeypam in the back line, dealing burst damage. Loopy guys perfectly on sync with the quad shadows and gets another kill. 3 for 2, still on the fight. Cheru, half HP, wants to go in, but Ryan here calls to back off as the rest of members are still pushing on to his mid lane. He's being perfectly, but not going to have the Ogi Shadow for finishing off the deal as both teams reset after that long fight.
तुम अरोरा खेलो फिर.
Long fight.
Try playing Aurora.
I was waiting for my turn to speak, but I finally got my chance. You know, it was fight on fight. They were just going aggressive head on.
कड़ीता मास्टर कर लो भाई. कड़ीता बहुत strong है.
That is good sportsmanship.
Underrated Indian server में.
Well, it looks like they're going to go back in with Glow's pathway and kill Spree.
Assassin नहीं है ना मेरे पास.
Prime here as well, but a massive hit.
मैं क्या सोच रहा था?
Not going to be committed fully. He's all alone in the front line. 3 members. Kizoku solo HP, killing spree for both of them as Prime also gets the kill, put falls in the process. Quad shadow by Hayabusa trying to go in on the Totoro, finish it off, but he's going to survive with half HP. Mid lane turret still being pushed. The rest of the members of Ari's are going to take the jungle, perhaps collapse onto this Lord here.
Filters.
What a team fight coming in. Little, I have to say, and I have to mention how there is this Franco, there is also the Aurora to pin down that Hayabusa or probably the Von as well, and they are rightfully doing so as well. Look at that trade. It was a 1-for-4 trade, not a good trade from the side of Team Kaizoku, but they are still doing so well. You know, they managed to get 7 kills so far, but looks like the Lord already taken into the hands of Team RRE Zohan. This will be an
सैचुरेशन डालूं मैं इसमें. तुमको बोलना ठीक है कैसा ही दिख रहा है तुम्हें अभी. इसमें थोड़ा और डाल दे सैचुरेशन.
The kills, it is not favoring them right now. At the max, they could actually do a very successful Lord defend, or they will be losing other turrets. Losing those turrets at a level 1 Lord is really not advisable, and they really should actually.
ये normal है ठीक है.
Indeed, very much so. The waves are going to be synced perfectly, at least in the mid to the bot side here. Kizoku
ये लग रहा है तुम्हें better.
Trying to defend a little bit, but relying a lot on this Franco here to land the fire hooks. It's quite difficult there. The Holy Blast kind of coming in and clear out some of the minions here. Lord still strong and healthy. As members trying to go in this case, but Zohan not being able to find it. Frigid Glacier also being popped and vitalized. It's so tanky. Ham gets the kill, and there's the 1-1 with the Cosmos Hang bursting him down, and only 4 members left here. Minions there's the second wave here, pushing on to the mid.
Better लग रहा
है. Down the turret here. Prime pushing on forward, and a massive flicker play by Dusty Mesa. Flips to the backside. Wind going down here. Prime pushing onto the bot lane turret here. Is looking almost over for the side of Kizoku. As top lane turret also being pushed. Cheru defensive successfully. Jonathan trying to go in with the glorious pathway, but not going to find there's a suppression here onwards by the Franco or by Honeypam.
And ये हो गया. मैं इसमें थोड़ा और color saturation करता हूँ.
The kill, but goes back safely. Dusty Mizo with a massive knock up here with Earth Shadow trying to go in Prime here. One of the only frontliners left.
अभी बोलना ठीक है. अभी ये है. ये कैसा लग रहा है?
Dusty Mizo getting
तुम्हें फर्क पता चला? जो मैंने अभी किया.
finish off 2 members of Kizoku.
अभी फर्क पता लग रहा है जो अभी किया.
This push being done by the other 2 members.
मैंने हल्का contrast डाला है.
Kizoku,
like 5% contrast डाल दिया
Shadow, trying to go
10% saturation, 5% contrast डाला.
Not gonna be finding it. Turret being made it.
तो थोड़ा बहुत मैं कलर
Is it just gonna go down? No, never mind. Still surviving and healthy. Prime has to back off as the rest of members of Kizoku spawns back.
Prime is just jumping around with that 1-1, left to right, top to bot to mid. Look at him. He was at the crystal like few seconds ago, and right now he's in the bot. There is this Franco lurking. He might be in trouble, but Jonathan is already up. He's trying to provide those vision. That's what a tank do, and that is what Jonathan is actually doing. He's good at it. On the other hand, that Franco, his iron hooks are on point whenever it hits, but it's like a very hit or miss position that he has. Whenever he gets it, he's just making sure to choking down those 1-1 or the Hayabusa or probably the Edith, but that's just not enough if Team Kaizoku really wants to win this, because there you go, the Luminous Lord already taken down into the hands of Team RRE Zohan.
Indeed, and here we're already on to 12-minute mark here, and it is quite a goal difference with almost 8 to 9k, I believe so. That's averaged out there. Kizoku has to defend this successfully. They'll match to land an iron hook, but onto the wrong target. And Frigid Glacier coming in. But so tanky, survives with the right relax, and the glorious pathway is still immuning it. The burst of damage. Loopy guys gets into the back line and finishes up 2 crucial members. 3 Totoro also taken down. He's going to be a maniac. Though passive big props. Loopy guys not going to be able to get the quad, and instead third going to be finished off for the game man.
Fragment shop में update कब आता है?
Takes the victory, takes the dub.
हर season आता है शायद.
Moves on to the next round.
आसरा शायद season wise change होता है हर season.
Oh my god, that was basically a maniac, I have to say. If the base wasn't taken down of British,
जैसे अभी शायद सीजन के साथ ही चेंज हुआ था ना फ्रैगमेंट शॉप.
he would have gotten
मेरे को इतना आइडिया नहीं है, शायद सीजन के साथ ही चेंज हुआ था.
It's quite unfortunate. But yeah, it's quite an interesting game.
This is looking
Crux was
better.
watching along in the sidelines. Which team were you rooting for at the beginning? And
तुमको दिखाऊंगा मैजिक, ठीक है?
For Kaizoku, because of course.
मैजिक.
The One Piece is real.
क्या है ये bro?
But I'm sorry, man. They can't actually live up to One Piece. If Loopsy and Dusty is on their backs 24/7, you have no
Magic.
chance. I'm sorry, man.
अब इसका saturation डाल दें, ठीक है?
You got a great name.
ये है मेरा गेम प्ले. Screen capture.
Yep. Quite unfortunate there.
मेरे को बताना ये better लग रहा था.
Taking the victory, 2011, I believe so, and it was quite the spectacle to watch there. PG almost did have a chance to catch, because the team fights after team fights, so many scenarios, and I believe at least Zohan there, they had the aggression from the early game in the start with Jonathan there on the high lows. It was just not letting any space to be given onto Kizoku, which is the lack of control. Because of that, the Aurora and the Franco, you lack the punishment for the high lows, and if you're not landing those iron hooks, it's a very tough call. Especially even if you have the bloody hunt there, the rest of the team of RE Johan, they're just going to come on with you. I mean, it's just going to be the initiation for the rest of them to start off. But that was quite the game to watch.
Hello Shinra, welcome back. Is this looking better? कलर करेक्शन कर रहा हूँ, ये ठीक है. गेम में ड्रैकुला का रिव्यू हुआ था. देखता हूं. तो ये है मेरा कलर कलेक्शन, ठीक है. अब यहाँ देखता हूँ, करते हैं रिव्यूज स्किन रिव्यूज करते हैं. अरे मेरे को मिशन कंप्लीट करने वाली, मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है. मेरे को वो टोकन भी नहीं मिलेंगे दुगाटी वाले स्मार्ट में।
Victory!
मेरे को क्या करना है, तुमको वाला देखना है, इसका ये स्किन देखना है। अच्छी स्किन है भाई, क्या होगी। एक मैंने खेला है, मेरे को पसंद है स्किन। तुमको लेनी है तुम ले लो भाई, अच्छी स्किन है। मैं बोलूँगा मैं तुम्हें लाइट बाउंड की टक्कर की बोलूँगा इसको। टू बी ऑनेस्ट मैं लाइट बाउंड से ज़्यादा खेलना प्रेफर करूँगा, उसमें साउंड इफेक्ट्स है शायद, और कुछ नहीं। आई लाइक दिस स्किन। बाकी जल्दी से मैच खेलते हैं। मेरे को मिशन कंप्लीट करना है, मेरे को काई की सीन जल्दी लेनी है, मेरे को वीडियो बनानी है उसका। ठीक है, मेरे पे लाइट बॉन भी है, मेरे लिए दोनों बराबर है। इसकी रेयरिटी है, बट आई लाइक दिस वन आल्सो, ड्रैकुला स्किन। इसका पोर्ट्रेट वगैरह भी कूल है ये वाला ना। डिस्काउंट की बात अलग है।
Demons shall bathe in their blood. The light belongs to the righteous.
ओ प्यारा हीरो मिला मेरे को, तो मरूंगा ही नहीं।
The strongest leader has arrived.
Cool. Sicilian with sword.
Welcome to Noble Legends!
This one, Hanekage.
I'll get attack item.
Not the best, but good enough.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed.
The deviant Kage has arrived.
वो तो रीसेट हो गया ना, सिर्फ 5 है अभी मेरे को।
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Okay.
Has been slain. Ally has been slain.
I'd give up on anything for the ultimate ninjutsu. Anything.
काट सामने बॉडी भी काट मेरे को क्या बनाना था गोल्डन स्टार बनाना था वीडियो बनाऊंगा मिलता है बाकी अरे ये क्यों नहीं बनाया मैंने डबल क्यों नहीं बनाया ये भी स्टार्ट करता हूँ टाइम
Hello, you guys, and welcome back to the Northeast Cup. You all, thank you for staying with us during that short break, and we are ready to take you into the next match. Meanwhile, though, we're in day number 2, match number 3 of the knockout stages of this tournament. Now, teams all over India are competing for a chance to, participate in the tournament that's going to be held in Guwahati. And like I said, knockout tournament. That means if you lose, you're out. Now I'm joined for the match number 3 by 2 amazing casters. We have Ray on the desk here along with Smiling. Say hello, you guys.
Hi, James.
Hello, everyone.
How are you doing?
Okay, so these two are going to be the game for you all. So what do you guys think? How are you guys feeling, right? It's day number 2. I don't think you guys casted the day number 1, but I'm sure if you're excited for this time around, what are you guys expecting in this match?
I mean, we have 2 of the best teams so far, and this time it's going to be Nagaland players coming in. So, yep, I am having a lot of expectations coming in, and definitely it's going to be exciting.
क्या नाम है एक बार
because
पढ़ूँ मैं
it's
इसका
a
नाम
knockout round. People just come in, they are going to show how they, take over the next stage. So, yep, I am excited. And although we didn't cast yesterday, we did witness a lot of amazing matches. And so are we going to do right now?
Even hell.
Yep, and I'm also excited to be joining both of you tonight for Northeast qualifiers. And just like you guys have mentioned, this is going to be a knockout round for both teams. And so both teams have to put their best
अरे मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ
to the next round. You know, single elimination always bring out the most excitement because this is where you don't get any chances. So teams will have to put in their best, and we'll have to wait and see. And let's see what happens as we proceed to the draft phase. I think soon enough. And thank you for the brilliant introduction, Jim. And it is just a huge pleasure to be here on the day 2 of the Northeast Cup qualifiers.
True, we're excited to start with the match, guys. Meanwhile, though, before we start, you guys can download the Moba 5v5 from the Play Store. Make sure you do that because registrations for this tournament is still open. We want to see you guys play. And speaking of playing, we are ready for the dreams you all. This is going to be 5 Eagles versus the Upper Moon State, and they both are from Nagaland. So I'm going to let Ray as well as Mining take it away from you guys. Good luck.
Absolutely. And we are heading straight into the draft phase. Both teams representing the Nagaland, and I hope the fans as well as people from the Nagaland will be supporting their respective teams as we are already in the draft phase. I have already mentioned it, but still, let's see what both teams have in their table, and we'll be in for an exciting match. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am Ray again, and Smiling. Since both of these teams, I think this is my first time, casting for them. I'm excited to see what kind of strategies they will be pulling up for. So, what do you think? Will we see the standard bans, or there could be any respect bans coming in? What do you think, Smiling?
I will play in a lot of tournaments, but the upper moon they have, but again they are not. So
अरे बॉडी कहाँ से आई थी ये?
Mostly they might just go in with the standard bands, but let me just tell once again.
अच्छा मैंने वो stacks कट्टे नहीं किए ना?
Eagles, and on the red side it's going to be the upper moons. We can already see the ban plays up. That makes the bandwidth that hyper is a chaos, complete chaos. I mean, who is going to stop filling the templates of Elite, just charging in, rotating the whole map at once, and making sure that no one escapes from that link station. So yep, Link Jungler is a very strong ban coming in with that. You can see that Phobius was being banned out by Upmoves, I mean, Phoebus in the EXP after the revamp, he just goes unstoppable. That ultimate spam coming from him with that vengeance, with that true damage.
लेंगे बदला
There
लेंगे
is
भाई
no
इसका
stopping him. So, yep, a very strong EXP laner. I do agree with that ban. But so far, I can
देखता
see
मैं
a
दिया
Zuxian ban. Although Zuxian
डोंट
had
वरी
few of the, spells resetted by the game because of she was not able to hold the mana, but after the recent patch, she has kind of nerfed down. She has the potentiality, but again, as a solo player, I don't think she can do much. But again, Zushin is actually a good ban if I speak about it. So yeah, there is a Ruby ban as well. So I think so far they are going good.
Yeah, and just like I mentioned, it is honestly the meta bans at this point, the Ling as well as the Phobius, Ruby, they're all understandable, contenders in the Land of Dawn, and banning them out is the best options for both teams. Very understandable coming in. And for now, I think, just like I mentioned, she is kind of a little bit of a nerf, but the lane clearing has been improved a lot. So I think some teams still face the trouble when facing against her, and they just decided to ban her out. And we've already finished in with, sorry, we still have one more ban coming in from the side of 5 Eagles, and let's see what it will be. Oh no, actually they missed out one ban. It almost went over my head because I didn't pay. Sorry, it was my mistake. But we are coming in with, I think, it will be a Hayabusa. It is the Ninja Boy being locked in from the side of 5 Eagles, considering there is a slight bit of a nerf from his side because his animation has been made faster. So what happens now, if you have Wind of Nature, you can completely nullify the damage coming in from Hayabusa's Spooky Shadow Kill. That is why some people have kind of, lowered him in the priority, but he's still a menacing foe to face in the Land of Dawn. So only time you can tell, because we have seen great performances throughout the first day of.
Ray, let me just pause you because one of the players just left the lobby and we might have to restart this game because it's 5v4, so we'll just have to hold on our horses, guys, because we will be back to the draft phase. We will be back with the same teams again. Just a short break, and yep, we will be back. That was maybe a small miscommunication, but no worries because you will see these teams play in just a short while.
I mean, that was a bit
Photo
sad.
लगा
You
रही
don't
है
want to be playing a 4v5 match.
Caster smiling, caster
Afterwards,
रही
I thought we started on time,
Jinx.
but it's fine. Guys, we're going to keep
इनका भी सही
talking
है, इनको
about the
मेकअप नहीं करना
draft
पड़ेगा
for now.
वापस
I'm going to ask you guys what you thought about
बंदा
the
ही
ban
मेहनत
so
करके
far.
आया
We're going to let them
कोट
change it
लगा
up,
के
but we have
ये
to
लोग को तो अपना
discuss
फेज
it.
नहीं
Right?
खाना ये
We
लोग
saw
तो
some
लाइक
of the meta bans
फोटो
coming
लगा
in,
ली हो
especially
गया
with that Ling getting banned out, the Ruby gets banned out.
कहीं भी बैठे हो
Zushin, now Zushin was the ban I wanted to talk about. What do you guys think about that ban? Because right now in the meta, I feel like she's really lacking,
भाई
especially in the damage
आधे
support.
आधे घंटे की कास्टिंग के लिए क्या
I
करना
do agree
रेडी
with
क्या
you.
होना
Actually, she is
रेडी होने की
lacking a
जरूरत ही
lot.
नहीं है भाई
Although,
फोटो लगा लो
she
डीपी
might actually need
लड़के
a
वैसे ही
lot
फिदा हो
of
जाएंगे
support to, just go and
जस्ट किडिंग
use her lightning to,
जस्ट
pick
माय
off that
ओपिनियन
hero. It takes time at this point, and by the time she is there to, just lift
इंस्टा
one of
इंस्टा
them,
डीपीज
she
है
is
वही है
already dealing damage from the
इंस्टा
enemy
इंस्टा
side,
डीपीज
and there is no backing out. So, yep, I think
प्रोफेशनल
that
तो नहीं
ban
लग
was
रही मेरे को ठीक
actually
है
not necessary, but yeah. I think Ray, I'm not sure about the
वो
Terizla
वो है
ban. I
ब्रो
mean,
लाइक
I
कोट
agree
कोट
he's a
पैंट में सही
strong
रहता है
EXP
you
laner,
know
but after the nerf, do you think he was, valid ban?
Well, honestly, you are completely right because the Tesla ban doesn't make that much sense considering the recent nerfs. I mean,
भाई
some people do not
वो
even put
अकेला
him
बंदा
in their
है
priority anymore,
कास्टर है वो
considering
वेबकैम
that
खोल
the
के
early
बैठा है
game
वो भी
is
दो
where
डीपी
you
के
shine
सामने
the most, mainly because of, well,
क्यों
if
क्यों
you
क्यों खोला
cannot,
है उसने भी वो भी
perform
सोच
well
रहा होगा
early on, the
दिमाग
enemy
में आ
will
रहा होगा भाई रे
snowball
के
you,
भी
and once the snowball
क्यों
starts,
भाई
especially due to people buying the Sky Piercer,
होस्ट
it is really hard to sustain
कास्टर
against those
इन लोग
damage
ने कुछ
dealers.
किया नहीं
But at
लाइक
the
मैं
same
क्यों
time,
हुआ
some
ऑलरेडी
teams know
मैंने
how to
क्यों खोला
utilize the
कैमरा
late game heroes, and they have, right
अभी
now
यहाँ
the
पे दो
meta
लड़के होते हैं ना,
also
वो लोग
seems it's
डिसाइड
just
करते
a
हैं,
little
दोनों एक
bit of
साथ
a
खोलते हैं, दोनों
balance
एक साथ बंद
because
रखते
it
हैं,
is easy to snowball with
डीपी
the Sky
लगाते हैं.
Piercer on many heroes as well as many early game potential heroes,
Okay.
but at the same time the new bounty system, it is very beneficial for people that want to make a comeback. Once you make a shutdown onto the
बस ऊपर में
people,
ही है, नीचे
you'll
कुछ
be
नहीं
able
है.
to make the
नीचे
comeback.
होगा
Not to
भाई,
mention
बॉक्सर में होगा.
Terisla is weak early game, so yep, this
नीचे
ban does
नीचे
not
बढ़िया पैंट
make
पहन के आया
that much
होगा,
of a sense, but I
लोअर
guess
पहना
they
होगा
do
भाई.
not want to risk the very tanky fighter in the later phases of the game, and that is why the ban could be coming in from their side, you know. So I think it could be a respect-worthy ban because some people do their researches, do their homework, and know what the strength of the opposing team can be, and that is why they
सही है
ban it
ब्रो,
out. But
एटलीस्ट
only time will
रिस्पेक्ट
tell
रिस्पेक्ट
because
तो
I
है
think
भाई
we'll
रेक ले.
have a
वो
restart
वो
with
कैमरा खोल के
the
बातें कर रहा है,
fifth
रिएक्ट
player
कर रहा है,
coming back in.
एक्सप्रेशंस दिखा रहा है.
Well,
ये ज्यादा
I
मुश्किल है.
apologize from my side. I actually thought it was a
डीपी
bug
डीपी
on
लगाने
my
से
end
ज्यादा
that
ही
I was
बेटर
not
है.
able to see the fifth player, but then I realized it was
अपनी व्हाट्सएप
actually
इंस्टा की डीपी
perhaps some
लगाने से
technical
बेटर ही
issue
है.
from the end of the
तुम
player,
कैमरा के
and he
सामने
was
बोल रहे हो.
not present in the game. Well, it is Mobile Legends 5v5, not 5v4, so we'll have to, be fair with them. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, do download the game because I just mentioned it saved. So I think we should be back soon with the technical issue be resolved, right, Jinx?
That is true. We're going to be back soon.
सही
We're going
पकड़े
to
हैं.
wait for the teams to be back because
Mhm.
there's we don't have an option to like leave them in the tough phase, right? They need to play the game. They need to surrender. So we're going to wait it out for the teams here. Meanwhile, though, we were talking about the Terisla ban coming in. You spoke quite a bit about it, and I have to really talk about it. He is tanky, but he lacks in the damage department. I think maybe in the previous meta he was pretty good, but I would have probably banned the Khalid instead. Right? That's something you want to be banning out. He is just such an annoying hero, especially with that heal coming in from his second skill. We are waiting for the teams to come back, guys. Otherwise, though, what are you guys expecting? We saw the Hayabusa get picked up pretty quickly. Ling was banned out. Not sure if they're going to be banning out the same heroes this time around because somewhere in there I saw a Layla ban. Right. So we have to wait and see what they ban out this time around. Hopefully, the fifth player is back because we are excited
भाई
for
अगर
this
अगर
match.
ऐसे
But like
इनको
I was
कैम
asking,
वगैरह खोलना नहीं है, ये कास्टर
Smiling,
सिलेक्ट
what do
होंगे
you
क्या
think, right? What do you think they're
लैन
going
इवेंट
to be
वगैरह के लिए?
going for?
आई
I hope
डोंट
they
थिंक
don't
सो.
ban out Zushin,
जो वेबकैम नहीं
but
खोलता है उसको शायद सेलेक्ट
I
भी किया
hope
नहीं
for
आएगा.
something else. I hope for Alice ban, maybe a Harith
आई मीन
ban,
ठीक
because
है,
those are
तुम
some
लोग
of
थोड़ा
the
कट
more
मार रहे
annoying
हो,
heroes you have to
बट
deal with in the land of Dawn.
आई फील कास्टर और होस्ट जो
I
लोग
mean, I
दिखाते हैं ना
agree
यहाँ पे,
with
उनको
that. They could
एटलीस्ट
actually have
करना
gone for
चाहिए.
Ruby ban
इतना तो
as
करना
well.
चाहिए आई फील.
And knowing that Edith, we just
तुम यहाँ
witnessed
पे
her
आ
in
रहे हो,
the
इतने
last
हजारों लोग
game.
तुमको देख
She
रहे
was
हैं.
just went in
एटलीस्ट
and knocked
डीपी के
off few
बजाय
of the
तुमको वो
enemies
होना चाहिए
towards
कि
the
मतलब तुम हो
teammates, and it
प्रेजेंट
was
ना.
so hard to deal
इज इट
with
दैट
that.
हार्ड?
So yep, I
तुम
mean
इतने
there are
भद्दे
many
दिखते हो,
ban options, but again the
मेकअप
ban
नहीं हो रहा है या फिर
phase of ban is
आई
very
मीन क्या
limited. You
क्या
see,
रीजन हो सकता
we
है
get
भाई?
only 3 bans, and then we get the
यू आर
first
गेटिंग
3
पेड फॉर इट
priority
राइट?
picks. That's the chance
ज़्यादा
where
ले लो.
but the teams can actually plan their whole draft. Like I always
नहीं
say in
नहीं,
the
इन दिन से
tournament,
सिलेक्शन होगा.
the game is 20%, but the
उनके लाइव
draft
स्ट्रीम में
is
कमेंट मत देखना.
80%. So it's
क्या
completely,
मेरे
how
को
you're
ना एक
drafting
डार्क
out your
कमेंट आ
team,
रहा है,
how
लाइक
things work
मैं
out.
मैंने
So
मैं
it
देखा
is
नहीं, मैं
very
उनके
crucial
कमेंट्स.
first 3 bans because you get
एक
only
डार्क कमेंट
six
आ रहा है,
bans and
मैं बोलना नहीं, मैं अभी
figuring
नहीं
out
बोल रहा.
what you need,
देखता हूँ
what
अगर
you
किसी
don't
ने
need.
के लिए लिखा
It's a
होता है
very
यहाँ
tough
पे.
choice, to be honest.
That is true. Now I think the teams are ready. I think we can start it up. It was a bit of a break where we were sort of yapping
लेट मी
along, but I
इंटरैक्ट
think
एंड
the
अभी खोलते
viewers
हैं
want to
चैट्स.
see the match right now. Once again, you guys, it's five Eagles
चैट्स लोड
versus
है.
the Upper Moon, and they both are from Nagaland, representing the state of Nagaland. We are ready to
चैट्स
go
लोड हुई
once
क्या?
again into the draft phase, and I'm going to let Ray and Smiling take it over from here. You guys, let's start.
हाँ
Yep,
लिख रहे हैं
We'll
guys,
चैट
take
में.
it
welcome
over.
back. Yep,
Yep, welcome
welcome
back.
back.
Lamao bro
Okay.
removed
Yeah.
his chat.
Okay, you can
Who
go
is the
ahead,
English
Ray.
proverb?
I'll talk
Okay,
after
okay,
you.
definitely. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There was a technical issue facing from the fifth player of the side of the Upper Moons. We thought, actually, I thought it was an issue on my hand, but anyways, we are back and the game was restarted. But anyways, we are
चलो गेम
back
ही
into
स्टार्ट
the
हो गया.
draft phase again. 5 Eagles on the blue side as well as Upper Moon on the red side. Let's see what they will be doing this time as the game is good to go this time. Anyways, I think we'll see similar bans coming in because they have to follow that procedure, except for the Lala ban. I think they did that because they kind of realized that this game would be restarted. But still, let's proceed, and we'll have I think they should maybe speed run the ban section, maybe not. It depends on what their deciding to do so, but only time will tell. Oh, yes, they will be following with the similar ban as before, and we'll probably see the Hayabusa, and we'll have to wait it out. Until then, smiling, you can say a few words to the audiences, like, remember the thing, like they should join this tournament because there's so many spots still left. Registrations are still open. You can
नहीं देखो
mention
ये
that
comment section छोड़ो.
definitely.
Yep, registrations are still open and people can actually still go in for it because it's still knockout round, guys. You
छोड़ो
have the
छोड़ो क्या
chance,
देखना.
you can get your team forward, and you can challenge yourself. I mean, you don't have to come in and try to go on the top. It would actually be a fun learning experience for you and your teammates to just come in and register yourself, knowing where you lack and where you don't. So it is a good opportunity.
कम
I
से
do
कम
recommend
कोने
people to join in,
में डैनिश का
get
फोटो
your
लगाया.
friends in. It will be a good
इंडियन प्लेयर क्या.
communication. And yep, the bands so far are similar.
फिट हो
But
रखा हूँ मैं कोने में.
is Katotkacha, was he banned in the last phase? Is my question.
Nope, the Gadot was not banned out. I think they didn't, there wasn't any ban coming in actually. That is why I mistook that perhaps there was an FK disconnection issue on the team 5 Eagles, but it was the other side. But anyways, since everything has been resolved, we'll be following with the game smoothly. And this time they are going to be doing the proper bans out. And it is the Gototkacha this time from the side of 5 Eagles, considering his presence in the
अरे
meta
ये
has
छोड़
recently
ये कहा
climbed
था
up
ना वे.
a lot, and people have finally
पता नहीं
understood the
चल रहा देखो.
potential of one of the Indian legends. And so it is really nice to see this guy, if you see Gatot bad like few seasons ago, people would think like you're maybe lower tier player, you do not like understand the meta. But right now, people actually emphasize on the Gatot band because of how versatile he can be. He can play DXP, he can even go to tank, and some people even play him full burst magic
नहीं
damage,
है भाई
which gives
सपोर्टर.
him
अभी 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 ना मैं कल
insane
मैं
amount of
कम्युनिटी पोस्ट डालूंगा
regeneration, and
कि
that is
मैं
something
स्टारलाइट कार्ड
not many
बांटने लग जाऊंगा
people,
कि
want to face off against. So we
जो
just
जो
be
आ रहे
letting
हैं
him
एक्टिव
out.
लोग
Then
तब देखना
Hayabusa
वॉचिंग ना.
being locked in again with the Khalid as well. And backing up with a point that you
जब
said
जब
last
गिवे
time,
करना होता है तब तो
Khalid
आया था भाई
also, like I think Khalid and Gatot Kacha, both heroes
कि मैं
currently
सपोर्टर
are
हूँ,
at
मैं
the
इतने
top
टाइम
of
से
the meta
सपोर्टर हूँ.
of the XP
Like, जब भी
laners.
प्रोमो
It is
डायमंड होता है
sad
तब तो
to
लाइक ऐसे
see
बंदे आते हैं
Charizla
जिनको मैंने
falling down from his
2-3 बार
glory,
हेल्प
but
किया है
the throne
एंड
is
दे
not
डोंट इवन
always,
शो अप.
permanent. Other people take it up, and it is the Khalid being locked in
अभी अभी
again.
अभी
Are you
पोस्ट
happy
डालूंगा.
to see Khalid being locked in this
मैं
time?
करूंगा ब्रो. लाइक
Smiling.
अपने रेगुलर सपोर्टर्स को दूंगा
Yep,
मैं. लाइक
definitely. Khalid is a
एक एक
very
करके लाइक
strong
हर
EXP
बार तो
laner,
अफोर्ड
and
नहीं कर
it's
सकता बट लाइक क्या
nice to witness him
लिमिट
in the
होती है
map
कुछ लेने
because
की शॉप से.
he just bursts out
मेरे मेन आईडी से
immediately
ही है.
on
मैं
the
तीन
enemies.
तीन स्टारलाइट ले सकता हूँ. एक
And
तो
the
मैं खुद के लिए
fact
लेता
that
हूँ.
he has that
बाकी मैं परचेज करूंगा मैं देने के लिए.
HP region gain skill also, it's so, you're attacking him and he's standing right there on your face and
Yep.
healing himself. I mean, can
Yep.
you imagine that healing? If you're playing Khalid, it's like, man, I'm the boss. That's the kind of feeling you get. So yeah, the Khalid very strong pick, and a Lunox mid laner. I do agree, she is a very very strong mage. Although there was a
बट
time
लाइक
where
इसके मॉड
she
करते
had
क्या
that
है ही नहीं भाई. उन
insane
लोग को
amount of
इतना वो नहीं है
damage. You could
शायद.
just push her to the jungle lane, mid lane,
ठीक
gold
है
lane,
बट
and
लाइक
she would
उनको उनको
burst out
उनके व्यूज चाहिए ना.
everyone immediately. So yep, she was nerfed, but not nerfed enough to like forget her in
ओपन
the
अप है उन
ban
लोग की
phase or
शायद.
draft phase. She can still be picked, and she can burst out the enemy so badly that they will be be thinking, what did I do? But seeing that they have gone in with that Aurora pick, so Lunox is going to be in the goal with that Harith. So I think they are a very very strong components for the goal lane. Come on, it's Harith. Who is going to
Yep.
burst him out? Definitely, it's going to be the Lunox. So they are a
पॉइंट
very
सिस्टम
strong
ना लाइक हाँ एक
competitors for
पॉइंट
each
सिस्टम
other. They
डालूंगा
can
पहले.
burst out
Mhm.
anyone or anything coming in the
चेक करते हैं
way.
किस तरह डाल
Meanwhile,
सकते
we
हैं
can
पॉइंट
see
सिस्टम.
that Aurora in the mid lane, I do agree, she is very strong. She can just go in with the, freeze and just, make sure that most of the players are just freezed out so harshly that her teammates get an advantage, she get an advantage. So it's definitely a plus point. But we can see a Minsitar pick coming in now. The point here is, I know Minsitar is there, but again, they can shift him to the EXP as well as the roam. So yeah, they have a plus point. So it's again based on the draft. They can switch him very easily, and the second draft phases begin. We can say that Tigreal is being banned out, Nolan is being banned out. right now Team Upper Moon is lacking a hyper, so it's smart. Like they ban out the hyper and tank ban, where both the teams are actually missing a roamer. They are limiting the roamer pool for each other.
Yep, they have banned out the roamers, like 2 tanks, and with the chip ban, that is 3 tanks. I almost forgot the teleporting raccoon being not open so far. I thought maybe one of the teams would be picking him quite early on if he was open, but seems like both teams have different strategies under their hands, and they do not wish to utilize the double-edged sword that Chip is. With Chip, you can teleport 5 of your teammates, and completely make the game into a 5 versus 1 in any lane. But at the same time, there is an issue with Chip. Your enemies can also teleport with his skills. So I think many people do not, want to take that gamble, and many teams just decide to ban him out. And we are just seeing that. And backing off with what you said, the Minsitar, I think it's a little bit of an odd pick considering the place that he has in the meta right now. I think Minsitar is best utilized in the goal lane with the Trinity build. It makes him a really fast stunner. Like 1 second of his second skill, and you're permanently stunned inside the King's Calling.
या
And
सही है
that
ब्रो
is
उसमें
why Minsitar is mostly
सबको ऐसे ही
played
करना
in
ही
the
है.
goal lanes. But I think some people also like to utilize
मेरे को भी
his
उतना फर्क नहीं
fighter
पड़ता
side
स्किन वगैरह
because
से ना,
after
लाइक
all,
मैं
he
कुछ
is
स्किन्स छोड़
indeed a
देता था
fighter.
फ्री
But I
वगैरह.
think he lacks in that department
बट अब
because
मैं
he
कंटेंट
cannot
क्रिएटर बन गया हूँ तो लाइक आई
run
जस्ट
as
कलेक्ट
fast as
सम
he could
स्किन्स.
if you were in the goal lane. He
भले
can
मेरे को
always
लाला स्प्रेंट मिल
funnel
गई हो, बट लाइक
all
मेरे पे एक एस्प्रेंट
the
स्किन है.
items that you required. But anyways, with the
भले मैं
draft
उसको
phase,
यूज ना करता
sorry,
हूँ
the
इतना.
ban phase already
मेरे पे
over,
फ्लोरीन
the
की है सैन
tanks
एंड्रियास,
been
भले मैं
banned
यूज ना
out,
करता हूँ, बट
and
लाइक है मेरे
Aura
को कुछ
picked on the side
स्किन्स
of
थोड़ा बहुत
the
कलेक्शन
upper
बना रहा
moons,
हूँ जैसे कि.
and Xborg as well.
दुकाटी मिल जाएगा,
And the
रीरिसल
side
भी
of our
मिलेगी, भले ही मैं उस
Eagles
पर इतना
are
चलाऊँ ना, बट
responding
लाइक आई
with
विल
the
स्टिल कीप
Vexana
इट.
and a Matilda
क्या
combo.
कर सकते हैं.
I was low-key
बाकी दो
expecting
मिले
there
बेटर
could
रहेगा.
be a Carmilla combo coming in, considering the amount of, you know, combinations they could have done, but they're deciding to go with the safer option. It is the Matilda with her Eagle ultimate, making sure they can log into one person or retreat at the same time. There's only 30 seconds or so left until we see the last pick coming in from the side of Team
ब्रो
Upper
आईफोन में
Moons.
कब आएगा
And
मोबा? तुम
after
आईफोन
that, the
चलाते हो क्या?
draft will be finalized and we will see what
पता नहीं ब्रो,
compositions
लाइक ये लोग
both
बोल रहे
teams
हैं आएगा
are
ये
running.
दिस ईयर के एंड
And
में जो भी है.
5 seconds or so left. Let's see what the Upper
कब
Moons are
लाएंगे
cooking up
मेरे
with.
को भी
Oh,
नहीं पता
I
भाई,
just
बट
mentioned
आएगा बोल
Carmilla,
रहे हैं.
and there we go. It is
आईफोन में आएगा
instead
बोल रहे हैं,
picked
कब
up
आएगा
by
मेरे
the
को भी
side
आइडिया नहीं है
of the
उतना.
Upper Moons. And
इनकी प्लानिंग
now
होगी
that
जो
the
भी.
draft has been finalized, which draft do you favor a little bit more, Smiling?
I mean, both the team look great in the composition, position, and every aspect of the map sense. But honestly speaking, I feel the Upper Moon might have a little advantage because they have that X-Bog in the jungle. Although Hayabusa is a very strong jungler, he is an assassin himself. He can melt them down, but he needs the farm. He needs some time. It is mainly depending on how. I mean, if I talk about the rotations, okay, Matilda, she can, take her guiding wings and make sure that the rotations are done pretty easily, pretty quick. They can go in for a lot of rombo combos in that state, knowing that there is Minsitar, Harith, and Vexana. With that Hayabusa, they have a lot of opportunities, okay? But the fact that Upper Moon has that Khalid in the EXP who can just burst out, and Brunox making sure she can burst out. She can actually even, make sure that Hayabusa's shadow kills are, just gone in waste with the light form. And Aurora, just freezing out most of the heroes right there. Carmilla with the Curse of Blood, Xbox just, popping his ultimate right in that Curse of Blood. They have advantage, but again, like I always say, it depends on the team composition, their fights, their rotations, their positioning, and everything matters. So, yep, guys, we are in the land of dawn, and the game has begun. This is the knockout round. We can see two of the amazing team from Nagaland. That is going to be Eagle 5 and Upper Moon. But look at that. The team fight has already started. Matilda very
इस
low.
चैनल का
able
ओनर
to
ने
use
बोला
the
था
flicker just
चैनल
to
मेंटेन
escape.
करने को डायमंड मिलता है. बट उतना टाइम ही
Yep,
नहीं है
and she
ऐसा
wasted her resource quite early on. Flicker is a valuable resource for the roamer because it is the escape as well as the initiation that you require in the early phases. And only time will tell which team will be able to execute it better. But from the early engages, it looks like the side of the upper moons is seeing in a little bit of a more advantage. Matilda really needs to play it safe because she does not have her flicker. I think she's playing way too aggressive and she will be punished. First blood for the side from of the upper moons who secure the Matilda, the first blood on them. And I think that was a little bit of a, overextension coming in. What do you think of that, Smiling?
Yep, actually, it was not completely an overextension. She was trying to get the vision, but the fact that Upper Moon had a very good positioning in the board where, they were just waiting and they knew that Matilda would come, they would wait her out very easily, knowing that the flicker was used the first time. It was very easy to catch them. But right now, Upper Moon really are in good position. They are still trying to
क्रॉन्स
make
रात
sure
को यार
that
तो इन्होंने
Matilda
स्ट्रीम कर
tries
रहा
to
है
stay in her
ओके
limit because the first turtle is up and we can see both the hypers are level 4. They are positioning themselves, but right now Upper Moon are in good position. They have been there, but yep, there might be a team fight coming in.
Oh, Hayabusa, he might have used his shadow quite early on. The frigid glacier coming in to 4 people.
अरे इन्हीं को बोल रहे मॉनिटर सब तो है ना खेलने के तुम्हारे साथ
the turtle at the nick of time, but it won't be
भले
worth
ही
it.
वो
It was the
मास्टर
first
रैंक वाली
turtle.
है
The golden
उसके
EXP
साथ
would matter
खेलना
much
शुरू कर
considering the
देंगे
amount of kills they just gave
कर लो ब्रो जनरल
out.
चैट में मिल जाते हैं बंदे सब तो
3
खेलने के लिए ना
0 trade, really pushing them back. And I think the gold will also, 1000 gold efficiency, and it matters a lot. Many people might say like it might not, but this is still
हेलो
only
ली
3
क्रश
minutes into the
007
game,
वेलकम
and
बैक
giving it out so early on. I think the turtle, they should have prioritized on a pickoff considering they have the Hayabusa, but instead they went for a team fight exchange for the turtle. Only time will tell if that was, worth it or not, because in my opinion, that was a little bit of an over engage. And Matilda actually needs to know one thing. She does want to, give out the vision to her team, but she is a support. She does not have the tankiness in the early phases. Even in later phases, she will remain quite squishy because after all she's a support and she needs to be careful of
धोखा
that
मिलेगा
positioning and make sure she does not give out those kills to the opposing team. Khalid with the 3 kills after the engage, he is a little bit of a fed up. He will have the advantage over the Minsitar on the XP lane.
रेड टीम बेटर खेल रही है
As the gold lane
4
seems to be the
kills
focus
पर
of
है
the side of the upper moons as 3 people
कैरमुला के पास भी एक किल है
patiently
खलीद
in
को
the
3 किल
bush.
मिल गया
I mean, I like that they are prioritizing that Harith because in the after the mid game phase, Harith is going to be a huge chaos. The damage he will deal, the magic damage he is going to have, is going to be such a trouble 4v2 situation in the board. The rotation coming here is so good because Vexana is lagging. She's not going to be here for the team because the Curse of Blood is going to be used. They are going to try and dive in. And Harith will be taken down by Aurora. Man, what a skirmish coming in. Vexana again is lead. And they don't realize this because it is going to be a huge payoff.
Yep, and the glowing one already being purchased from the I think
लिटरली क्लिप में से स्क्रीनशॉट मार के जूम करके लोगों के आईडीज निकलता है साथ में खेल रहा है
Oh, Hayabusa is looking for engagement, but I think securing the kill, I think there was a great communication coming in, knowing that the brilliance has been used from that Lunox and securing a kill onto their boards as 1-5 score is still on that scoreboard. The side of the upper moons are looking for an engage onto that turtle. They are trying to make sure they get it as fast as possible, trying to make sure the Hayabusa does not have the opportunity to steal it, and this will be an uncontested turtle for the side of upper moons as they take it without any issues and looking for an engage already. They are quite hungry. They know they have the advantage, the gold as well as the EXP and even a few items. Oh, but look at Minster. He's trying to make a play into the top. The Raging Sandstorm coming in. Khalid trying to retreat as fast as possible, and I think he will have his second skill ready if there was an engage, but he decides to not make a gamble and he will just be retreating to the fountain to regenerate most of his HP. And looks like the side of the 5 Eagles will look for maybe a top push, but only mid lane already. There is an engage onto Hayabusa, but he uses the shadow Oak Retribution
Nice
coming in
spot.
from that export, using the last insanity and getting the kill onto the Hayabusa, and a jungler trading the kill for the jungler. Oh, even a gold lane. Oh my god, the side of Upper Moons are showing absolute dominance as they
टॉप
are able
चैटर
to
पता है
take
अभी
down
कौन है?
their respective enemies. The jungler from the jungler, the
टॉप
gold
चैटर
lane
कौन है
from the
अभी इस
gold
चैनल
lane,
की?
and things are
एनी
not looking
गेसेस?
good
अभी अभी
for the
रैंकिंग क्या चल
side
रही
of
होगी?
Five Eagles as they're sitting at a
गेस
gold
गेस करो
deficit of 3,000
इस
right
चैनल
now.
की टॉप चैटर कौन है?
Yep, that is a lot of goal difference because it's just 6 minutes and looks like my star is going to get trouble. He will pop his ulti out, but will he be able to get
नहीं
something? Oh
नहीं
my god, he almost
नहीं
tried,
नहीं
but
नहीं नहीं,
look,
रोहित
he
नहीं
will
रहा.
be paying down because that
रोहित
was
को ओवरटेक कर
3v1
लिया.
situation. Look at the way they
तो
are
इस चैनल की टॉप
forcing it with the aggression.
चैटर
They
है
are
सीन
going for
पीपल
the push.
क्राइंग इन
They are
सर्वर
going
हु
for the
दे वांट टू
objectives.
लीव
And
because of random
Lunox
but the
just
fact I have
busted
never
out
played a
that
5-man match
Matilda
ever.
as well as the Harris. Man,
तो
what is
सर्वर
going
की
on with this map? Because
आई
that
मीन
is
ये यूट्यूब
Lunox
चैनल
chopping
आई
off
मीन
the upper
इधर
board.
लाइव
They
स्ट्रीम
are
में अभी तक
scoring in for the kills.
शायद
They
ये
are
मंथ,
so hungry at this
हाँ
time.
ये
They are
मंथ की टॉप
snowballing and
चैटर
everything. Even the mid
जो
tier
है
is
वो है
going to
दिया
go down.
निहारी का.
Almost there with 0 HP, but
सेकंड
Hayabusa
नंबर पे
might be in
फरदीन है,
trouble.
थर्ड नंबर पे
Not
रोहित
really.
है,
I mean,
चौथे नंबर पे
Khalid is
जितेन है,
low.
फिर
Is this a
मर्सीफुल लोना,
lower extension? Because Khalid right now is not in position. I mean, there
फिर
is a
मिस,
screen
फिर
match, but
वीपीएन, फिर
really,
आसुरा 9th नंबर पे, 10 नंबर पे एंगो.
Well, I
okay.
think, he does have the Sandstorm skill onto him, and he will regenerate most of his HP. And I think he is going for the tank build, so he knows that he will be able to sustain any damage that will be coming onto his side. I mean, we also discussed it in the
या
draft
दिया ही
phase. The
निहारी का है ना.
Khalid will just insult you with his healing. He will just be sitting in his HP sand pool, and you will be dealing damage, and he will just be getting all of his health back. That is such a broken skill, in my opinion, and that is why he has climbed into one of the top EX billionaires, and it's really showing. Despite the Minchita's great hooks, the great King's Calling being used inside the turret, he's not able to burst down Khalid, who's just way too tanky, way too sustaining for his side, and he will just be forced to sit inside the turret as looks like the side of the upper boons are looking for an engage into the XP lane because they already know the gold lane has been taken down, and they are looking for an engage. Even the bot lane, Lunox
टीचर
using up the
शॉप,
Brilliance
शॉप,
ultimate
प्रिपरेशन शॉप,
soon, trying to get out of the way. Hayabusa might be in
गिफ्टिंग.
for a Ugi Shadow kill, and a shutdown coming in. Great fire to targeting from the jungler of the side of Five Eagles, because getting the shutdown will give them a little bit of a gold. And you can see the gold difference was around 5 to 4,000. I think it has come down a little bit, but still not enough. They need to do a bit more of a priority targeting because you
हेलो
have the
निहारिका, वेलकम
assassin,
बैक.
you have the Hayabusa onto your team,
हेलो
and you
नायरा,
need to make sure you
निहारिका बोल
utilize
रहा
him
हूँ,
most
नायरा.
by taking them down one by
कैट
one.
फिशर.
But right now, Hayabusa can only really target the
हाँ ये
Aurora,
टॉप चैटर में
who
ना, लाइक
also
कुछ
has
कुछ
a
टाइम पहले ही थे, कुछ
passive,
दिन पहले ही हो
and
गया.
I think we might be seeing
इस
an
टाइम
engage.
दिया.
No, Hayabusa is just trying to poke in, and we'll have to wait patiently as, oh no, I think the side of Upper Moons, they are not patient. They're still looking for poking. And
कैसे
anyway,
हो?
Smiling,
स्ट्रीम को लाइक
like,
कर दें, इसने अभी तक
what do
लाइक
you
नहीं किया.
think for the side
ओल्ड
of
मॉड
the
इज
Five
हियर.
Eagles should be doing right now? I think
या
the Lunox priority
नायरा
works, but other
थोड़ा
than
रेयर
that,
आती है
what do you
आजकल.
think they should do?
I mean,
Oh,
there is a lot they can do, but looks like they are going
oh
for
my
fight,
god.
and
Oh my god.
Hayabusa will be taken down. Double kill coming. That is triple kill. Will there be a
क्रेजी टीम
maniac?
फाइट.
Oh,
रेड टीम
that was
फाइट
a
जीत
scene
गई
of
है.
maniac,
4 बंदे
guys.
डाउन है.
Come on, you should have just given it to him because he was so perfect with that jump at very low. Upper Moon really, really,
रिकॉल
dominating
स्पैम
this
करते
game.
हुए आया वो सा, उसको पता है वो आ रही है. ये नेटवर्क लैग हो रहा है क्या? वेट, मैं तो चल रहा हूँ, ये स्ट्रीम क्यों घूम रही है? ये मेरा नेटवर्क तो चल रहा है ना. कैन यू हियर मी? ये स्ट्रीम क्यों बफर कर रही है?
The fact that they have a front lane pressure that
उनका इशू है, तेरा सही है, क्या पता. उनका इशू हो रहा है क्या? Why is this buffering? Let me check.
making sure they're getting turrets
ठीक है
as
हो
well
गया
as the
सही हो गया
kills. Because the goal difference is just peaking at this
नहीं
point.
नहीं
The
कुछ
snowball
issue आ
coming
गया
so
था
good.
इसी
Look
में
at that flicker ultimate coming in by
ठीक
that
है हो
Aurora,
गया
making sure that they are freezed. And Lunox going in with that light
ठीक है
form, gets nothing. So many flickers used,
लेट्स गो
so many
मेरा में नेटवर्क
spells
का इशू
used.
तो नहीं है
Claude is gone,
कुछ हो
but
गया होगा
man,
वीडियो
they
में
did
ग्लिच
try
वगैरह जो भी
so
है
hard.
Yep, the Aurora and the Lunox is just playing so aggressive. Like they're mages, but they're playing off like assassins right now. They are heading inside the base with their flickers,
नहीं
with
ना
their
आएगा
ultimates. They do not care. They are just flexing their goal difference as well as the EXP gap that they have created through the sheer domination as well as their coordinated team fights, the Carmilla's Curse of the Blood Moon and Aura's Frigid Glacier, just creating all the opportunities for the Xbox to use his last insanity to deal the true damage, and Khalid coming in with his Raging Sandstorm and finishing most of the enemies. We've seen them utilize this strategy multiple times, and for the side of the Five Eagles, they are not able to have any answer back, any call, they are not able to respond to these engages. They do have the Matilda, but she's
तो अभी ना
also
ये बॉट
getting
में नए
frozen
कमांड्स
because
डाल रहा
her
हूँ मैं ठीक है
spell is in cooldown. She does not have purification either. So they're getting stuck inside that freeze. They're getting stuck inside the Curse of the Blood Moon. And those things being repeating again and again, it does not look like a good thing for the side of Five Eagles, as they will just be patiently waiting inside the comfort of their bases. But Hayabusa is trying to make a split push play, but it will be completely denied because the map control has went to the side of the upper moon completely. It almost feels like an extremely one-sided game.
Eliminators out and will eventually and surely take down the base. Scared yet? What an awesome 25-minute game this is.
Oh my god, it just went on forever. Neither of these teams wanting to give up, but finally the Tigreal can easily sleep down in the enemy fountain as eliminators pick up the win. And it also came down to the exact same fact where you just saw Nads and Sons trying to make a play over in that top lane, but it was just how disruptive entire ET played, and there was no one to protect Invoker as well as Breastplate in that situation.
To be honest, it's impressive how Invoker didn't die anymore, or how Breastplate also did not die more than just 5 and 4 times respectively. But again, kudos to Art for the patience. Kudos to Crisis for knowing when to be aggressive, even if he died, more than a handful of times. And to Lord Insane, who just died once. Again, 25 minutes, dying once.
And that is when his buff is being invaded, by the way, on the Fanny. It's actually just bizarre. At the same time, you could not stop praising his skills on that one hero.
It's impressive. I wouldn't blame him if he first picked the Fanny again. Like if ever I ended up here with you guys and I see Lord Insane pick the Fanny first, by all means.
I mean, yeah, he actually did a phenomenal job in that. But again, both the drafts coming down, trying to analyze as to what happened in that entire game, they kind of had that one win condition fact, right? You want a big crowd control setup by Art and Legend if you're eliminators, and on the other side you want Doom to give you a big heavy spins that catches probably 2 or maybe 3, and then you burst them down. There was no other layering on top of it, and that's where I think so that in terms of draft
इसको थोड़ा एड करता हूँ
The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. We'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways.
बेटर ये वाला चीज का गया ना अभी ये गेम ओपन कर मैं नया कमांड डाला. Hello Mystic Chow, welcome back.
Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go.
क्या हुआ इन लोग ने पॉज किया था क्या?
We are here, and what do we see that right now? Team Uppermoon are so highly dominating. They have the map control. They have everything. Although again, Hayabusa might be making some flawless mistakes because he is up there doing what I
match
don't know. I
continue हो
really
रहा.
don't know because it is the Lord marching from the top, and this time this is going to be the third Lord, and it is a very enhanced Lord. Will they be able to defend? Is my question because this is a very very hard defense because
क्या चल रहा है इनके स्ट्रीम पे?
5v5 situation is here. The Lord is huge, and it's going to be really hard to stop them. The glacier will be used out.
This is live, right?
Burst of
Yeah,
blood
it is
will be
live.
used out. People just going in the right form, making sure going in, and 2 people already down. Nope, it's going to be 3 people down. So hard to defend. 2 people surviving. Will they be able to manage here? I don't really think it's so hard. So they are trying,
Confused है यार वही
and
लोग.
I don't think they are going to actually defend.
Yep, and the Nexus being taken down from the side of the Upper Moons. Yeah. And looks like it was almost a one-sided game, but the game was dragged on a little bit because the side of the Upper Moons, I think there was a little bit of a miscommunication from this side. They weren't syncing up their lanes, and the Lord was taken quite late, but they were able to take the victory finally onto their side. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, there was a few technical issues, but we are sorry for the inconvenience. But
Technical
we
issues
are already back, and the match has already been finished between the sides of 5 Eagles as well as the Upper Moons. And we can see on the casters deck, our
कोई
host
दूसरा स्ट्रीम आ गया था
Jinx
बीच
is
में.
already back. How did you feel about the match, Jinx? Like, what's your opinion on both teams' performances?
It was a bit of a domination, definitely from the side of Team Upper Moon. But before we say anything, I do have to apologize to you guys. A bit of a glitch happening on, but you guys asked for Leo, and we showed you guys Leo. A bit of a cameo there. We showed you guys credit
Cameo.
too. So we're just helping you guys out. We're just helping you guys out in the middle of game. I understand it was a bit heartbreaking, especially because it was a
IGN will
bit
be
of a
playing
tense
soon.
time where the stream sort of glitched. But it's fine, you guys. Victory goes to the Upper Moon side now. Complete domination, right? Upper Moon, especially with that Lunox in the gold lane, they just let her get fed, and she was knocking them down like they were bowling pins. What do you guys think, Smiling Ray? You guys cast the whole match. Like, what do you guys think went wrong from the side of 5 Eagles?
I mean,
Well,
Matilda was
I think yes,
सबसे
Smiley, go
responsible
ahead.
कौन है क्या?
I mean, Matilda was
तो
there,
मैंने
but she
bot में
was
भी
a
एक और
support.
कमांड
The
डाल दिया.
fact that Akumun actually pressurized on the turret so much, making sure it's not being farmed. That Matilda is for dot guard. There was Vixana with the creation coming from him. Her actually was not so great. She was in the mid lane while they were pressurizing the bot. It was 4v2 situation. They needed members, but there were no members. And by that, the Lunox and Aurora were getting farmed so highly. I mean, at a point, it felt like Lunox and Aurora were the assassins of the game. They, just used their flicker to bait out the enemies, to kill them, to chase them to that death. So they actually were dominating so goodly, and the map control was so insane. It's just prioritizing the team fights, which actually matter. And I think somewhere where Eagle were lacking.
Yeah,
Ray, what
I
are your
absolutely
thoughts?
agree with you. Yep. Was just about to say, like, I think the side of team, the five Eagles, they were lacking in the priority targeting, as well as I think there was a little bit of a drop
Commands,
gap,
using custom
considering
commands.
they did utilize the Mincetar quite well, but Mincetar on the XP lane, he was getting absolutely dominated by the Khalid, who also got a triple kill in the early game. I was also
कुछ
mentioning
कुछ
the
खेलते हैं ठीक
formula
है.
in the early phases of the draft, saying that there could be a lot of combinations made, considering there are both the queens in the game, the Vexana, the
यार
Aurora.
लैग कर रहा है क्या
And
स्ट्रीम?
one of the teams could have utilized, and it was the side of the upper moons who
तुम लोग
used
अभी
it
साइड हो
to
जाओ.
their utmost potential. Anytime there
अभी
was a
Ziven
team fight,
खेलेगा.
the Curse of the Blood Moon with the Frigid Glacier was absolutely devastating for the opposing side. 45 Eagles, and like even if they were doing a good marking into the Lunox, it was just not sufficient enough. There was nobody being able to take down the Exborg and his Firaga armor. There was nobody to take down the Khalid even once. And with such,
अभी Ziven classic
invincible
खेलेगा.
gameplay coming in from their side, there was
बहुत
no
वन शॉट
question
बिल्ड
that the
खेलेगा.
side of
वन
the
शॉट हीरो.
5 Eagles had that
क्या
much
हो रहा है?
chance to make a comeback, as they, even after
हाँ, लोड
17
पड़ रहा है
minutes,
क्या?
getting most of their items, there wasn't sufficient enough damage coming in from their side. And unfortunately, they lost the game. But ladies and gentlemen, do not worry. Both teams are representing
लिखा के
Nagaland. So
दिखा नहीं
one team
कमांड.
is proceeding on to the
एक
next
एक
round.
गिव वाला
This
कमांड
is
आएगा
a
बीच में ना.
single elimination. So
बेसिकली मैं
that's
मंथ
what
में
makes
किसी
games
को
so exciting.
स्टारलाइट
The upper
दूंगा
moons
जो मोस्ट
really
एक्टिव
showing
रहेगा
that
चैट
they're
वगैरह में.
here to stay, and 5 Eagles
मैंने
will
इतना
have no
लिखा.
choice but to go home at
वो
this
चीज़ बाद में
point.
डिसाइड करेंगे.
But
मंथ के मैं 1
you
तारीख को
know
मैं
what?
किसी
There
ना
are
जिस लाइक
so
किसी नए बंदे
many
को ही
more
दूंगा.
exciting games to come, because there is another game coming in soon, and I think both teams are also from Nagaland, and I can't just wait to watch
प्ले
which
सेवर.
teams will be proceeding
एल्डस खेलते हैं
on
भाई.
to the next
एल्डस
game.
मेरे को
I
एल्डस
would like to
खेलना है.
mention one thing that
मैं नया हीरो
I
खरीदा.
am myself in Guwahati, so
मॉड को छोड़ के
this
ना.
is such a big thing for me,
या
because
मॉड को छोड़
it
के.
is going to be a
तुमको तो मैं वो
land
दूंगा. फरदीन
tournament,
को मैं वो
and
देने
it
वाला
will be
हूँ.
held in Guwahati. So I will be there to, I will be present as a
फरदीन को भी
caster, as
स्टारलाइट
an
दूंगा मैं.
audience,
बट
or
लाइक फरदीन को
whatever.
मैं वो भी देने
But
वाला
only
हूँ.
time will tell. But anyways, the
M6
registrations
पास
are
दूंगा मैं.
still
लाइक एक ही
open.
गिफ्ट कर
You can
सकते
still
हैं.
join in. Well,
एक ही
it
M6
can be
पास गिफ्ट
that you
कर
can
सकते हैं.
want
मैं
to
वो
choose
फरदीन को गिफ्ट
from your
करूंगा.
region, or you can just enjoy the skins in the
ट्राई
tournament
फोबियस
lobby,
डैमेज.
dear
वन
viewers.
शॉट.
So download the game and enjoy the anniversary rewards that are still going on. And that is it all from my side. And Jinx, you can take it up.
True, you guys. So we're excited to see you for the LAN part, especially Ray. You might get to see him there.
साउंड आ रही है.
Might get to say hello to him. Meanwhile, we did take a bit of time, so we're going to go
ऑल
into the
हीरोज नहीं
next
है क्या?
match very
मैं
soon.
अभी
We're going to
खरीद
go
रहा हूँ
into
यार.
the
सारे हीरोज
break.
नहीं को अनलॉक किए मैंने
Upper Moon
अभी.
team is gone into the
थोड़े
next
थोड़े बहुत
round
बच गए
here.
हैं.
Meanwhile, though,
1v1.
while we're in the break, take the time to
1v1
download the
कर रहे हैं
game,
क्या
guys.
तुम्हारे साथ ब्रो?
Download Moba 5v5, make some friends, and join the
करते
Northeast
हैं.
Cup. We are
1v1
excited
करते
to
हैं.
see you guys play. Stay
अरे
tuned.
छोड़ो. कर लेंगे मजे मजे में कर लेंगे 1v1. तुम्हारी आईडी कौन सी है ब्रो? जिवेन सर्च करके फॉलो करना है इसको. अपनी मेरी आईडी बताओ. मैच के बीच में करते हैं. 1v1 करते हैं. 1v1 ब्रॉल खेलेंगे. ठीक है. मैं टास्क कंप्लीट कर लूँ उसका 1v1 ब्रॉल खेलता हूँ. अरे हाँ मेरे स्मार्ट पे करना है.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
You have returned.
Okay.
You're looking a little lost.
You're looking a little lost. My friend.
The labyrinth shall never fall.
अरे भाई 4 लोग गैंग कर रहे हैं एक एल्डस को. ज़ेन मैंने अटैक किया.
An enemy has been slain! An ally has been slain!
अभी देखते हैं भाई. सी यू इन लेट गेम. देखो मेरे को स्टैक सट्टा करना है.
Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Words are meaningless. Now talk with your
Ally has been slain!
Words are meaningless. Now talk with my fist. डैमेज है ही नहीं अभी इसको मारने के लिए.
I always fulfill my contracts. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
अरे फिर से होगा सेफ खेलना होगा कितने स्टारलाइट लेगा उससे मतलब
Words are meaningless. Now talk with your fists.
तो रोहित को मैं वाला कर दूंगा ना
Hello and welcome back.
जेवियर वाला कर
Thrilled to
दूंगा
have you with us for an action-packed day of competition.
बेसिकली मैं महीने में 3 ही स्टारलाइट खरीद सकता हूँ एक मैं खुद से खरीदता हूँ
Online qualifiers. It is round 1, day 2, and this is going to be the match number 4. So get ready for the exciting day of the game because we have thrilling raw knockout rounds where each match is a single elimination round. One loses and you're out. So far we have seen some amazing teams competing each other. The fact that this time they are here to represent their state. So it is a very well gameplay coming in. As the match unfolds, keep an eye on the standout player. One great move can change everything. Strategy and quick thinking will be key to success today. So don't miss out on any action.
मैं फ्लिक करके टावर डैमेज देता हूँ फ्लिक करके पहले ही बाहर आया था
5 so the game is
भाई ये लोग ऐसे टारगेट कर रहे थे मैं क्या ही हूँ बॉटम में चिपके पड़ा है फैन से मनमानी नहीं कर रहे हैं
and yep, let the game begin. This is me smiling, and with me today I have James and Ray.
मंथ में एक स्टारलाइट तो मैं दे दूंगा एक एक्टिव वगैरह को बेसिकली थोड़ा बहुत डायमंड मैं भी अर्न कर पा रहा हूँ ना मैं क्रिएटिव प्रोग्राम में भी हूँ तो लाइक मेरे को वीडियो बनाने के डायमंड मिलेंगे अभी तक नहीं मिले मेरे को बट मैं जो नेक्स्ट वीडियो बनाऊंगा ना उतने नहीं मतलब इतना कि मैं अपने एक वीडियो को अर्निंग में गिव में दे
Yep, 5 balls in this game, and we would see some brawl happening again between both teams. As you mentioned, the last game was completely, one-sided on the side of the opponent. They were dominating the opposition really well.
इतना गैंग कर रहे हैं बॉटम
and the side of the
मैं नहीं कर रहा लेन कट
they were not able to respond.
चिपके पड़े उनको उनको दिखाई नहीं था कि टॉप लेन लाला खुद बची पड़ेगा
a little bit into 17 minutes, I think, but it was still one-sided, and well, it was an enjoying game, but just like you mentioned, I'm looking forward to see an equal exchange, a game where you cannot really predict which team will be able to win. It's really exciting, and I'm looking forward to that happening, and we'll just have to wait and see as the
point system वगैरह
preparing, and we'll be heading on to the draft phase really soon.
True, I think
तुम लोग को आइडिया वगैरह लग जाए कौन जीत रहा है करके गिव में मैं कोई पॉइंट सिस्टम वगैरह की जगह मैं लाऊंगा मतलब तुम चार्ट में पता कर सकते
हो
Yep, I am from Guwahati myself, living in here, so that is why I'm so excited to be joining and casting for this tournament and the qualifying rounds because, the last tournament is happening in my city and I am just so excited to, to see this happening. It has been such a long dream of mine that someday, Moba Legends 5v5 would make this sport into a city and it will finally come true and it will be such I can't even express it in words. I'm just really happy to be part of this community, casting for it.
तो वहाँ पे अरे फ्रैगमेंट कम पड़ते हैं ना वो लो अरे फ्रैगमेंट तो वहाँ से ही मिल जाएंगे देखो फ्रैगमेंट अभी वो भी मिल जाएंगे एनुअल सनलाइट जो स्पिन वगैरह इवेंट आएगा ना
you can take it, Tell me, what is your prediction? Will we see any respect fans like this Rizla in the previous match?
बैठी है भाई ये यूडोरा बैठी है कि मैं ना इसी को गैंग करूंगी मैं बहुत प्यारा आइडिया था देखो अभी मैं ये अथीना बनाऊंगा तेरे लिए
as soon as possible. We saw it last game, it didn't work out. but he is still a very good option in the gold lane, right? He's
या
very
देखते हैं मैं नया इम्प्लीमेंट
it
करूंगा ना
deals
इसको
lots of damage, can
अभी
farm
अभी
up
तो
pretty
लाइक वैसे
fast,
चार्ट
lots of
में
dashes and hard to catch.
मॉडर्स
He's
को
a
छोड़ के
slippery,
जती नहीं
slippery
जाती
cat. Meanwhile, though, another Ruby ban coming in as well.
कितना
I'm
बजट है
sort
तुम्हारा
of
अमन तुम्हारा
expecting
बजट
some of the
कितना गेमिंग फोन
assassins
के लिए
getting banned. Maybe the Link, maybe the Hayabusa, maybe even the Edith has a chance of being banned
तुमको
out right
बैनिंग
now.
देखनी है क्या
We have to wait and see what the side of Team Time Brawl here wants to do. What their strategy is, we still don't
मैं
have,
इसको बड़ा करता हूँ ठीक है
a way to figure out what they want to do. But they're going to be banning out the phobias. So the ban of the Harit, the ban of the phobias as well. Both counters, right? What do you think they're planning here, Ray?
Yep, it is a little bit of an odd combination from the side of triballs, because usually you'd see one being opened, like either you're gonna go for the phobias or you're gonna go for the Harit, but both being banned out at the same time. Perhaps they are not, they do not want to give it out to the first pick to the side of team, the blue team, and they are just making sure they have their own, usually people make a strategy and ban out the heroes that could be a threat to them. So it is possible they are following with that. So we are saying, Harit, your predictions were right, and the phobias ban coming in, as well as the Vexana being banned out quite early.
चलो अभी तुम यही देखो ठीक
Usually
है
you see her being banned out
तुमको
like
ये देखना है ये
maybe
देखना
in the
मैं
second
मैच में
phase.
दिखाऊंगी
So it is
ये
quite
बेनिंग फेज
interesting
देखो
to see both sides going for the mage ban. The assassin
तुमको दिख रहा है क्या
still open.
बेसिकली
What do
व्यूइंग
you think? Is it
एक्सपीरियंस
going
खराब
to
नहीं
be?
होना चाहिए
Oh no, it's the Khalid.
मैच
Oh my
मैच
God,
स्टार्ट
what
होते ही
is
मैं बड़ा कर
this thing?
दूंगा इसको
I like it. I like the Khalid ban. I mean, I like the Khalid pick. Meanwhile, though, the Zeus
अरे एनुअल
ban,
वर्थ इट नहीं पड़ता यार
I would
एनुअल
have
वैसे
preferred
मत लेना
Aurora
एनुअल
ban here, Ray.
में
I
ड्रॉ मारोगे ना
really would have
तो वहाँ पे
preferred
एक्सचेंज
an
करने का
Aurora
ऑप्शन
ban
रहता
because
है
she's open, right? Usually we see the mages get traded off, the two queens. We see the Vexana get traded off for the Aurora. But here, Vexana is banned out. But so Aurora seems to be switching. Not sure if they want to go for it so soon, so early on. But that Khalid is hard to say. I wanted him to be pretty good in the EXP. Really tanky. You can play him as a tank or you can play him as a damage dealer as well. He is very amazing at diving into the backfield. So I like that picture. Now, two more picks on the side of Stripe Brawl. We're going to see the Valentina as well as the Gatot. So Valentina should just steal it Aurora ultimate asset. So I think that's good picks coming in from the side of Stripe Brawl.
Yep, I agree with you. Valentina, she is a bit of an evergreen mage, considering the way the
उसको मिल जाए ना लाइक
designed to be.
स्टैक्स बहुत इजीली मिल जाए ना
Usually
तो ये बहुत
utilize the
डेडली बन
enemy
जाता है
opposition's ultimate and make it beneficial to her team. But Valentina being picked early on, it is also a little bit of a double-edged sword, because the enemy opposition knows you're going to steal, and right now you're going to be carefully picking their heroes, making sure
क्या कर रहा हूँ
get the desired ultimates that we wish for. So, just like I said, a double-edged sword, and they're responding with a Hayabusa as well as a Claude quite early on. But at the same time, I think Claude deserves to be a priority pick in this meta, especially considering the mana-less update it came in. Don't you agree on that, things?
No, true. I mean, he did get a bit of changes in his kit, right? That mana was removed. It was pretty annoying. So they removed it off, they replaced his energy, so now he's very viable in that game. But I'm a bit worried for the side of team Divine Destiny.
मेरा 1K collection point होने वाला है
it's out in the open. Look at that.
1K
We
collection
know
point?
Claude is going into the gold lane. We know
1 लाख बोल रहे हो क्या
jungle, and we know Khalid is going to go into the EXP. So we know their drafts already. We know what they're going to pick up next, right?
उसने कितना बजट बताया अपना
There's no flex picks coming in from there end.
25K है ना 25,000 तुम्हारा बजट है
Team, try ball here, pick up the
तुमको गेमिंग फोन लेना है
not in the meta. I would have preferred a Lunox, but they banned that out instead.
ये पोको वाला भी अच्छा आया था इस बार ना लाइक इसका प्रोसेसर वगैरह बहुत तगड़ा है मेरे भाई ने लिया था
Arsenal and they did not go for it. I mean, in this game, Lunox would be perfect.
लाइक गेमिंग फोन में शायद वो नंबर 1 पे होगा
to escape from the Khalid's assault as well as Hayabusa's
प्राइस के
Ruby
अकॉर्डिंग
Shadowfield. Not to mention,
बाकी शायद इससे अच्छे फोन हो सकता है
damage dealing ultimate
अभी का सीन नहीं
in the
पता
game. But instead they went in for a very vulnerable marksman. Melissa is not bad, she is good, but actually Claude low-key counters her because
भी अच्छे
he does
नए
not
मॉडल्स
need to
आए
go inside of the ultimate, the domain that she creates. He can just stay out of it, use his blazing duet and take her out. So I think a little bit of an odd pick also quite early on, considering the opposition already has the marksman, the divine Regime locking in that clause. I expected to see, what you said, a Luna, but instead a Beleric band coming in as well, Very, very interesting draft combinations we're seeing here. What's your thoughts on this in particular?
That is true. They banned out 3 tanks. They banned the Hylos, they banned the Tigran. From their own end, even though they need those tanks, right? I think they're going for that Matilda pick. I think they're going for that utility. They want a lot of dashes in their team. They might just pick it up, right? That's what I'm expecting from the side of Team Divine Regime here. Meanwhile, though, like we were talking about, there's something you need to notice here that Gacha with that vengeance here, he's going to be backing back that Lord just as much as he backs it.
And I think we just got our questions answered why they banned out E8 ranks, because they want to pick up the Hook Master, the Franco from Sogen, from the side of Divine Regime with Kadita coming in. It's been a while I've seen a Kadita on these tournaments. Usually, she was all the buzz back then. I think a few seasons ago in the MPL, she was the roamer, she was the EXP, she was the even the maid, even the gold later, she was everywhere, but there was a fall from grace and she was not seen anymore. But it is nice to see that in this game we'll be seeing some tidal waves coming in from the side of Divine Regime as we finally finalize the draft, the Minotaurs being locked in from the side of Tribals, and both teams are looking quite good. But although I kind of really am biased a little bit towards the side of Divine Regime, especially because they have a really strong EXP laner, Khalid, but I wouldn't undermine the Gatot Kacha both strong EXP laners in the meta. What do you think of this thing?
That's true, but I was hiding to Tribal here. Look at that, Julian Jungle coming in from their end. They have the Valentina, they have the CC with that Minotaur, and then they have that Gato Gacha as well, just to follow up, right? He's gonna be amazing looking, especially with that vengeance. I do have to say something
What did the
damage? The main pick from the side of Team Divine is doing something new, but we are into the game, guys. Meanwhile, though, while the team start the blue buff and the red buff, whatever they want, download the game. Download Moba 5v5 from the Play Store. It's available, and join the tournament. Northeast Cup is going to be Divine Regime versus Tribe Balls on the red side. And now we see a 4-man, cleaning up the purple buff there.
Yep, they are trying to help out the jungler as soon as possible because Julian really needs that level 3. Before that, his jungling speed is quite low, so they are just trying to help out. On the top lane, we are seeing Franco and waiting in for the ambush. But I think Franco will just be backing off because he decides that Melissa will be playing the safe side and there won't be any hooks coming in. He might be going in for the red, but let's see what decisions they could be making. Oh, the hook, the first hook missing in. I thought it almost connected, but anyways, both junglers patient, taking their buffs peacefully, and only time will tell what engages they would be going for, a pick-off or not.
That is true. I mean, Franco giving a bit of vision, jumps right into that. Julian escapes with just a sliver of HP. Julian does not want to take that risk, provided, Kadita was waiting in that bush for him. So good thinking. I do have to say, though, Franco, probably a comfort pick from the side of Team Divine Regime here. A bit of a skirmish happening in top lane. Hayabusa does go in. Franco, small hook, but they're going to have to retreat.
And the first blood actually goes on to the side of Divine Regime because I thought it could be, the Oogie Shadow kill being used quite early on. Hayabusa might have been the priority target, but no. Despite Julian having that early advantage with the level 3, powers scaling, but he was still taken down. Really backfighting. A hook coming in into Melissa, trying to render her useless. Raren already onto the domination as he is 2-0-2. Things are looking absolutely amazing for the side of Team Divine Regime as they're showing their dominance over the side of Tribals. And is this going to be another one-sided game? Because if you look at the score, it looks like it jinx.
That is true. I mean, we're still too early to decide, right? First turtle is up. We're going to see a skirmish here. Julian ready to, steal up the turtle there. Karita goes in.
Oh, Gatot diving in with his ultimate, a flicker hook coming in with that bloody hunt. Khalid is taken down. The turtle up for the grabs. Hayabusa is looking for an opportunity, but I think he will not be able to take it because he exhausted his shadows to dodge the Gatot ultimate. I think that ultimate from Gatot was really well timed because he was able to zone out. Oh, look at the top lane. I think Melissa should have just recalled, and did she pay off with her life? Minotaur is into the scene. Will he be able to take down Claude? Claude doesn't have the second skill, but Franco is already into the scene. And just like I mentioned, I think that was a good of a trade from the side of the team Tribals, and they are kind of making a little bit of a good pace, you know?
That is true. Battle.net
YouTube channel है.
Not Matilda, sorry, Melissa, not having a good day in the land of dawn. She is staying on 0-3-0. Her goal lead is nowhere, right? Now Minotaur is going to babysit her a little in top lane. I think she needs her. She's getting bullied in top lane right now because Franco's rotation is on point, right? He's everywhere his team needs him. Look at him giving a vision in that bush. Now he's going to be a 2 versus 1 gank in top lane. Is he going to land another hook? Not sure.
On the bot lane, the Khadija, was it? Oh no, it was actually the Valentina copying the ultimate from the Khadija with the IMU. Khalid looking in a little bit of a trouble as Gatot is charging in, but I think he does. Oh no, he will just recall, take the safe route, not want to be take it down in the top lane. We might be seeing an engage onto the Melissa, and this is what we were discussing in the draft phase. She does not have any form of immunity skills, and look at that, she is just vulnerable to 4 people. Oh, Gatot also coming in with his ultimate, but Khalid will just be flickering away. But Jinx, we were discussing it. Melissa, she is a marksman that requires to be babysitted constantly until she can get the late power spike compared to, Lunox. And I think they are paying for it. Oh, an engage. And oh, killing spree for Raren. But anyways, what's your thoughts on, the Melissa being ganked so much? Oh.
I am afraid. Meanwhile, though, another gang coming in here in top lane. This time, Valentina, in the disguise of Franco gets taken out there. She stole that ultimate. I think that's a good ultimate to take away. But she needs to get close enough to actually land that those stuns, but it's not working out for them, especially for Melissa. Right? We're talking about Melissa. She needs some help. That Minotaur better notice her in top lane because she's struggling. She's struggling hard. I think she barely has any gold.
Yeah, I think she barely has enough items, just like you mentioned. The second turtle already being, taken without any contest. And Khadija trying to make a play with the tidal waves coming in, taking down the Minotaur. Gatot forced to use his ultimate. I think he should have used to escape, but I think he might get taken down here. He's doing a good job with the regeneration, but Raren's damage with the Hayabusa is just way too much. Look at them invading into the blue buff. Khalid charging in. Claude with a blazing duet, diving into the Melissa, trying to take her down. Killing spree for the Khalid. Kadita coming out of, sorry, it was the Valentina again. It is very confusing when she steals the ultimate. I was thinking she would go for the Franco, but no, she went for the Kadita. And this is what, we discussed. You actually told about that. All the ultimates from the side of Divine Regime, they're all, nearby, at close range. The engage just does not stop. Divine Regime is still so hungry for kills. Oh my god.
True, I mean they have
Aldous के कितने max tags होते हैं?
Aldous
के max tags बताओ कितने होते हैं?
Blood, right? They want to end
600.
the game. And I would end the game too. The goal lane now is severely underfarmed, right? Melissa having a very hard time. Khalid
max tag Aldous कितना होता है?
But she just might be able to escape. But that's a 4-man gang coming in there. She is getting bullied hard here, Ray.
मैं 560 पहुँच गया हूँ.
I feel bad for her.
570 होगा मेरा.
Oh my god, what is happening? And Gatot diving in onto that Hayabusa shut down. I think that was a little bit of an odd position coming in because Franco already retreated. Franco killing, not killing actually. Franco accidentally hooked that Minotaur into Hayabusa and caused the trouble for him. That was an hilarious scene to see. But just like that, I'm not taking a second to breathe. Look at that. They are engaging one after another, every lane from top to bottom. They are not giving us, even a second to breathe. Look at Franco just taunting in. Khalid already into the scene with the sandstorm. Claude with the blazing duet diving in as well. Valentina being taken down. And a double kill for Kirin on that Kadita. Julian looking for a kill. Oh my god, these teams, they are not patient. They want blood. Melissa finally trying to make a play, shut down, but she will also be punished for her aggression, a killing spree for Claude. Oh my god, both teams very impatient and they just want the blood.
That is true. I mean, Hayabusa, meanwhile, gets the third turtle. I have to say, the Claude dealing a lot of damage, right? All that bullying he did in top lane definitely working out for him. And the side of Team Divine Regiment, they know what they're doing this game, right? They're pushing down those lanes, they're taking those team fights because they know they can win. Gutted Gacha once again coming in, lands on absolutely no one. Not sure why he was using his ultimate there at that point, though. Franco is ready for another team fight.
Oh my god, if you look at it, engage so many resources being used left and right. Khalid using the sandstorm to heal himself. Julian trying to make a retreat. Melissa's puppet connecting onto 4 people. Another hook coming in onto that Minotaur. Gototkacha trying to sustain as much as possible, but there is just not enough damage or sustain. They are not able to take down anyone while their side loses 4 bodies. Khalid trying to make a little bit of a confident play, but he will just be flickering away. Oh my god, look at the taunt coming in from Hyung on that Khalid. They know they are absolutely dominating. You know, Jinx, we were hoping that we would see an equal match, but Divine Regime proving us wrong, denying that joy as they're proceeding
Very
with a
impatient at
complete
Warrior.
one-sided play. Look at that Franco.
A bit of a trolling here pulls that red buff
Hello,
way
miss.
far.
Welcome back.
Melissa once again gets caught out in top lane. Another skirmish, Ray. You cannot breathe this match whatsoever.
Yep, this is not a good thing for a hype caster because every moment is a hype. Look at Claude charging in with the blazing duet
मेरा
again
match tag
and
होगा.
again, but he will be punished for his overextension. But Hayabusa's stacks on the Sky Piercer really helping him secure all those kills. And right now, I'll take a breather. Jinx, what's your analysis for this game? All I can say is absolute domination.
Yeah, I think we were wrong, right? We were wrong, especially about the Kadita pick. She is doing amazing in this match. That comfort hero, especially the Franco landing all his hooks, landing those hooks, landing those ultimates right where we need him to. He's doing amazing. Lord is our first Lord of the game. If they get this, they might just be able to end the game because the side of Team Tri-Brawl here have no damage, no gold, another hook. Another hook on Valentina this time around, though. She has that Kali that which might have been able to escape. But I have to say, Franco doing really, really well. Meanwhile, though, Hayabusa as well as Claude chunking down that Lord, they are ready to end the game here. And I would too, with almost like a, almost like a 8K goal lead. I would end the game.
Oh my god, look at Franco with the bloody hunt, but Gototkacha charging in with the ultimate vengeance, popping in left and right, inspires use Claude with the blazing duet. Gototkacha being stuck into midst of 4 people. There is no options left for him. Hayabusa with the Uki Shadow kill. Just like I said, the Wind of Nature completely nullifies it and Melissa was able to survive. But how long is the question because the Lord is marching in the mid lane.
That is too much in the mid lane and it's going to be a 3 versus 5 here, but okay, 2 versus 5 because that Minotaur gets chunked down pretty quick. They might just be able to end the game here because look at the Lord hits 3 Ray. I mean, I think it's over.
Nice.
Oh my god, I was absolutely, not that wrong because I was expecting the Kadita to make the great plays because after
भाई
all,
इनका गेम
it
खत्म
was
भी
the
हो
hero
गया.
that she most excelled at. Julian
Blue
is still trying to
team.
make a play. Claude charging in with that blazing duet. Kadita with that mega kill. Khalid being taken down, but this
इनका
doesn't
गेम
matter.
खत्म भी
They
हो गया.
engaged
मेरा
because
एल्डर्स
at the
गेम
end
अभी
of
भी
the
चल
day,
रहा
the
है.
Nexus was their priority as they
26
take
मिनट हो गए
this
मेरे एल्डर्स
game,
गेम को.
eliminating the tri-brawls from this tournament because this is
क्रेजी ब्रो.
a single
मेरा गेम तो
elimination.
अभी भी चल रहा है.
That was true. That was pretty
इनका खत्म हो गया.
one-sided
इनका
as
मैं
well.
बैनिंग फेज
They
भी
were showing a
चले गया.
bit of
गेम भी
zeal
चले
here.
गया. इन
Even
लोग का जल्दी
starting with the
खत्म हो
match,
गया.
sadly, though Tri-Ball
मैं
could
यहाँ पे
not sustain the damage coming
इतना
in from
लेट
that
गेम.
Claude, from that Kadita, and they definitely could not handle some of those Franco hooks. He
अब
was
तो हो
right
जाएगा.
on
एंडी हो
point.
जाएगा.
Meanwhile, though, we're going to be going back to the
ये
Castles
लॉर्ड नहीं
deck.
बचेगा.
We're going to, talk a
ठीक
bit
है.
with Smiling here.
Yep, I am right here. I mean, what a match, man. I was actually,
Nice.
wondering this time maybe we might see a 2-on-2
फुल
clash
सक्स
here.
लगा
This
मैं.
time it's not going to be a one-side domination, but who let that Karita cook? There's no
मेरे को खाई की
stopping
स्किन
her.
चाहिए ना.
And that Franco with that, magnetic hook, I would say.
मिल गया.
The way he just kept hooking
अकाई
on
अकाई चाहिए मेरे को.
one-on-one people, making sure he even hooked the buff pulling out people so harshly. It was actually a very, very good gameplay coming in by them.
Yeah.
That was true.
Okay,
But I have to say, though, Ray smiling, I think what really affected the side of Team Tribal here, that team fight capabilities that they had, right? That wombo combos just not landing, lot of disconnects, right? I expected to see that Minotaur
give
go
me
in,
that
stop the Claude, then the Gutter Butcher following him up, and so that, the Valentina could deal that damage, that Julian could come in. That's something we did not see. They were a bit lost, right? They were following the
नहीं मिला
pace
मेरे
of
को
Divine
5 में ले
Red
तो रहा
Team,
हूँ
and it didn't work out, right?
होने
From
वाला
the
मेरा
start to the end, it was pretty one-sided.
I mean, they had a very good lineup. They had everything in the position. Based on the draft, I actually thought they had the upper
230
hand,
dice
but
after
how
तीन और
team
डाइस यहाँ
fight
मिल जाएंगे
situation
कंप्लीट 3
changes just
मैचेस
by
एक और मैच कंप्लीट करना
not the
है
positioning and missing of heroes.
लेट्स गो
It
ब्रो
actually
एक और
affects
मैच
a lot of team fights, and even a 0.1 second mistake can actually just turn over the whole game.
जस्ट
Letting
वन
them
मोर
dominate in the start, actually, the way they make sure that they are not giving a single chance to them to farm. That Melissa
मेरे को
is
यहाँ पे
trying
स्किन चाहिए
really
मेरे
to
को
get the farm. She was in the map, but
तो
the damage was lacking. There was a lot of miscommunication that actually changed the whole game.
अरे ये भी बंदा है ना इसने मेरे को फॉलो किया
Yep, absolutely agree with you. And I think, usually, just like you mentioned in the previous game, Smiling, the draft where most of the game is decided, and it was decided with the Melissa pick because I think they had the option of the Lunox under their arsenal, but they did not go for it because the Lunox could have easily, escaped any of the four-man invasion that were happening into the goal lane. But picking that Melissa, a fight of a vulnerable marksman that
कट चाहिए
requires
मिल जाएगा क्या
babysitting, which was not
अरे
happening
बहुत
at
मिलेंगे
all
अभी
in
तो
this
और भी
game.
मिलेगा बहुत टाइम
Melissa
है ना
was
अभी शायद और भी
completely
मिलेगा
dominated, and when your goal lane is
Which effect you
so
want?
badly treated, you cannot really expect her to perform that well into the
Elimination
game. And
effect
getting all
better
those
होगा
kills from the Hayabusa was getting
ये
all
भी
those
है ये तो
Sky
फ्री में
Booster
मिल रहा है
stacks from that
नोटिफिकेशन
Melissa. He was
एलिमिनेशन
able
में
to
मिल जाएगा
dominate
डोंट
onto the
वरी
other
अपनी
lanes,
करते
and
रहेंगे
it was just a
चुन्नू मुन्नू
beautiful
को बड़ा करते रहो
execution on the side of Divine Regime, and they will be
नेक्स्ट
just
हीरो
be
खेलने का
taking
सजेशन दो
this
मेरे को
victory onto their side.
Yep, that was a beautiful victory going
जो
in.
मैं नहीं खेलता
And
नेक्स्ट
this
हीरो
was game number 4, guys. Do download Mobile Legends 5v5 for exciting matches. And let me just remind you guys, the registrations are still open. You can come
नोवेरिया नहीं
and
खेलता मैं कभी
challenge yourself,
कोई
your
मेज खेलूं कोई मेज
teammates,
नहीं
just
खेलता
to
मैं कभी
register
चल अपना
and
मेज
make
जीरो
sure
पुल
we
बढ़ाते हैं
have a taste of the tournament because it
ओडित
is
नहीं खेला मैंने
divine.
कभी
And once you are in, you
वैलेंटीना
will be
ओके
covering a
वैलेंटीना
lot
खेलते
of
हैं लेट्स गो
tournaments.
वैलेंटीना
So yep, stay
नाइस
tuned, and we are going to be back very shortly with another exciting game.
मुझे स्किल्स वगैरह बता दो ठीक है फर्स्ट सेकंड स्किल क्या करता है देख तो डबल डैश खेला लिलिया भी है सिसिलियन खेलना है क्या दिया को सिसिलियन खेलने तो बोल रही थी एक बार क्या खेलूं मैं दिया सजेशन कौन सा मेज देखना तुम लोग को परामिस खेलूं क्या खेलूं सिसिलियन कोई मेज बोला दिया सेलिना एडिट नहीं बोली बस मैंने इसमें सिसिलियन खेलना है ना थोड़ा सिसिलियन बोरिंग हुआ लाइक मैं ऑलरेडी खेलता हूँ सिसिलियन कबूरा परवीन कबूरा बोल रहा हूँ वैलेंटीना खेलते हैं चलो वैलेंटीना खेलते हैं कॉपी करूंगा वैलेंटीना खेले वैलेंटीना तुम लोग तो ये सब हीरो खेलते ही हो वैलेंटीना खेलते हैं
I didn't cure the pain. I harness it.
तो ये मेरा बिल्ड है वैलेंटीना रेडी ये भी लास्ट ड्रॉ में मिली हुई मेरे को स्किन फर्स्ट स्किल अपग्रेड करना हो गई स्ट्रीम। कुछ टाइम तक। One two one two one combo. Skill one, skill two.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Skill 2 डैमेज देता है क्या? तो मोबिलिटी है।
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
We're all cursed in one way or another. Once again, stepping into the light. My love. Hey, not bad.
सेकंड स्किल है किसी का हिट होगा तो सीधी एक्शन है।
Whatever it takes. By taking them down with their stick, I make them fulfill.
कौन सा अल्टीमेट वो होगा बढ़ते? लियोमॉन का अल्टीमेट होगा ना बढ़ते?
He will win. I know it. I join, I win.
Launch attack.
ट्रायंगल का अल्टीमेट भी सही है।
I can soon be around.
इसके बेसिकली बाकी स्किल यूज कर रहा हूँ मैं ब्लू अल्टीमेट काफी अच्छा है।
Who dare stand against me? Even time yields to me. There is no good in evil.
Crazy, bro. That's crazy. Ah, I am Leomond. घोड़ा 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 मेरा पीछा कर रहा है। क्या बिल्ड कर रहा है? वही जनरल वीडियो इसका है जो मोस्ट ऑफ द प्रो प्लेयर बना रहा है। कोई बिल्ड मिला।
I don't mind leading the captain from a rise to a
Not
fall.
bad.
And who suffered? The betrayed or the betrayer? Greatness arouses envy, and envy begets betrayal.
तो लियो कॉपी कर गया था फिर उसका अल्टीमेट अच्छा। तू इधर आ, मेरे पास अल्टीमेट है। मैं अल्टीमेट कब तक यूज कर सकता हूँ?
Who dare stand against me?
I liked it. मजेदार है. कोई एनिमी है मेरा हीरो अगर ले ले ट्रांसफॉर्म होने वाला तो आई कैन गो दिस.
And who suffered?
Your
The
team
betrayal
destroyed the
or the
turret.
escape?
अरे मैं गलती कर दी. मैंने को हया का अल्टीमेट कॉपी करके तुरंत यूज करना था. मैंने अपना स्किल कैंसिल कर दिया.
Our turret has been destroyed.
गलत बटन प्रेस हो गया. हेलो रक्षा, वेलकम बैक. स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर देना अभी तक लाइक नहीं हुआ.
Request backup.
I don't mind leading the Paxlings from a rise to a fall.
या यूजम का भी अच्छा. मेरे को लियो को पसंद है.
Gather up the turtle. The enemy has slain the turtle.
अरे ये वेस्ट है भाई. हेरिस का अल्टीमेट मेरे को कैरमेला कॉपी करना था. हेरिस हो गया. हेरिस में वेस्ट है. कोई ना रेस्ट कर लो. मैंने उस दिन मिंसी कार्ड कॉपी कर रहा था.
Greatness arouses envy, and envy begets betrayal. He will wake up.
एक तो फाइनली मेरे को लियो का अल्ट मिला. इससे मार क्लासिक है. प्रैक्टिस कर रहा हूँ. मेरा फर्स्ट मैच है इसका. आएगा शायद वो लॉर्ड भी आएगा.
Our turret has been destroyed. Request backup.
Once again, stepping into the light.
इतना डैमेज नहीं है इसका. स्किल डैमेज इतना नहीं है.
You destroyed a turret.
Even time yields to me. By taking them down with their tricks, I make them fulfill.
तो अच्छा अल्टीमेट मिलेगा.
An ally has been slain.
कौन किसका अल्टीमेट कॉपी
How dare they?
Are you going to play one more match after this? मैं in the middle में खेल रहा हूँ. खेलूंगा मैं मैचेस. तुमको खेलना है क्या? तुम कौन से रैंक में हो ब्रो? मेरे को टास्क कंप्लीट करना है. मैं तो अभी तो अकाई के सिंगल खेल रहा हूँ. तो स्किन मिल जाए मेरे को वीडियो बनाना.
Stepping into the light.
Our turret is under attack.
अच्छा मैं उसका अल्टीमेट कॉपी कर रहा हूँ.
I join, I win.
अरे हीट हो गया. इश्के का अल्टीमेट ही बेकार है मतलब.
There is no good.
इनको लियो का ही चाहिए.
I don't mind leading the turret to a fall.
Our turret has been destroyed. Initiate retreat.
अरे सबसे टट्टी अल्टीमेट मिल गया मेरे को. देखोगे किसी काम का नहीं है. नहीं किसी काम का ही नहीं है.
So ladies and gentlemen, we are back to Northeast Cup 2023. We are going to go with match number 5,
okay,
and that is going to be between Team IGN on the red side, between Team Smug Esports going on to the blue side. Myself, I am Itami, and I'm joined by my casters, none other than Skedian and Yumina.
Thank you so very much for that, Itami. Really appreciate you mentioning all of that, and I'm really excited to be on the desk sharing this one with you. Specifically, Itami, with you being the host and you being the desk partner. I'm really excited, and again, with the way how the previous few games went and how this one is looking, I can't really contain my excitement to see how Smug will perform against IGN.
Legendary.
I guess they will be doing quite well, and both of these teams actually will be representing Sikkim. So myself am really hyped for this match. So Yumina, give me your thoughts
in
about
one
this.
way or another.
I for sure am quite excited because yesterday and how all the matches have been going on for quite a few hours now. I think there have been neck-to-neck battles, and I think this is going to be one of them because we do know how well IGN has been performing lately in the past tournament as well as the showcase match that we witnessed quite a few days ago. And I would agree that both the teams are quite strong in that aspect. We just have to wait and see how both the teams strategize their competition for now. because we have been seeing new strategies coming out by a lot of teams. Because this is the Northeast Cup we are talking about.
I am better.
Want to miss the chance to be onto the land.
I am the real Leo.
I definitely agree with you, and I guess Team IGN as well as Nordic Sports both are ready for action, and I can't wait to see Team IGN on some action as well. Personally, I am supporting them, and yep, I will be looking forward to their matches.
Even time.
To be honest, anything could happen in this game, and you know what? Again, Itami, you've already mentioned that you're ready for the game. Might as well just jump directly into the draft as well at the same time, because all the players I know, I can see are ready. That's basically the part of being in the production crew, ladies and gentlemen. You might not do things, but I actually do. So we will jump into the drafting phase of the Northeast Cup. It's going to be Smug Esports on the blue side, taking on IGN on the red side. As now the draft begins. Itami, I thank you so very much for bringing us into this game. Now, we're going to take it forward as it's the first ban for Smug.
Well, before we jump onto the draft phase, Jared, I really would want to mention that both the teams are looking quite strong with their lineup. I mean, we know all the players, we do know how well they have been practicing for the past few weeks as well, and it's not a secret
Finally Leo मिला था.
strategies as well. I'm really
Sound audio delay हो रहा है क्या वापस
new
दिया?
kind of gameplay coming in from both the teams, since I think they
वापस से
have
audio
already
delay.
searched on each other. I mean, I'm expecting them to have done studies on each other because they do not want to go blind first into the match. Meanwhile, like I was talking about studying each other, they're just banning out that link for respect right there, Scary.
Dude, I've got to put cool horses here a little bit, Humana, because again, the first ban lane, normally we talk about how EXP lane right now is becoming the priority. Now here's the thing, I've been in talks with quite a few people out there, right? Even the MPL coaches and the MPL casters, and we've all been discussing about the similar fact how Khalid has actually been the one who has been taking over the meta like a storm. The pick rate is up by 400% in the Filipino region too. So I kind of want to see similar strategy, or at least similar kind of pick rate of that hero here too.
Even as a
and
wanderer,
probably that is
the
one of the
days we have
reasons
for
why
leisure
even
are
IGN
far
banned
and
out the
few
Phobius,
between.
because now that's one less EXP laner to deal with.
Quite agreeing with you right there. I mean, I have seen a lot of Khalid bans myself coming in the past tournaments as well yesterday. So maybe Team IGN
Even
is,
if I
looking
were an
around to
ant,
get that
I
Khalid
would
onto their
protect the
EXP lane
grass
because he
overhead.
is really strong. He has that sustained potential. He has the team fight potential as well with his raging sandstorms. I mean, it's really difficult to deal with him once he has, gotten his upper hand onto the EXP lane rotation coming quite fast from him as well. I mean, one of the best picks on the EXP lane right now, Scared Yet, and right off the bat, they are banning the Ruby as well. It does look like they're trying to, draft around that team composition. Meanwhile, they have left the Hayabusa open still onto the table. They have also left the heavy CC Aurora open, and we do know like how annoying she can be in those team fights, Scared Yet.
She can actually be very annoying, I agree. But at the same time, I'm looking at the Florin ban and I kind of am trying to decipher what might actually be the way to go, right? Because the Hayabusa is open, Khalid is open, Roger is open, you've got Alice that is open. Alice might not be prioritized so early because she's more like she's played like a Ruby in the EXP lane, where you want to get that beefy front line, so you have to build up a few more items onto Alice. And I love the idea, Khalid being first picked by the Smug Esports, but that also means that you are going to let go of the Roger on the other side. Plus this early Valentina pick too, I love it, along with Edith, because over in that EXP lane, the only other hero that can actually counter the Khalid is either the Edith or the Garud Kacha.
Really well said, and I myself like the Valentina pick coming in from
अरे
the
IGN
side
का
of
मैच
Team
है ना?
IGN right there. In my opinion, I think a really strong pick and a really
Game में है ना
strong
Ziven?
contender
Video
onto the mid lane
आते
as
हैं.
well, because once you have a Valentina on your team, it just counters out
अभी
all of
सही है
your
दिया,
CC
अभी
picks that
सही
you
है.
are going to have
अब तो
on
फोन
your
वाला भी यूज
side.
नहीं हो रहा है.
But there is one drawback that I kind of I'm
अभी
always
तो मैं ये कर रहा हूँ
worried with the
रीस्ट्रीम, इसमें
Valentina
उसको
pick
उसकी भी
is
जरूरत
that
नहीं है
even if she manages to
मिररिंग के
initiate, she is a little bit squishy. She needs those front liners for her in the team. Meanwhile, you do have Anti on that Edith and Respect going ahead and getting onto that bog. Meanwhile, scared yet. I would also like to point out that you still do have the Carmela open. We do know how strong she has been onto the Rome position lately. What do you have to say? Do you think either of the teams are going to go ahead with the pick, or they're just going to leave it out and trade it for maybe a Tigreal in that aspect?
To be honest, since the Florin has been banned out, that means there's no Ube composition being prioritized by either of these teams right now. So I think so banning away the Carmilla might not actually be the way to go. And I like the idea of the Julian being banned out by Respect, making sure that it's just the now jungle choke down that's coming in by the side of IGN. They've already locked in their own jungler in the form of Xborg. But here's the thing, Xborg, Edith, both of these are so good flex pick. Xborg for EXP and the jungle, Edith for EXP or the roam position. So even now you don't really know where these two picks are going to go. But for the side of Smug Esports, the draft is quite simple, straightforward. They've got the Khalid for the EXP, they've got Minsatar for the gold lane, and Valir in for that mid lane. Now, there are a few more flexibilities here that could be done. And that's not me. That's the Filipino stats now that are talking, where Khalid can actually be played in the roam position.
Ooh. I like the idea of Khalid onto the roam position. I have seen quite a few matches where Khalid has been really strong onto the roam position. Scared. I mean, you do have a point right there, but I think if you talk about the late game, the CC potential that is going to come
Can't
in
eat
is kind
properly.
of lacking if you have the
मेरे
Khalid onto
लिप्स पे
the
पता नहीं
roam
क्या
position.
हुआ
If you have taken him out, especially onto the team fight, then it kind of becomes
गेम में
difficult,
ही है
to
ना
provide that heavy front line
मैं
that
अभी
your
कोई
team
गेम
needs,
वगैरह में
because
नहीं हूँ
you can
यही
kind of
देखता
interrupt,
मैं
his
अभी
second
डिस्कॉर्ड
skill,
चेक
his
कर रहा हूँ
healing
सर्वर
ability. So maybe an EXP laner could be better, help the team in the objectives, clear his lane, and then come and dish out that sustain onto the team fights. Meanwhile, a Valir pick is quite interesting in this matter, because I have not seen a lot of Valir being picked up in the higher metas right now. I mean, they must have some strategy going on. Maybe it's for the Edith, the annoying stunts that he can provide with his skill 1 can be really frustrating for Anti to just stand in front. We'll just have to see. And the Matilda being picked off really strong for their team. The mobility that she can provide to IGN in this aspect looks really strong, in my opinion, Scarier.
It's a full dive composition now for the side of IGN. They just want to go in. There's no way to jump back. So I think so they can finish off their draft with either a Harith into the pick, but that might not actually make a sense because there's Ravi on Minsatar on the other side. So maybe a Claude would be the best pick in this scenario, or a Nathan if they want to secure some good amount of late game. I wouldn't really lean towards Nathan because they've already got a lot of magic damage. So for Smug, they're locking in the Masha along with the Roger. Now that is interesting. That is very interesting because here's the thing. Either of these three
Franco, welcome
fighters
back.
could go in any of those lanes that you think about. Either Rome, EXP, or Gold.
Is in sight, soldier.
Well, they are playing with the minds of the teams and us casters as well. Meanwhile, Aaron going ahead and locking onto that Moscow. Strong pick in my opinion, but scared yet. I quite feel like the early game damage is kind of lacking coming on from the side of team IGN right now. I mean, they are playing around the mid to late game composition. You have to wait for Xbox to get his War Axe and the immortality to be sustainable onto the team fights, unless Respect is able to snowball faster compared to Roger coming here right now. But we do know how scary Roger is once he is able to get that early advantage on his team. Meanwhile, I think the Khalid is going to go onto the room position, because we do have a Masha onto the team, looking quite strong for the side of Smug right here. But I think they need to play a little bit careful, maybe try to pick off 1 or 2 heroes. But let's just jump onto the Land of Dawn's carrier.
Indeed, as now the drafts are set, everything in place, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the Northeast Cup. The lifelines are on the line for the land ticket as these teams, they take the fight against each other. All 5 now helping out the Roger. leads the orange buff, while the other side is almost doing the same thing, barring Edith. It's going to be Smug Esports on the blue, now moving over towards the top, as well as that's where the rotation of Nob Daisy will go. On the other side stands IGN in the fortress in red, where they will make sure that this team is definitely making in that top 4. Yumina, an early leash coming in for that, Roger. That means over towards the Litho, though, they're not trying to take that priority. It's still Respect who will secure it. And it's a Minsatar in the roam position, while Khalid is EXP and Masha in the gold.
Well, I was about to point that fact out. This is quite interesting coming in from Smug Esports. Maybe a new strategy that they have been playing around. Maybe a comfortable strategy they have been playing around. But it can get a... Ooh! The hook was on point right there, but still not early enough damage coming in from the side of Team Smugs right there. But the poke that Mincy is, soaking up right now doesn't look good because he is kind of squishy onto the early game scared. I mean, I'm not really sure about putting the Mincy onto the roam position. They could have swapped it for the goal since you have the Moscow, with those dashes onto the goal lane.
The thing about Minstar in that roam is, in fact, if you can land in those hooks, if you can land those spears, only then it becomes viable. Otherwise, it's absolutely not. Plus, Kimi on the Matilda is constantly going to poke the other side, including both Valir as well as Ravi on the Minsitar. So you've basically got no other opportunity, just probably to soak up every single thing that's been thrown at you. Look at him, he's just being a nuisance right now. That's how you want to play with the Matilda. But wait a second, fight right now, taking a fight, will be knocked up as well with onwards, but this man with the quicksand guard as well is staying stand strong, which just jumps out of the harm's way, making sure that he's going to survive and not getting caught in the raging sandstorm. Still trying to fight in for that level 4 as Roger jumps in, but the turtle's been secured by Respect, as the mat will eventually try to move forward back. But wait a second, Circling Eagle committed as Aaron joins it from the top with the Spear of Destruction as the lasting insanity catches on to Oxy. And that's the mage being taken down. A big win for IGN.
Man, oh man, really smart gameplay coming in from IGN right there. They baited out the skills for the Khalid right before, the turtle dive come. I'm not really sure why Roger would jump in solo onto that turtle right there. I mean, it did cost them their mage in the skirmish, but really smooth gameplay. I mean, the communication right now is showing on from the side of Team IGN. Maybe the Roger needs to now focus on farming and getting a pick off onto the Moscow, because once you let that Moscow farm, it can be a little bit dangerous to deal with him onto the late game unless you are able to... Oh, Masha poking down Aaron quite a bit, but I think he will be able to retreat back like I was saying. Oh, the Circling Eagle being baited right there, Scariot.
Indeed, they're still trying to take in those fights as again Moscow trying to jump into the action too from the Spear of Destruction as the King's Calling was stopping them, but now it's no longer standing as they get in another pick, a 2-for-0 trade. IGN are just making sure they are demolishing Smug Esports whatsoever. There we go, another knock-up coming in with the onward. Quicksand guard along with the flicker as well as the raging sandstorm was there, but the splash damage perfect with the lasting insanity into the backline catching too. As Anti catches both of them, but there we go, Vincitar with the hook. Respect, he is not falling whatsoever as it's the Matilda joining in the action. Another Circling Eagle with the Earth Shatterer, and Kimi is making sure that his jungler is standing whatsoever.
What happening? People from the side of Smug Esports falling down like dominoes. Scared. I mean, they are marking one and then they are going on to the other right before the objective. I mean, a very favorable team gank onto the side of Team IGN. Meanwhile, the lag coming in from the roam position is showing, but wait a minute.
Indeed, right now the chase is still going on as the King's Calling, but a flicker King's Calling from Fitch himself is what's catching all of them, but a pushback from the Searing Torrent is making sure that Moscow is going to be caught off guard. But again, the healing, the shielding, it's all there. Kimi with the guiding winds is the man who is not just a myth, but apparently a legend, standing strong. Anti in the bottom. He's just bullying Fight on that Khalid. Fight is basically no longer a beast. He's being butchered by Anti.
Man, they really did shut him down early on from the game, because once you let him pre-farm onto the XP, ooh, That doesn't look good for Ravi right there, scared yet.
Yeah, primal form being used up. Ravi could eventually be caught too. No more King's Calling available for the man as Noobs is going to run away, not making sure he survives. But Ravi blasting Insanity into the tower. They really want to get this one big Raging Sandstorm, catching absolutely no one with the King's Calling coming in. But finally, Kimi jumps in the harm's way itself and catches the guy. Oh my goodness, look at the damage. That ancestral power that's being brought in by Kimi is maniac. And look at the flicker forward Earth Shatterer catching 5 beasts.
Man, scared yet it's just chaos onto the battlefield right now. Kimming doing a phenomenal job, initiating those team fights and then pulling out their teammates right on time, especially which, he has been landing those phenomenal IMUs as of now, and Smug Esports just being choked down onto their base. I mean, what an initiation!
Yeah, look at that. Another lasting Insanity onto Ravi as well as again. There's Arven on the other side. Ashes in for the guiding winds. Thunderclap for the shutdown. Muskrad catches one, but only to be demolished after the next onslaught. IGN is just not stopping another 3-for-1 trade. It's only Respect who's fallen.
Kid, I think I just saw Oxyghost pick up a Sky Piercer on Valir as of now. I'm not really sure why you would do that. You need the anti-heal, you need the glowing wand and the Ice Queen. I'm not really sure about the Sky Piercer.
Yeah, exactly. It does not seem to be the best possible pick right now. And as you mentioned, there's a big problem, the itemization, but right now a big problem going in for Aaron as the man is just too far forward. Just gets shut down, 280 gold being offered, but there we go, the Circling Eagle coming into the play. There's no way for this werewolf to survive. That's again a good hook landing in, but I don't think so it matters at this point because look, there's no anti-heal, and Respect is just getting every single piece of HP of that Firaga armor back by just his fire missiles. Was not even using the lasting Insanity because he was caught in King's Calling. That's a big problem, Yumina.
Ooh. That's so unfortunate coming in for Smug's Esports because like I was mentioning, there is quite lack of front liner for the side of Team Smug Esports. I mean, the Ravi is not able to sustain like he was supposed to. I mean, the strategy is not playing out. Meanwhile, the Valir, not really sure if he's being really useful in this team kind of really shutting down Nobi, not getting enough farm. I mean, they are looking in a very bad situation.
Yeah, indeed. Right now, they seem to be in the bad one. But again, look at the constant piece of poking that's coming in from Kimi. The guy is just playing maniac. He's literally playing maniac. Oh! The safe flicker with the hook coming in. But Respect is still going to survive that. Because guess what? The guy had the Firaga armor up. Okay. Finally, Yumina, we are actually seeing Ravi now land in a few good hooks, but do you think it's a little too late with almost a 9,700 gold lead?
50.
I mean, they do not have the item spike as well. They need to wait for that item spike to work in their favor. They are not tanky enough. They do not have the farm. They do not have those itemizations to give them the head-on team fight that they could. But look at that.
That's just a full-fledged burst coming in, and Aaron with a spear of destruction. Catching that finish. A big chunky wave in the mid lane, but the timer hits 11 on that.
217 watt.
All the minions spawning in.
अरे वो IGN की टीम है, वहाँ पे witch वगैरह भी है.
It is available, but they're not committing for it. Earth Shatterer not catching anyone, but look at where
वो IGN
team
अच्छी है ना.
Calling in the crystal, in the fountain.
Literally first item Valir ने वो बनाया.
And again an offer coming in, trying to catch one. Master with Thunderclap. One more shot is there, but it does not matter. As the minions are still hitting that crystal. And Aaron is free hitting everyone on the backside. They're still trying to catch in a few more as the Lycan Pounds will finally try to get one pick, but Anti gets shut down. It does not matter yet again as the crystal gets demolished by the passive of Moscow. The piercing basic attack is what gets it. 20 and 3.
What just happened, scared yet? What just happened? I mean, they snowballed like crazy from the early game. Shut down the Roger. Minsita not working under their own position. Not really sure about that lead right there. Kimmy doing a phenomenal job initiating those team fights, pulling out the team members back. What can you do as
Crazy.
an answer to that dive comp coming in from IGN? Scared yet? Absolutely beautiful.
It indeed was, it indeed. And Kimmy, very well deserved MVP as well with 3, 0, and 17. My oh my. If that's the kind of domination this team is going to carry from the region of Sikkim, you can't even say what they're going to bring on the table in terms of the line event when it's actually going to happen. It was absolutely nightmaric. And Itami, now you've joined us as well. Bro, that was a treat for your eyes.
ओके तो ये स्टार्ट गेट है ना
Well, I guess, in this situation now, since Itami is apparently flabbergasted, the man can't even say anything. Yumina, we might as well want to have a bit of a discussion with ourselves with the Minsita, right? I mentioned about the fact that
भाई कुछ
the
बोल नहीं
Minsita
रहा है
only works if in
होस्ट कुछ
case
नहीं
you
बोल
can
रहा है
land in his hooks. That's the only
I gave up on
situation
that
when
even.
in roam position you
उसके
can
उसने एक वर्ड
capitalize
नहीं
on that
बोला
value. If you can't land in those hooks, even if you use the flicker king's calling, it's not going to matter because people are just going to walk away from that area. And then again, they've got all the dashes and every single
वॉइस
thing.
वॉइस
And I
रिवील
think so
करो
in terms
भाई
of itemization as well, there were quite a few
होस्ट होस्ट कुछ
mistakes.
बोल ही नहीं रहा
I
Well,
do
I did
agree
see the
with the
lead.
itemizations
I
too.
guess. Ooh, ooh.
Mhm.
Yep, and
बोला
the
है
Sky
कुछ कुछ
Piercer
बोला
was
है
kind of questionable, but an absolute domination came up from the side of Team IGN. I would say the Smog Esports, they did try their best, but even their best was not
वो
enough
ऐसा
at
नहीं
this
होता है
point.
क्या
They were getting humiliated and
वो
being
ऐसा नहीं होता
dominated by
ग्रुप
IGN.
डिस्कशन में एक बंदा होता है जिसको सिर्फ
Yumina, I
उतना ही
mean,
बोलना होता है
that's more than just a
सिर्फ
domination,
जीडी
I
में
guess.
उतना ही बोलना होता है कि
Yep,
उसको
Was a
बाहर ना कर
clear
दें
definitely.
one-sided
मतलब
match
आई मीन
coming
एटलीस्ट
in
एक बार तो
because
उसका टर्न
there
आ जाए
were
एक
a
बार तो आ
lot of
जाए
mistakes in the draft phase as well, and the itemizations. I mean, they could have had a chance if maybe. I'm not really sure about the Walir and the Mincy pick. I mean, I made it clear onto the draft phase as well because
इन
you
दोनों की शक्ल देख
need
के लग
them
रहा
to
था मेरे
work,
को
and
लाइक
if they
वो
don't,
ना
then it's
जब
just going
पहले
to
उससे
be like
पूछे हैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा
I'm not really going to say the word, but that was not it
आह,
for Team Smug Esports
होस्ट और
right there. They
कास्टर्स में
had
डिफरेंस
better
क्या है मेरे को कोई
options for the
समझाएगा
room position.
ही
They
इज
had
होस्ट
better
ये तो
options for the
कास्टर्स
mid
है
position. Maybe it could
उसके
have
बाद
given
लॉबी है
Roger
उसने
a
स्मैक स्टार्ट
easier
किया
time to snowball rather than having the Mincy and the Valir onto the mid side.
Indeed, Tami, I think so. That's probably the one of the main reasons, right? In terms of drafting itself, that you put the Masha into the gold lane, and then Roger is the one who's actually in that jungle. So you've kind of got a pseudo dive, while Minsatar is type of a hero that really is kind of an anti dive.
Yep, I would say so. And Minstar on the early phases of the game is not that tanky as well. So he needs to be a bit aware of his positioning too. And he was taken out so many times. The Kings, it got so worse to the point that the King's calling was used into their base as well. So that kind of domination came up from the side of Team IGN. And it was not like they didn't try, but I guess on the drafting phase itself, that was where they were lacking the most.
I kind of agree as well. And Humana, again, with how well Kimi was playing on that Mathilda, it was actually very solid, I'll be honest, because his positioning was perfect and he was constantly getting those pokes as well onto both the Valir as well as Ravi on the Minsatar.
Well, I would also like to mention the fact that maybe if they could have switched the position for the roam with the Khalid, could have been much better. A little bit better at sustaining onto the roam position. Let's be honest. And Minsitar onto the goal lane. Once he has farmed up with the Trinity build, he can just jump in, dish out the damage, and just retreat back. That's all.
मिडिल लाइन में ऐसे किया था
You have the raging sandstorm. You have
उसको किया
to
उसने
give out those disruptions.
कि
You
भाई
have
तू चुप
the
रह
burst damage coming
मैं देखा नहीं क्या बोल रहा है रोहित उसने उसको उंगली दिखाई वाली चुप रहा तू साइड वाले को इतामी डिस्टर्ब नहीं करना लेट अस स्पीक
I agree because Itami again, it just seemed like here's the thing.
ऐसा हो गया
Roger, Khalid,
मैं नहीं देखा
all of them are the ones who kind of want to dive onto the enemy backline, and specifically Masha needs a flank angle. Masha needs an opening. And only under those circumstances can you actually find a good value with a thunderclap by catching the enemy gold laner. But that just did not happen because, let's be honest, Aaron was apparently free farming on that Moscow, and he had priority in the rotation as well with the Spear of Destruction, if you remember, during the first turtle.
I definitely do remember that. And
I definitely do not remember that.
Was connecting in there, Aaron was able to dive in, not just able to dive in, but he was able to get those skills with that SOD too. It just was not initiations as well, but he was able to dive in onto that game and he was able to contribute to the team fights too. And that is why the gold laner was on such a lead in terms of the gold lead as well as on quite contributing onto the team fights as well. Meanwhile, the Valentina, which was able to copy the King's Calling for himself, and he was able to disrupt the enemies coming up, the dashes coming up from them. So they IGN were quite an advantage. And as well as that Matil, as soon as he dived in, the Edith followed up, there was the disruptions came up, and they were not able to do much because of that.
Yeah, I kind of agree. There were a lot of disruptions if you really talk about it. And again, at the same time, it was, I've been mentioning it time and time again. Kimmy on the Matilda was doing a lot of damage, plus also was just disrupting those entire plays that were being made on the other side. But the credit needs to be given
point jot down ye na,
he was
point to be noted.
super solid on the Valentina.
Printha Gaming.
Making sure that every time it's not just the King's Calling that he's copying. Sometimes it is the King's Calling. Sometimes it is the wolf form of Roger. And in certain situations, he's like, all right, I'm just going to take the Raging Sandstorm, make sure I get that CC in, and then I run out of the harm's way.
Definitely. And
the point where I saw him copying the Valir ultimate as well, scared yet, and I am like, that's quite smart, because the movement speed that it provides, that can come in handy. I mean, I'm not going to lie about that.
It's a purifier. It's basically a free purifier for you.
Yep. If you are getting hooked up and if you are in need of the purifier, then definitely you can go for the Valir, but I would not recommend it, honestly.
Sounds like a good theme of an advertisement if you want to do. And the title is basically going to be else that you should not copy on Valentina. But all right. Itami, I guess now we might also have a few announcements that we would want to do, right?
मैंने आज first time game download किया.
Basically is the host, you take it over, man. You're the one who knows the flow.
एक Discord server मेरा join कर लेना. And बाकी और Discord server वगैरह भी हैं.
You are
तुम Facebook community भी join कर सकते हो. बहुत है, बहुत अलग-अलग community है.
You should go to the Play Store and download Mobile Legends 5v5. There is an anniversary event going on with the Akai skin.
Welcome back, bro.
Going for free right now, and there is also the Kagura skin coming up for free, and there are a lot of freebies. And right now,
मैंने ऐसे नहीं किया ना, DC करो, ऐसे DC करो. मैं ऐसे लिंक में डाला क्या? डिस्क्रिप्शन में मिल जाएगा हाँ इसको ये वाला कमांड में डालना है ना मेरे को तुरंत डिस्कॉर्ड लिंक आने वाला
है. If you wanna try out the ultimate copying from Valentina,
नहीं वो मैं डाला ही नहीं, वो मैं डिस्कॉर्ड और डाला ही नहीं मैंने वैसा. Description में होगा Discord ना.
Want to become a Valir in the battlefield while also playing a Valentina. By the way, that
like वो ऐसे बीच में आते रहते हैं Discord server का लिंक.
You have to download that game whatsoever, but I 100% agree.
थोड़ी बहुत
coming back into the
like और वीडियोस वगैरह आएंगी.
How amazing
मैंने दो गाइड्स बनाई थी.
has been
एक सेटिंग्स पे एंड एक बिगिनर्स के बनाई थी मैंने.
The community has been
going at a
हीरो
रिकमेंड किए थे और एम्बलम्स वगैरह बताया.
You kind of want to keep that up. So ladies and gentlemen,
6 और 3 मिनट की वीडियोस हैं.
A lot of events happening side by side in the game, and there's this very fun anniversary event. So make sure you download the game because that's exactly what I've also done. It was updating right on the stream in front of you as well. And I know Yumina, Itami, both of them are as well of a big Mobile Legends junkie as I am. They're funky over the game. We can see with the hair as well, every single time just focused on the screen too. But coming back into the current matchup that has happened and all the matches that have happened till now, Yumina, you've been a part of the entire series for a lot longer than me. I guess the competition is something that has actually increased as compared to what it used to be previous to this tournament, right?
Man, there have been a lot of
कुछ और क्लिक किया होगा.
अरे मैं वैसे नहीं बोल रहा. A lot of situations where I kind of know what she wanted to say, so I'm just going to complete it. Yes, there have been a lot of good games that we have witnessed, but it's getting even better.
Bhai,
I guess I'm going to throw that
okay.
same question over to you too. With
वो
what used to happen before
वो
this
ऐसे मुंह
tournament
बंद
versus
करने
what's
का बोला
happening
था.
right now, do you think the level has actually increased? Because I am feeling that.
I definitely think so as well. You know, before all this Mobile Legends scene and all, there are really good
ये
players
कौन
in
बोल रहा है
India,
भाई? बोलती
and
बंद करा दी क्या
they
इन लोगों
were
की?
just
वेट
waiting
किया
for
मैं.
that
अच्छा, मैं
exposure to
स्ट्रीम
come
डिले
out,
में देख
and
रहा
this
था.
Northeast Cup is one of it.
हाँ,
You
ओके.
you still have
उनका उनका
512
माइक म्यूट कर दिया.
slots
बोला
right
बोल रहा
now,
भाई
and
इतामी को
the
बोलने दो, ठीक है?
registrations are still open,
बोल
so
रहा
you
इतामी को
can
बोलने दो.
definitely go take your teammates and register for the tournament, and you can be part of this community as well as upcoming tournaments as well. You know, this Northeast Cup is not going to be just it. There will be for the future
रुको अभी अभी
tournaments.
अभी
There
गेम
will be
स्टार्ट
a
करता है, ठीक
lot
है?
of contents for those
तुमको दूंगा
content
मैजिक दिखाओ.
creators
मैजिक
as
देखो क्या?
well. Whoever
उदित मैजिक
wants to
देखो.
be a
मैजिक
part of it are really open
तुमको
for
दूंगा
it,
मैजिक
and you
दिखाता हूँ,
know,
ठीक है?
it's all takes
इन्हीं
all of these
कमेंट्रीज
people
छोड़ते हैं,
to
अभी
grow
तुम्हें
this
मैजिक दिखाऊंगा.
community, I would say.
I kind of agree,
अरे
and again with the
रिवील हो गया,
way how
रिवील हो गया.
things
मैजिक
have been
रिवील हो
going, with the
गया.
way how things have been flowing,
मैजिक
I'm
रिवील
just
हो
really
गया. अच्छा.
excited to be on this one specific boat of Mobile
गेम
Legends, right?
गेम
The
यहाँ
wave
है.
that it's carrying right now and the change that it's actually bringing in the community
Okay.
itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure
इनको
you
इनको साइड
download
करते
it
हैं.
because you know that there are
ये
a
रहा.
lot of big things happening in the
गेम देखते हैं
community
भाई
too.
हमें.
I'm not going to point out every single thing, but the
तुमने
land
यहाँ गेम की
event,
स्किन्स देखी
there's
है?
also quite a lot of guests that are hopping in left, right, and center. Everyone's been working together really hard
गेम
to
गेम
make
इधर है
sure
भाई.
that this game prevails. So you have to do the exact same thing as well, and you've got to make sure you download that game, you do all the events, and you basically enjoy every single thing that we're doing right here while also participating, because you know there's going to be a lot of giveaways too, which you do not want to miss. And to do all of that, you always have to stay tuned to the stream. You have to click on those like buttons as well and click on the subscribe buttons. Make
Okay,
sure
तो
you
मिल
hit
गया
the
मेरे
bell
को एक और
notification so that you do not
Let's
miss
go
out on
gambling.
anything. But Kitami, again, coming back to what happened in this one previous
क्या
game.
मिला मेरे को?
Do you think there
तो
could have
duplicate
been
ही mode
something
मिला.
that Smug could have done
स्टार
apart
वॉर
from
भी
the
है. मैं
draft,
ये
but
स्किन
rather
ऑन
in
करता हूँ
game
मेरा
itself
आइडिया.
to probably win out in the next one?
ये मैंने डिसाइड किया.
I would say like there were kind of miscommunications onto the team fight as well.
Like मैं महीने में एक
There-
स्टार
I
दे
think
सकता
the
हूँ.
main thing they kind of lacked was the synergy. They did try to dive in, try to take those fights, but it was not enough for them. You know, Team Icon had a better synergy. They had a better composition as well, and they
I
were
have
able
mastered
to take
Yoda.
that advantage for themselves, and they were able to secure those objectives to the turtle as well as those lords. And as soon as they got those towers, they were able to
ये आईडी भी ना
initiate
लाइक
such good team fights
मैंने
as
ऐसे
well as
स्टार्ट की थी
secure those
मोबाइल
points
के
and
साथ.
end the game as soon as possible.
एंड लिटरली मैं फ्री स्किन्स लेता हूँ. कितनी हो गई मेरे फ्री स्किन्स?
This was about what happened between
47.
IGN and Smug.
40 स्किन
The
तो
next
फ्री
two
मान
teams
लो
are
मेरी.
going to be Tartarus versus Bombastic Side Eye. Now, one of the team has been well known in
I
the
am a
community
free-to-play
too, a
player.
new underdog team that's been performing really good. What are your views for this one upcoming game?
Tartarus Esports have been playing neck to neck, and surprisingly, they did manage to defeat LCF in one of the tournaments. I must point that out. Really strong contender for the Northeast Cup, in my opinion.
मेरे मेन आईडी में
Again,
कितने
I
होंगे?
mean, it's going to be a really exciting match coming up yet again. Next one. I mean, you guys need to, let us know who you are supporting and just share the stream
230
with,
स्किन है मेरे
your
मेन में.
friends and everyone who's interested in the game. I mean, you do not want to miss out the action going on.
Absolutely, you do
And
not
Sparrow
want to miss
47
out on any of that action. So
230
make sure
है
you
मेरे पास
share the
main
stream. But
ID
I guess, Itami, we might as well want to head on for a very short break before we prepare the next game, don't you think?
मेरा एक
Yep,
ऑर्डर भी मंगाया
that
मैंने.
is true,
मेरे को याद
and we
दिलाना. मैं
will
फूड
be
ऑर्डर
heading
लेने
for
आऊंगा
the
ना, अपना
break.
फोन
We
लेके ना
still
जाऊंगा.
have one more
कुछ
match
खाने
to
लेने
go for
जाना
the
है.
day, so we will be back as soon as possible. Till then, stay tuned.
तुम्हारा फेवरेट हीरो कौन सा है भाई? Give me Leo. Take this. ओ जास्ट मिल रहा है मेरे को. Let's go.
Destroy and conquer.
नीचे गया एक आदमी मेरा वाला देख कितना है
Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Through the wastelands, through the highways.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. Unstable network.
मैं स्काई ऐसे लेके नहीं आया ओके अरे अपना टेबल देख रहा था मार दिया
My sword has patience.
Finally, 5 years.
Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are once again back for the Northeast Cup round 1 and on to day 2. But before we talk about the teams and the matches, I would like everyone, to go on to the Google Store, download the Moba 5v5. Also, the registrations are still open for the Northeast tournament. If you think that your team is capable of, beating the teams as of now. Before we talk about the draft and before we talk about the upcoming match, I would like to introduce you
दुगाटी लिया डबल 11 ये बता डबल 11 ज़्यादा सस्ते मिल जाएगी आई फील
both from Tripura. I mean Tripura.
वो ज़्यादा सस्ते मिल जाएगी वैसे कंपैरेटिवली सस्ते मिलती है पता नहीं मेरे को तुम्हारी मर्जी है दुगाटी बेटर स्किन है डबल 11 थोड़ी चीप लगती है एंड वो ड्रॉ वगैरह में तो ड्रॉप रेट ज़्यादा होते हैं ये सब मिलने के ना वहाँ पे ड्रॉप रेट ही होते हैं
I'm very intrigued to see what they might actually bring on the table. And again, thank you so very much for that warm welcome, warm introduction. And again, I'm super intrigued to see what this team has to offer. We've been seeing Darkness for a while now, and they have been showcasing that talent time after time. They really like to play that Fanny, love to prioritize it. So I want to see some homework from Bombastic Side-Eye, specifically target banning a few heroes of Darkness Esports. That includes the Edith, Khalid and the Fanny.
Well, really well said. I mean, I was expecting that kind of response coming from you because we do know that Darkness Esports have been climbing onto the ladder lately, coming on, from our nation. Meanwhile, Itami, you have been casting a lot of matches and you have casted a lot of matches for Tartarus Esports as of now. What do you think, they need to change, because they are aware that they are famous. They are aware that they have been onto the scene and people know about them. People know about their strategy. So what do you think they need to do as of now to, come up stronger onto the table in case Bombastic Side has done their research onto the team?
I guess they should be working more onto the synergy, but we have seen Tortoise Esports being quite dominant on previous tournaments as well. Onto the previous tournaments, they are at least top 8 or top 6 sometimes, but still, something is still not enough for them, and I hope
वॉच
they
आएगा मेरी वॉच आ
figure
गई
it
है
out this time.
अब वो
And
बड़ी
they
है
will
साइज
be
में अभी
going
लाइक ना
up
उसका
against
स्ट्रैप्स
a
को
team
कटवाना
that
पड़ेगा
is heard much about, but the meme
ठीक है वॉच आ गई मेरी
bombastic side high.
आ गई
They
है
will be going up against them, and I'm really hyped up for this
RAM
match,
नहीं आई
and
यहाँ
I
पे
hope that this is not going to be a one-sided
जो मेरा
game.
मेन
I am really excited to see both of these teams cheering each other out, and I hope we will see some competition coming up from both of the sides.
Well, I quite agree with you. Really well said, Itami. I mean, really strong teams both side. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see how the team plays against each other. Both the teams are ready as of now. But before we jump onto the ban phase, Cadet, do you have any advice for not maybe Tartarus Esports because they have been playing really well as of now? But what about Bombastic Side Eye, because they must be nervous. Because this is maybe their first time playing against Tartarus Esports, quite a big name. Everybody's bound to get nervous. So what would you like to, offer them as an advice?
I'll just say one thing. Do your own thing. Enjoy the game. Enjoy the fight. The result does not matter. The journey does. That's what we are here for.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's a really great advice coming in from Cadet as of now. But I'll stop yapping for now. We'll go and jump straight onto the draft phase and leave you, Cadet and Itami, both to, entertain our viewers and take us to the match.
Your team destroyed a turret.
And with that, thank you so very much, Humina. Yes, as you mentioned, we are jumping into the ban phase, ladies and gentlemen. Tartarus on the blue side, taking on Bombastic Side.
कल कौन सा डे है?
The red side. Tommy is the man who's joining me on the desk. And my name is Cadet. We are here to journey you through this beautiful wave of a lovely cruise of Titanic. Let's see what's going to happen as the first two bans are the Ruby and the Hilo.
Yep, they are just going with those regular bands, I would say, the Ruby and the Highlight. They are either banned or picked, so I would say that is pretty much of an expected ban. We are yet to see the ban coming up from the side of these Esports, and I am hoping that there's going to be another meta hero coming up from them, and it might be a Harris or it might be an Edith as well. There are so many options right now, even the Phobias, even the Khalid that like you previously mentioned, and even the Matilda getting banned out. And after this patch, Matilda has been quite buffed. She has got some more of a range right now, and her adjustments have been rising up. Because of the adjustment, she is rising up to the picks as well. So by far a viable ban, I would say.
Indeed, it's a viable ban, and again, with the amount of destruction Matilda caused in the previous game, it's kind of understandable too. Tartarus would want to just ban it out. Plus, it also shows that they're not really interested in facing a composition that kind of likes to play in with that full-fledged dive. Because, again, we have seen all of these players play really, really well, specifically Dark onto that EXP lane, and he kind of likes to use the Phobias too, so it has been banned out. But there's also an opportunity of a Khalid, there's an Alert, there's also an Edith that he likes to play, but a Chip be next ban, I'll be honest. So we've seen a lot of blue teams banning out the Chip, while yes, it's understandable, they don't really like to play, but the amount of utility that a Chip brings on the table, specifically if you're on the blue side, not just because of how good
भाई
he is
स्टार्टिंग में
with
कौन
that
से हीरो से
shortcut
खेलूं?
and in the
मैंने वो
battlefield
वीडियो में
itself,
बताया है, लाइक
but
मेरी
rather
बिगिनर
in
वाली
the
वीडियो है ना,
draft
उसमें
itself,
जितने भी हीरोज बोले हैं,
as
लाइक
now
तुम
you
वो सब
kind of
खेल
force
सकते
the
हो,
red team to
वैसे
ban out
तुम
the chip, and then you've got
मेरे से पूछोगे अभी रिकमेंड
the
करने को,
possibility of directing the conditions
स्टार्टिंग
of
में
the
तुम कौन सा हीरो
draft, and
खेलोगे
you
क्या?
ban out the chip. A few of your heroes are left open. You try to prioritize a few. Like right now, the
अल्फा
Ling
खेलो,
is
अल्फा
left up,
अल्फा ट्राई
so
करो,
I think so. We might possibly see a
उदित
Ling or
अल्फा
a
या
Fanny
डायरॉथ
pick
ट्राई
coming
करो,
in by
अल्फा या डायरॉथ.
Dartrus.
डायरॉथ
I
होगा
would
स्टार्टिंग में मिलता
say
तुमको,
these are the expected
वो
bans, but
खेला
you know
तुम्हें
the
अल्फा
Jushin
खेलो अभी.
getting banned, you know she got kind of an adjustment onto
अभी
this
तुम अल्फा
patch.
या
I
डायरॉथ
would
देखो,
say
अल्फा डायरॉथ
she
मैं
got
तुम्हें ये रिकमेंड
adjusted, but
करूंगा.
I don't see her
ट्राई
much
अल्फा या
on the ban
डायरॉथ,
section like she was
दे बोथ आर गुड.
before. Like before,
अल्फा भी
like
इजी है, काफी
as
स्ट्रांग
soon
है,
as
इजी
he
भी
was
है.
released, she was either banned or picked. And Jushin
अल्फा
getting
खेल के
banned,
देखो,
they
ठीक है?
don't want to deal with that. Meanwhile, from the side of Team Tortoise
मेरी आवाज आ
Esports,
रही
they
है?
are immediately locking the jungler. That is going to be the link, followed by the minions that are coming up
हाँ
from
तुम
the
जंगल
side
करते
of
थे ना,
Team
यहाँ पे अल्फा ट्राई
Bombastic
करो,
Side Eye.
अल्फा.
And I guess they will be
अल्फा जंगल में
locking
खेल
the
सकते हो तुम,
Khalid. Okay,
डायरॉथ
that
भी
is
खेल सकते हो,
quite
ये दोनों बहुत ओपी
kind
लगे हैं
of
तुम्हें
like
डैमेज वगैरह में ना.
they have the fighters, both fighters picked up, and we are yet to
इजी
see
है, मतलब
where
लाइक
this
तुम इससे
Mincitar
थोड़ा
is going
बहुत
to go.
सीखने
Guys,
लग
I
जाओगे
am
चीजें.
expecting this Khalid to go to the EXP
तुम ये
lane
ट्राई करो,
mostly,
बाकी तुम
but
धीरे धीरे
get
सीखते
it, as
रहना.
you mentioned it before, and onto the Philippine scene, we are seeing the Khalid picked up
तुमने
as a
सर्वर ज्वाइन
roamer
कर
as
दिया
well.
क्या?
So I will say this will be
डिस्कॉर्ड में
something
ओपन करो
quite
एक बार,
worth to
डिस्कॉर्ड
watch.
में देखा नहीं अभी
Someone's
आज.
been listening to me. Yes, the Filipino pick rate for this Khalid
तुम भी
has
डायरॉथ ऑलरेडी होगा
increased
अनलॉक, स्टार्टिंग में मिल
drastically
जाता
to
है और तुम वो
400% of what
खेलते
it
हो तो
normally used to be. But again, we're going to be
डायरॉथ
locking
को
in
चूज
the
करके
Edith with the Angela. I
है ना, ले
love the
लेना.
pick.
एक अल्फा भी
I
होगा,
mentioned to you, right? It's going to be
वो भी
either
अच्छा
the
है,
Alert
मिल
or
जाता है
the
शायद,
Edith
पता नहीं
in
मेरे
that
को.
EXP, if not, then the
दे बोथ आर
Khalid.
गुड.
But since Bakugo was the one to lock it up, therefore, there are only a few options that remains in the hand of Tark. Plus, you've also locked in this Angela. I like the way how Tartarus is drafting right now because the Edith is a flexible pick. Angela is technically a flexible pick either in the roam or in the mid lane. You only have shown one card, that is Ling. While on the other side, a Suyu being locked in.
Okay, that is quite something interesting, I would say. You know, Suyo, after like he recently got released, he is played onto the EXP lane as well as on the jungle, but mostly we do see him onto the jungle night right now. And you know, you mentioned this Angela pick as well. This Angela is either going trainer or as a roamer. So we are yet to see the ban coming up, and that is going to be the Vexana. I guess they are like Team Bombastic side are kind of thinking like this. Angela has the less possibility to go to the
Comment.
mid lane.
You seem to
So
win a
they
lot
will be
of
just
things.
banning the mid laners. That is going to be the Vexana. And I am hoping I do think they will be banning out either a roamer or an
करीना भी
EXP
easy है
laner
to be
from the
honest,
side of Team
बस इतना
Bombastic
यूज
side.
नहीं होती
So
आजकल.
we gotta wait for it.
करीना से बेटर है यार, लाइक
I'll be honest, I mean,
लोगों को पता भी
you've
नहीं होगा
already got a
करीना
good
का ना
amount of
वो
matchup
स्किल क्या
damage
करता है,
with
वो ऐसे
Dark
दौड़ते
onto
दौड़ते
that
घूमती है ना.
Edith. Now, since he's the one who's picked the Edith up, that means it's definitely going into that EXP lane. But that's us who actually knows that, not
Nice,
Bombastic
nice
Side Eye.
words.
So that's one thing. They're now focusing down on towards those gold laners. Those, I mean, it's understandable. Some heroes that can actually cause
वो
problem
फेनी है
onto
ब्रो,
your
उदित
backline.
फेनी
Plus,
फेनी.
I did mention it, right? That Tartarus
वो
does
वो
not
इस गेम की
like the
हार्डेस्ट हीरो
enemy
है,
playing a full dive
तुमको वो सीखने में
composition. So
बहुत
they
टाइम
just
लगेगा,
ban out those
तुम्हें एज अ बिगिनर
heroes
सीखना होता.
majorly that are very heavy divey. And they kind of try to play on towards that anti-dive. Moscow now being banned out too. I don't quite get it because Moscow is really good in terms of the rotations because of the Spear of Destruction, but in front of a Khalid, Suyu, and a Mincithar, I'm not quite sure if that would actually be the priority pick.
Yep, as well as the Moskov getting banned, you know, they have targeted the gold lane. They should be aware of the possibility like Edith can go to the gold lane as well. By far, if you ask me who's drafting as well as the bans, I like it better. So I would definitely say Tortoise Esports, but I don't want to I don't want to be the one-sided kind of, I don't want to be favorable to Tortoise. I do know they are a strong team, but still, we are yet to pick coming up from the side of Team Red, that is the Bombastic Side Eye, and I am hoping they will be picking up something that has been quite valid as well as good on. Yep, and actually a mid laner
Aurora.
is picked, Aurora, or okay, a Zask. Zask, you know, he got nerfed pretty bad, but he is not that bad. But still, I would have rather gone with that Aurora, and that is just my personal
भाई मैंने
opinion.
ऑर्डर
But
पे कर रहा
still,
था
going for the Zask is quite okay.
एंड
I
वो
would
गायब
say.
हो गया बंदा.
No, it's not exactly, I'll be honest, because an Aurora is basically an anti-dive mage that can survive for herself because of the frosty winds that you have. So you can basically stun up any assassin, you can freeze them up in one place, and then you can use up the frigid glacier onto your own self. There's no other maze that can actually do it. There's only Aurora who can do it. So if you dive an Aurora, you're basically getting picked off whatsoever right then, right there. So that's one of the most important part, and you could say the strength that an Aurora bring in. Yeah, exactly. It would have basically countered Dark, Kevin, both of them who'd want to jump onto her. But right now, Daichi onto that Zask. He will eventually try to get the mid priority, but this Angela Grok combination in the mid is going to make sure that they clear the way fast, and Dark is in the EXP.
Yep, and this Grok is going to be really, really annoying. That's all I can say for now, because his mana adjustment, the recent mana adjustment, you can literally spam your walls, and you don't need to go back to your base for those recalls. And he doesn't have his mana, and he can quite delay those minion waves as well, and he can be quite vulnerable. He can even like dive into the early phases of the game for the jungler. He can be quite annoying to that Suyo. But a Kaja pick coming up from the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye. So I guess in terms of the draft, in terms of those picks, I would say Tortoise has the better advantage, but we are yet to see some action coming up from both of the sides of those teams. So we are yet to see who is going to be the advantageous and the winner of this best of one series. So we are diving in onto the land of dawn. This time it is going to be Tartarus Esports going up against Team Bombastic Side Eye.
Indeed, as every single player gets ready and they all are putting their boots up, because this is the time when you tie your shoelaces and you run as fast as possible. You've got to be faster than your opponent. That's exactly where both of these teams are good at, ladies and gentlemen. For one last time tonight, we are jumping into the land of dawn. Tartarus taking on Bombastic Side Eye. The previous game was a domination, but this one could be a much more closer play, as both of them will dive deep. Now, here's the thing. I mentioned about the fact, Itami, that we might possibly see Tartarus facing a bit of a problem in terms of that magic damage, as now, again, we're looking at the rotation of both the junglers. They're starting on the southern part of the map. They will move over up top. That is, gold lane will become the priority for both of them.
Yep, they are just trying. I guess they should be just trying to focus on to their neutral objectives for now. Try to get level 4 as soon as possible until the next turtle is gonna spawn onto the gold lane. We are seeing the Mincetar actually going to the gold. Grok is being quite poking in there. He should be forced to retreat, and he is able to do so for now. Sunio is trying to get some vision onto there, and there were 3 people actually onto the mid lane, and still Carry is getting quite poked up by the Mincetar. He is not able to do those aggressive plays right as of now, but okay, the Kaja will just be retreating. They will just be getting the boots, and they will just be farming for now.
Indeed. -1 is still there. They might as well want to jump onto Kevin, as he's pretty low in that HP, but still will run away with the retribution as well, trying to secure a few creeps. Level 4 or Ren already. He wants to try and take those fights, but it seems that it's going to be a disengage.
Yep, and I guess both of the junglers are already level 4. No, they are not yet level 4 yet. Actually, Suyo is the only one who got level 4, and the turtle will be spawning onto the next 19 seconds. So I guess Team Blue should be on a better position to be contesting for the turtle, and they are getting those visions as well. By far, both of the teams are doing. Okay, Suyo taken down, and the first blood coming up from that Suyo just now onto that Grok. He kind of overextended, got punished, and the turtle will be spawning now.
A good pick coming in from the side of Bombastic Side Eye. A bit of an overextension from Sunio there. I'm still surprised why he was not using the power of nature near that wall though, but that burst was absolutely insane, and it seems that Bombastic Side Eye will have that control. Again, they pick up this turtle, they can start for that early snowball, they can eventually, oh my god, Sunio, he is basically caught in his own wall.
Oh no, he is barely able to escape. Oh my god, and that hook just missed from the Mencitar as well. He almost got caught by his own creation, I would say. And the blue buff, okay, Link was able to get it actually. I was so panicking for nothing, and Grok is trying to get some vision out there. He is just trying to poke it out, but Sunio needs to be a bit aware, because he was already taken off once because of the overextension. So back to you.
Look at the top with the Divine Judgment coming along with the King's Calling, but the Hard Guard is there to keep Rex safe. As again, Kevin would want to jump in, jumps in with the Finch Boys as well. There we go. Tempest of Blades trying to catch them, but the wall is absolutely disastrous for Tartarus. They can't really chase onto anyone, and yet it's every single person on Bombastic side are surviving. That's such a big mess up from Sunio coming in.
Damn. Even though such of a big fight came up, there was no trades. And Team Bombastic Side Eye are quite leading in terms of the goal lead as well. The goal lead is not that much, but in terms of the objective, they already got the first turtle, and the second turtle will be spawning in any time. So Ling should be farming up well, and he should be on a better position to be contesting for the turtle as well. Meanwhile, Minsitar is trying to he might get poked down, but no, he got that initiation coming up from the Kaja as well as the Angela, but by far no trades.
Oh, look at the bottom side is where now Dark was basically being attacked, but being on an Edith. Also running with a quantum charge, he's making sure that he goes actually blow to blow against Bakugo. He's doing a pretty solid job in terms of that too, and now the turtle is also going to spawn and over towards the top. Rex can easily take up his own minion waves as Taichi not using the Dominator's Descent. This fight that's being set up right now. Ren is going to start onto that turtle though, and there we go. Reg jumping in along with a beautiful wild charge connecting onto a couple as the Tempest of Blades comes in with a hard guard too. But oh my god, Ling, Kevin, he missed every single blade. That's a very big mistake coming in, and Dark as well. He's got no rage bar, and the man still tried to jump in the primal form as Sunio will fall too. They're all losing their life one after the other as Ren demolishes them.
Damn.
And Tartarus, that's such a big mess up. 1 for 4.
A 1 for 4 trade onto the second turtle clash, and this is definitely not looking good for the side of Team Tartarus Esports. Team Bombastic Side Eye are pulling off. They are locked in, and they want desperately win against Tartarus. They are focused and they want the victory for themselves.
Again, with this Suyu that they're running with, the blade surge is constantly connecting it perfectly. So the man almost got hooked up, but still survives because of the power of nature. It seems that he's facing some kind of trouble though, but again, used up the Guardian's barrier. There's already a Divine Judgment available for -1. He might want to jump in with a flicker too as everyone tries to go in for the dive with the King's Calling. But look at the backline is where Rek still survives with a hard guard too. Wants to jump in, but will eventually have to retreat because of the zoning coming in by the Dominator's Descent. A lot of resources being used up, but now also the purple will be under the contest. Ren is there. Yes, Kevin will be caught in the Divine Judgment and deleted with the Blade Surge. There's the Earth Shatterer. But what can you do, Dark, as you are all alone, and Savage Warrior is just an Angela. He's just a mid lane puppy poom.
Puppy poom indeed. A 2 for 0 trade coming up from the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye. They were able to caught them up. The wild charge did connected from the rock. It did connected to one, but there was no initiation. There were no teammates of him, and they don't have the goal lead as well. In terms of the itemizations, I guess Team Bombastic Side Eye are on a higher position right now. They have most of their core items. Almost not every item, but they have some of their items already done. And the turtle is about to be spawning anytime soon. I guess Team Bombastic Side Eye are on a better position to be contesting for this turtle as well. We might be seeing another team fight coming up really soon. Grok is diving too deep, and Khalid will be forced to retreat. The wall coming up from that Grok, causing no damage. There comes the wave of dive from that Khalid. Trying another dive, and Angela trying to save that carry, but no, Angela as well as that carry will be falling off, and that turtle will be another uncontested turtle for the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye.
Indeed, they'll be taking every single thing, but Dark on towards that top. Well, the man seems to be in trouble though. Charterer definitely does come in, but Kevin will finally join into the action too, trying to catch Zed there. The flicker from both of them, but that one extra basic lands in perfectly. And Kevin eventually saves the life of his pal. Dark will go back. He will survive. There's still Tempest of Blades available, but no retribution as Sunio used the wild charge to just stay alive. That is such a big problem. The Zask in the hands of Daichi as well. He's doing such a phenomenal job to zone the other people out. And there's the Raging Sandstorm. Bakugo easily going back. But Dark is just too much. He's going to have to Itami, it's already 8-minute game, a 5,000 goal lead in favor of Bombastic Side-Eye. The Ren is just farming on the Suyo. No one's there to stop him. The blade surges are perfect. And Rekt, he's going 0-1-1, but he's the only win condition for Tartarus now.
Definitely, and they gotta pull this off in order to be remaining, in order to be surviving onto this tournament as well. I would say, I think definitely the odds, the favorites for Tortoise Esports in this game, but by far we are seeing an absolute. Countless of blades has been used by the Ling. He will be forced to retreat. He shouldn't be initiating a team fight. A wild shot just came up from Grok and a follow-up. The waves coming up from that Khalid once again. He is trying to initiate, but it will be taken down onto the process on that top side. But Suya with the monster self and Bakugo might be taken down. He will be forced to retreat. And Ling almost get that kill onto that Ling once again. They are leading in terms of the objective, and it's almost 7k goal lead right now.
Oh, what a beautiful hook coming in and through the Guardian's barrier as well. Sunio, my man, is basically just trying to cage his own self in those situations. Sometimes he might want to just ask the question, why am I the only one who's always up in front? If you know, but wait a second, Bakugo trying to jump in. Could eventually get him mobilized though, but maybe not, as there comes in the re-engage with the Raging Sandstorm. They want to catch in a few more people, but there we go. The Earth Shatterer onwards, and the Primal Form. Dark still tries to go in for the attack, but it does not matter as they're tanking everything though. Rekt is the one who actually gets the shutdown, but a double kill for Ren. 8-0-4 onto this guy, and Super Z catches all the other people in the King's Calling. Tartarus, they are going to lose their top tier inhibitor at least, because Kevin, oh my god, run, my boy.
You gotta run, bro. You gotta run. And Kevin is able to escape. That was actually, I guess it was a 4-4-1 trade for the side of Team Bombastic Side-Eye. And this is going to be an uncontested Lord for this side as well. Ling won't be able to contest this one. He doesn't, I guess he doesn't even have his blue buff. Yes, he doesn't have his blue as well as his red. And this Lord will be going for the side of Team Bombastic Side-Eye. The Lord is yet to be marching. And if Team Bombastic Side-Eye are able to sing those lanes and will able to make a proper initiation, then it would be pretty much over for the side of Team Tortoise Esports, unless they make a really good miracle play and a really good follow-up comes up from them.
Seems to be the case. Sunio, in the meantime, though, just getting scouted out in the bush. As I mentioned, the win condition is going to be Rekt. 1-3-1 on that carry. Finally picks up the Demon Hunter sword too. So he will be doing out the damage. But who is going to finish off Daichi and Ren is basically the main question. Leaving this Suyu open was a big problem, as now the Lodge marches in mid. Oh, what a beautiful hook coming in. And this is what I always talk about, but a good amount of damage coming in. Bakugo will be taken down as, okay, a perfect King's Calling into the Divine Judgment. And with that, the judgment is being passed on to Tartarus, as they are losing all the turrets. They are losing their crystal, and they will lose the game. It is Bombastic Side-Eye closing out the game. Such a perfect manner to finish it all off, with a Khalid in the EXP and a Zask in the mid, while the MVP goes to Suyu.
Damn, what a match. This was definitely not on the cards of Tortoise Esports. They definitely did not expected this outcome to be happening, and they were not able
time se to ho gaya shayad
almost anything onto this game. They did try, but time doesn't even matter at this point. An absolute humiliation coming up from the side of Team Bombastic Side-Eye. And damn, I was expecting Tortoise to be the favorites for this match, but I was like, I'm so wrong about it. Team Bombastic Side-Eye, definitely a team we should be watching out for the next rounds as well.
Indeed. The team just made sure that they are the ones who are winning in every single front, right? They took control of that EXP lane, because again, Khalid wins it out against the Edith. Khalid is, apart from the Phobius, Khalid is the next best pick in the EXP lane. Winning it out there, rotating, having the priority in the mid lane as well. Even though there's a Grok Angela on the other side, there were some small mistakes being made by Tartarus, but Bombastic Side-Eye were doing such a great job in punishing them and trying to capitalize on those mistakes. That's exactly what we always talk about. You've got to capitalize on your opponent's mistake. Plus, let's be honest, Tatami, Suyu is literally a broken hero.
I definitely agree with you on that. As soon as he is released, he is showing his impact onto the Land of Dawn. He is like, if you are able to master this hero faster than others, then definitely you have the upper hand onto these games as well. He can be played on the EXP too, but on the jungler, he was able to do those fast farms. He was able to initiate onto these team fights as well. He was able to get those kills as well as make those retreats. He was definitely the deserving MVP for this game.
Indeed.
And
because actually, again, I'm just trying to contemplate as to how eventually you can mess stuff up so very well with running a Grok Angela in the mid. Sometimes it kind of gets a bit confusing too, but at the same time, it's bombastic side eye. All the credit needs to be given where it is due. They did a phenomenal job, as I said, in terms of the rotation, in terms of the jungle clear, then all towards the goal lane as well. Because eventually, what they needed to do was to make sure that the Mincetar is not losing to a carry and is there in those team fights. Plus, the walls, the guardian barrier of Sunio was a bit iffy.
Yep, he almost got it out, almost with his own guardian barrier at one point on lane. Yeah, actually, that was the case, and Tortoise Esports needs to be working their synergy out at this point. They need to be, even though we did see them on previous tournaments, they were quite a really good team, but seeing them humiliated like this, and they gotta put their games out right now. This is a high time for them.
It seems to be the case as well. But as I said, Bombastic Side Eye just did a phenomenal job in that situation. There was you could just say so many instances where we were eventually seeing certain aspects of the game being used up to perfection. Like how well you were going in for the re-engages with the Khalid. You always talk about that whenever there's a situation where you've got a composition which can kite very well and re-engage, that's where you have to be patient. And it was happening. You have got a good re-engage comp with the Kaja as well as with the Khalid. You kite around them a bit, and then with the Kaja's Divine Judgment play, you make some play happen, and with that, once Tartarus tries to jump in, you jump in with your Khalid and get the CC on as many people as possible. And to try to keep them in that position, you go in with a King's Calling, forcing out the Tempest of Blaze, also forcing out the Wild Charge, and then at max forward, you've got a mid lane Angela, which is really good in terms of the support when you're snowballing, but eventually falls off when it comes to damage. Humana, finally you're back as well. I know there are some very dark things happening in the background too, because I know you're sad. It's okay, don't be sad. Happens.
Well, I'm not really sad, unfortunately. I have to face some electrical issues, but we'll not let us stop. We'll not let that stop us from, discussing what just happened. I mean, man, oh man, scared it and Itami. I mean, that was not expected coming in from Tartarus Esports. We have seen the kind of gameplay they have. We do know their strategies coming in. We are familiar with the team composition. Maybe that could have been one of the lacking points for Tartarus Esports, because we did see Bombastic Side Eye really well researched onto Tartarus Esports. They know the kind of synergy they have. They studied the kind of rotations that they do, and they try to play around that, and then they shut them down. Plus, another thing that I noticed coming in from Tartarus Esports, Scadet and Itami, is that they were heavily dependent onto that late game, onto that carry. Because you could have gone in with, maybe an early game, potentially a Lunox onto the goal lane, maybe to give that early game damage, because carry kind of falls onto the late game. And once your ling is not able to snowball, it is just a matter of waiting. And team Bombastic Side didn't let them wait. They took the opportunity, they snowballed, they had the early advantage, and a mid Angela. I mean, there were better options coming in with the Grok, because the kind of sets that Grok has, you need a really good burst, mid lane burst coming in. Maybe a Lilia could have been a better option, in my opinion.
that might be true. Yep.
I think so. Olivia could have been a pretty decent option in that situation too. But I don't really feel that it was more of a draft issue, but rather just the issue in terms of the execution. Plus, again,
Definitely.
let's be honest, Tatami, Suyu, you leave a Suyu open, those blade surges are gonna cut through you.
Yep. Definitely. And that Suyo, he is definitely either to be banned or back, considering he
हमारा
is
neat
the
clear
new
हो गया
hero
अभी.
onto the Land of Dawn as well. And as soon as one
Partial
new
drop
hero
type.
comes up
College
onto the
Sasa
Land
need.
of Dawn, he is automatically onto the meta. I would say he is a really dominant hero. Like, consider the Jushin as well. When she was released, she was either picked or banned. The chip as well. So goes for the chip. All to the previous heroes too, like the Nolan and stuff. And
Indeed.
I would, yep, those heroes will be broken. And mostly what we see is after they are released, after 1-2 weeks, they got adjusted. They get the nerfs, they get the adjustment. If the or the expectation from the hero is not enough, then he or she is definitely adjusted. So we are yet to receive adjustment for Tatsuyo as well, and he is really hero. So yep, definitely going to ban the Suyo would have been a better choice for the side of Team Tortoise Esports.
Yeah, maybe that's going to be the case. But all right, I guess so. That's about it for the entire evening. Yumina, any final few words before we hop off?
Well, the only final few words that I have is do not forget to download the game from the Play Store, guys, because you do not want to miss on these kind of actions going on. I mean, it's getting interesting day by day. The kind of matches that we are seeing, you want to be a part of it. Also, I would like to remind new viewers that the registrations are still open for the Northeast Cup. You can join in. I
तुम्हारा
mean,
नीट में कितना
we
है?
just set an example with this match
अभी
that your
काउंसलिंग वगैरह
team
चल रही है क्या?
can be capable of beating down already existing teams. So if you think that your team takes what
अभी भी
it
कॉलेज फिक्स
has
नहीं है.
to get onto the top, do not forget to register for the Northeast Cup. And I think that will be it for the evening, gentlemen. I mean,
या
it
तुम
was
नेक्स्ट ईयर
great
कर रहे हो.
being with you
Try.
guys and casting alongside with both of you. I mean, it's my pleasure.
True. It's a pleasure on this side as well. Itami, any last few words?
All I gotta say is we are going to be back tomorrow with more actions. Personally, I really enjoyed casting with you as well, Skadiot. You are those persons I look up to in terms of casting, you and Kronos, and there are other casters as well whom I work with. This is the first time I'm working with you, and I'll be really honest. I've worked with Yumina too, and I enjoy casting with her. I really enjoyed casting with you too. So it was all my pleasure, I would say.
It's a pleasure. Again, the pleasure is all mine. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, everyone who joined us today for that action as well, because you all were watching the Northeast Cup. The action is over for tonight, but it's not over for the next few days, as every single day we'll be having some amazing matches which you do not want to miss out. And there's a big question mark as to which top 4 teams will move on to the land. If you want to know the answer for that, make sure you hit that like button, click on the subscribe as well.
टॉप 4 टीम आएंगी ना लैंड
so
में.
that you always know whenever the live stream is there, and you can catch all of your favorite casters in the action and your favorite players in the game itself. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Have a good night.
से टॉप 4 आएगी लैंड में.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms
चलो ठीक है, आज का हो गया. टॉप 4 टॉप 4 टीम ही आएंगी सिर्फ.
waste what's left. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
गुड नाइट.